The story begins in the emergency room of a hospital, where a sense of urgency fills the air. The doctor's assistant, visibly panicked, rushes to inform the doctor that the patient is struggling to breathe. Without hesitation, the doctor calls for a ventilator, his voice laced with urgency. On the hospital bed lies Jin Leshin, a mechanical engineer whose body has been pushed to its limits after years of relentless overwork. His heart has suffered a stroke, and now he teeters on the brink of death. From the moment of his birth, Jin's life has been marked by hardship. His parents perished in a car crash, leaving him an orphan. After graduating, he spent 2 decades trapped in a company, enduring a nightmare of a life with pitifully low wages. Love has been a stranger to him, as he has been single his entire life, untouched by the warmth of a woman's affection. The doctor calls out Jin's name, his voice urgent, but Jin's mind is elsewhere. He questions the very meaning of his life, wondering what purpose all those years of toil and suffering served. The doctor continues to call out to him, but Jin does not respond. The medical team rushes to use the AED, but Jin's vision begins to blur, and exhaustion creeps into his bones like an unstoppable tide. He feels the weight of his fatigue pulling him under, and for a moment, he considers that perhaps it is time to rest. Darkness engulfs him. The scene shifts abruptly to a grand royal mansion, where the protagonist slowly opens his eyes. As he takes in the luxurious surroundings, he wonders if he has been hospitalized and how much the medical expenses would be. Just as confusion begins to set in, a glowing window notification appears before him, welcoming him to the magical continent of Eldria. Instinctively, he tries to reach for it, but a sharp pain courses through his body, forcing him to stop. It is then that he notices his reflection in a nearby mirror, and a wave of shock overtakes him. His own face appears unfamiliar, leaving him questioning why he looks so different. A week passes, and he gradually adapts to his new reality. Seated calmly in his chambers, he is soon greeted by a maid with unbelievably gorgeous features, who enters the room and respectfully informs him that the tea is ready. Addressing him as Master, she introduces herself as Leah. Over the span of a week, Jin, now known as Rion Edgar, the third son of Duke Aldarian Edgar, comes to understand his situation. He has died and been reincarnated into a noble family of considerable status, with an elder brother and a sister. The household treats him with kindness, offering a variety of exquisite dishes at the family dining table. His mother, in an affectionate display of care, presents him with a newly tailored jacket. As the youngest member of the Edgar family, he is cherished by everyone around him. A thought lingers in his mind. Perhaps this newfound happiness serves as a remedy for the misery he endured in his past life. Eldria, the vast continent he now inhabits, is a world where magic governs every aspect of existence. The Carinorial Empire stands as the largest human dominion, but humanity does not stand alone. Numerous other races, including elves and dwarves, coexist across the land. His noble lineage grants him authority over an expansive territory, home to approximately 1 million people and covering 300,000 square kilometers. With his noble status comes a life of luxury, including access to all possible comforts and the dedicated service of a personal maid. He convinces himself that this peaceful and privileged life is the reward for the hardships he endured in his previous existence. One day, Leah approaches him with a message from the lord of the household. The Duke wishes to speak with him. Upon reaching the study, the butler announces his arrival before he is allowed to enter. His father, Aldarian Edgar, addresses him with a serious tone. The discussion quickly turns to an important matter. Rain has reached the age where he must take responsibility for his own territory. When asked, he is left momentarily speechless. His father appears slightly disappointed before proceeding to reveal the details. The territory assigned to him lies in the northwest, a region that remains secure yet suffers from a severe food shortage due to a lack of mages. The conversation takes a more solemn tone as his father continues, explaining that while their family's domain remains stable, the empire itself faces an uncertain future. The decline of the royal family, rampant corruption, and growing conflicts among the lords threaten the empire's long-term stability. Rain acknowledges the truth in his father's words, recognizing the challenges that lie ahead. Since his reincarnation, he has experienced a level of warmth and care he never knew in his previous life. This realization strengthens his resolve, and he silently vows never to lose the people he now holds dear. Sensing the weight of his thoughts, his father reassures him that he is not alone and that both his siblings and the family will always support him. However, Rain's mind remains focused on the problem at hand. He considers the relationship between food supply, security, and wonders if solving the shortage would also improve the overall stability of the region. His father, however, is quick to temper his expectations, reminding him that such matters are far more complex than they seem. While his father views his concerns as those of an inexperienced child, Rain remains determined. Armed with knowledge from his past life, his understanding of industry and production, he refuses to accept defeat. With unwavering conviction, he assures his father that he will find a way to resolve the food crisis. Anseling City stands as the westernmost territory of the Edgar family. To its north lies enemy territory, while to the west stretches the domain of the Elves. The vast ocean borders its southern frontier. Positioned at the intersection of three nations, the city has long been a battleground. Frequently engulfed in wars that have left its lands barren and its population drastically depleted, only a handful of residents remain. Seated inside the carriage on his way to Anseling City, Rain contemplates the challenges ahead. For an industrial revolution to take root, he requires a sufficient labor force, and to achieve that, he must first increase the population. As he ponders his next steps, a sudden notification appears before him. It is his ability. The system prompts him to activate the scanning function, an ability that allows him to assess the stats of any individual he examines. Having tested it on his family members, he has already gained a basic understanding of the people in this world. His primary objective upon arrival is clear. He must recruit talented individuals to aid in his plans. Lee silently observes him, recalling the instructions given by his father. Aldarian had tasked her with keeping a close watch on Rain, concerned that he might act recklessly. She hopes he does not cause unnecessary trouble. At the Lord's mansion in Anseling City, a figure relays information, stating that Rain will soon arrive. The figure is wary of Rain's presence and asks if they should take action. Rumors have long suggested that Aldarian is excessively doting on his youngest son, and Rain is beloved by his siblings as well. However, a masked man calmly dismisses the concern, instructing him to wait for their master's orders. The subordinate hesitates before voicing his worries. He asks what if Rain discovers the financial fraud they have been conducting. With a scoff, the masked man dismisses the notion. Convinced that a sheltered noble like Rain would know nothing about tax records, he instructs his subordinate to present Rain with misleading financial accounts upon his arrival, ensuring confusion. Satisfied with his plan, the masked man orders the subordinate to prepare for Rain's reception, a smirk playing on his lips. He mutters that it is time for Aldarian Edgar to pay for his crimes. As Rain's carriage reaches Anseling City, he immediately takes note of its desolation. Wasting no time, he requests a map, and Lee promptly hands it to him. A thought takes shape in his mind. Constructing a canal and connecting it to the seaport could revitalize the area. However, before he can delve deeper into his plans, a distressing scene unfolds before him. A young woman desperately pleads with her father, urging him to stop gambling. Tears stream down her face as she cries that the money is meant for her mother's medical treatment. But the man, indifferent to her desperation, attempts to snatch it from her grasp. He insists that this time he will win. As she struggles to stop him, his frustration boils over, and he raises his hand, prepared to strike her without hesitation. Rain intervenes, delivering a solid punch to the man. Pain shoots through his own fist, but he does not falter. Leah, visibly alarmed, scolds him for acting impulsively, insisting that he should have informed her beforehand so she could prepare his protective gear. Rain dismisses her concern, reasoning that there would not have been enough time for such preparations. Instead, he instructs her to check on the girl while he handles the gambler. Turning his attention back to the man, he demands to know if he has lost his mind. The terrified gambler stammers, demanding Rain's identity. Unfazed, Rain tells him that his name is irrelevant, instead issuing a cold threat. He warns that if the man dares to gamble again, Rain will personally see to it that his head is severed. Fear grips the man, and he scrambles away, swearing never to gamble again. With the situation diffused, Rain shifts his focus back to the girl, asking if she is unharmed. As he scans her, he is momentarily stunned. Her stats are extraordinary, possessing a wholly agricultural body. She holds the potential to revolutionize farming efforts, and Rain immediately considers recruiting her. He invites her to travel with him to town, as they are headed there anyway. However, she hesitates, expressing concern that she will dirty the carriage. Her worry is of no consequence to Rain, who remains unfazed. Instead, his curiosity turns to another matter. He wonders why a casino even exists in a city where the people are struggling to survive. The previous fall, the Duke of the enemy nation launched an attack on their town, resulting in the deaths of many soldiers. Spring brought a catastrophic flood that destroyed most of the region's crops. The people's lives descended into sheer misery, with even the basic act of finding food becoming an arduous struggle. Rain contemplates the necessity of conducting a census to assess the region's productive forces. Before making any plans, he resolves to visit the Lord's estate to determine how much cash is available for development. Turning to Lillian, he inquires about the estate's finances. But before she can respond, a sudden clatter of hooves disrupts the street. A man on horseback gallops through the town, callously shooing away pedestrians. Lee pushes Rain aside, narrowly avoiding a collision. As the rider passes, Lee fixes her gaze on him while Rain, stuck in her spectacular plot armor, struggles to catch his breath. Concerned, she asks if he is all right, and he reassures her that he is fine, regaining his composure. He turns to Lillian and asks if she knows who the rider was. Lillian discloses that the man is the young master of the Adrian family, the owners of all the casinos in the city. Rain immediately deduces that they must be extraordinarily wealthy, and a thought strikes him. His problem of securing development funds may have just been solved. Without hesitation, he instructs Lillian to lead them to the casino. However, Lillian warns him against going, cautioning that he will undoubtedly be scammed. Dismissing her concerns, he assures her that he is not worried. Watching his confidence, she sadly wonders just how powerful Rain truly is. Upon arriving at the casino, he steps inside and is immediately greeted by the lively chaos of the gambling hall. The air is thick with excitement and desperation as gamblers eagerly place their bets, some celebrating their wins while others lament their losses. Observing the scene, Rain recognizes the danger. So long as casinos exist, people will never dedicate themselves to work. Lee discreetly approaches him and informs him that they have surrounded the building. He instructs her to wait, intent on luring out the big fish. A staff member soon approaches and politely asks what game he would like to play. Rain requests something simple. The attendant promptly leads him to a table, where he is given 2 free chips to try his luck. As the game begins, the staff watches him with thinly veiled amusement. He places his bet, and as expected, the outcome is rigged. The dice are checked, and he loses. The staff member, maintaining his friendly demeanor, encourages him to continue playing. Finding the entire experience tedious, Rain decides he has seen enough and turns to leave. Before he can exit, the staff stops him, demanding payment for the money he supposedly owes. Raising an eyebrow, Rain questions how he could possibly be in debt. The staff member smugly informs him that he must pay for the 2 chips he received earlier, despite the fact that they were given to him for free. The man laughs, stating that nothing in this casino comes without a price. With a malicious grin, the staff reveals that each chip is valued at 100 gold coins, and with the addition of service charges, Rain owes a total of 250 gold coins, an amount he cannot afford to pay. The staff member suggests that Rain is welcome to leave his maid behind as collateral. Before Rain can respond, Lillian steps forward. Her voice steady as she exposes the blatant lie. She reveals that each chip is, in reality, worth only a single silver coin. The staff member's expression darkens, his embarrassment swiftly turning to rage. He orders one of the guards to silence her. Before the command can be carried out, Rain moves with lightning speed, delivering a devastating punch that sends the man flying across the room, crashing into a nearby table. Rain demands to know who permitted the man to speak in the first place. The chaos in the casino momentarily halts as gamblers scramble to collect the scattered coins from the fallen table. Observing their desperation, Rain realizes just how hopeless the people have become. At that moment, the man from earlier, the young master of the Adrian family, steps forward. Rain's lips curl into a knowing smile. The big fish has finally taken the bait. The gamblers turn their fearful gazes toward Viserlo as he coldly orders his guards to beat them. The guards comply without hesitation, striking the helpless gamblers as they beg for mercy. The atmosphere in the casino is thick with terror, and Viserlo warns everyone to behave if they wish to avoid further punishment. Lillian watches in horror, yelping in shock at the dangerous situation she has led Rain into. Determined to repay him for saving her mother, she steps forward. The onlookers whisper among themselves, convinced that she is being foolish and will only get herself beaten. Viserlo narrows his eyes at her and demands to know if she has something to say. She accuses his casino of scamming people, ruining families, and preying on the weak. She declares that she will not allow him to bully Rain. Amused by her audacity, Viserlo raises his hand to strike her. She clenches her eyes shut, bracing for impact. But the blow never comes. Rain effortlessly catches Viserlo's wrist as he scans him. Viserlo is utterly talentless, and his loyalty rating is a mere 5. The implications are clear. The Adrian family could rebel at any moment. Viserlo scoffs, remarking that Rain does not seem to approve of his methods. To his surprise, Rain calmly replies that he is, in fact, very fond of his ways. Then, without hesitation, he questions whether Viserlo even knows who he is. He asks why that would matter and, unimpressed, states that he does not care for titles. There is only one thing he wants to know. With a slow, deliberate clap of his hands, the doors burst open as soldiers flood into the casino. Rain coldly announces that his word is law. The scene shifts to a lavish banquet, where wealthy aristocrats engage in casual conversation. One noble expresses hope that his daughter might catch Rain's attention, securing a favorable connection. Another noble, Adrian, scoffs at the idea, calling him Maggie for trying to leech off Rain's success with such a cheap tactic. A woman raises her glass, offering him a toast. He wonders where Viserlo is and muses that if he arrives soon, they can work together to establish a beneficial relationship with Rain. He knows better than to place his trust entirely in the town's lord. Finally, Rain makes his entrance at the banquet. The heads of various noble families scramble to earn his favor, showering him with extravagant gifts. Uninterested, he brushes past their gestures and instead signals for the meeting to begin. Servants bring forth a whiteboard, and Rain unveils a blueprint he has drawn. The nobles peer at it in confusion, having never encountered such a design before. He explains that it is a dam, seeing their skepticism. He assures them that he will clarify everything. Turning to Leah, he asks for the map. Rain details his observations. Every year, the city suffers from devastating floods. By constructing a dam at a strategic location, they can control the water flow and prevent the floods. Adrian listens intently, his skepticism giving way to admiration. Solving the flood problem would also resolve their food shortages, and it dawns on him that Rain is not as simple as he once thought. One of the family heads interrupts, questioning what any of this has to do with them. Rain responds bluntly, he needs funding. The nobles immediately reject his request, making feeble excuses about their own supposed financial struggles. Adrian remarks that Rain is far too naive to think these nobles would ever part with their wealth voluntarily. Unfazed, Rain reveals that he has already secured funds. That very morning, he raided a casino and seized 50,000 gold coins. He inquires about the number of other casinos in the city. A tense silence falls over the room. The family heads stare at him in shock, their expressions betraying their alarm. Unbeknownst to Rain, they have all secretly invested in the casinos, and his actions have now placed him in direct conflict with them. Adrian, in particular, is livid. He had not expected Rain to move so boldly against his interests. Thinking quickly, he conceals his anger, calling Rain a fool for breaking the law. The other nobles immediately rally behind him, attempting to pressure Rain into issuing an apology. They argue that casinos are legal businesses and that raiding them is a blatant violation of the law. Adrian smugly declares that Rain's actions expose his inexperience. He does not know how to truly control people. Rain, however, does not flinch. Instead, he calls them liars, accusing them of feigning poverty while hoarding wealth. His voice is sharp as he delivers an ultimatum. Either they relinquish their corrupt earnings willingly, or you will make them. Adrian, unwilling to back down, warns him that his father will not be pleased with his reckless behavior. The nobles double down on their pressure, trying to force Rain into submission. But Rain simply smirks. If they wish to discuss the law, then so be it. Without hesitation, he orders his soldiers to seize them. With cold authority, he declares that they will discuss the law properly, behind bars. Adrian narrows his eyes as he notices Viserlo's underlings among Rain's captives. Confusion flashes across his face. These men were always by Viserlo's side, yet now they stand restrained before him. Rain questions whether Adrian recognizes them without hesitation. Adrian denies any association and demands to know Rain's intentions. Remaining composed, Rain reveals the truth. The captives had attempted to assassinate him earlier that afternoon and, under interrogation, admitted that someone from Ashling City had been backing them. A subtle wave of unease washes over Adrian, though he quickly masks it. Rain orders the soldiers to release the men, but his urgency does not go unnoticed. The gathered family heads exchange glances, each aware that these men belong to Viserlo. Adrian, for once, has found himself in an inescapable predicament, realizing the threat these men pose to his family. Adrian acts without hesitation. He draws a dagger and lunges, eliminating the assassins before they can utter another word. The banquet hall falls into stunned silence as their bodies collapse to the floor. Blood pools at his feet, composing himself. Adrian stands before the lifeless bodies in fiend's remorse, claiming he acted in a fit of rage, rather than condemning him. Rain acknowledges Adrian's decisiveness, bowing his head slightly. Adrian accepts the compliment, insisting that he is unworthy of such words. However, Rain remains unimpressed. He commands the soldiers to bring forth the true culprit, eager to see if there are more nobles as exceptional as Adrian. The doors swing open as Viserlo is dragged into the hall, his expression twisted in fury. He thrashes against the soldier's grip, bellowing threats and demanding to be freed. Shock washes over Adrian as he realizes his son has been captured as well. Viserlo directs his hatred toward Rain, cursing him for daring to kill his men. He vows revenge, promising to break him and make him beg for death. Rain, unfazed, merely raises a brow at Viserlo's bravado with unwavering arrogance. Viserlo declares that no one in Ashling City can defy him, that if he wishes Rain dead, then so it shall be. Viserlo's words provoke only amusement, and Rain bursts into laughter, commending his misplaced confidence before shifting his gaze to Adrian. Before Adrian can respond, Viserlo, still reveling in his own delusions, turns to his father, mockingly addressing him. The moment his name leaves Viserlo's lips, Adrian's patience shatters with a cold command. He orders Viserlo to kneel. Confusion flickers across Viserlo's face before Adrian forcefully pushes him down. The weight of the situation finally settles upon him, and terror takes hold. Kneeling beside his son, Adrian lowers his head in submission, pleading for Rain's forgiveness. He offers everything in exchange for their lives. The realization dawns on Viscerlo as his father's earlier warnings echo in his mind. Trembling, he finally understands who he has provoked. His voice wavers as he desperately inquires if Rain is the Grand Duke's son. The answer is evident, and his arrogance crumbles. Without hesitation, he kneels as well, begging for mercy. Adrian follows suit, swearing his family's loyalty to Rain. Considering the offer, Rain proposes a condition. Everything they have obtained illegally must be surrendered. Only then will he allow them to leave with their lives. Adrian, seeing no alternative, accepts the deal with gratitude, relieved that at least survival is still within reach. However, his mind remains sharp, seeking a way to shift attention away from himself. His gaze lands on Eldrick, and a plan takes shape. With feigned urgency, Adrian accuses the city lord of conspiring with external forces to betray the Grand Duke. A hull erupts in murmurs. Before Adrian can say another word, Rain's expression darkens. He coldly condemns Adrian's attempt to slander Eldrick and issues an immediate order for his execution. Panic engulfs Adrian. Eldrick, meanwhile, remains composed, though beneath his calm exterior lies a calculating mind. He views Rain's actions as reckless, impulsive, and easily manipulated. With practiced ease, he steps forward, offering gratitude and swearing his unwavering loyalty to Rain. Rain acknowledges him, stating that he will never betray him, but quietly activates his scanning ability. As he observes Eldrick, he notices his greed attribute. Inside his chamber, Rain meticulously calculates his newfound wealth, determining that he has acquired approximately 100,000 gold coins, an amount equivalent to 2 years' worth of taxes for his city. Lee approaches, offering him his usual black tea. Accepting the cup, he questions whether she truly understands just how overfed and indulgent these nobles have become. Shifting the conversation, Lee inquires about Adrian's claim, expressing concern that if the city lord, Eldrick, truly intends to rebel, Rain's life could be in jeopardy. Without hesitation, Rain reassures her, stating that there is no need for concern. He is already aware of Eldrick's treacherous intentions but is biding his time. Unable to make a move just yet, when she presses for an explanation, he reveals that he has yet to uncover whom Eldrick is working for. Unlike his adversaries who remain hidden in the shadows, Rain stands fully exposed. One wrong move could plunge everything into chaos. For now, it is best that Eldrick continues to perceive him as nothing more than a naive and ignorant rich boy. The following day, the guild master, Malcolm, scoffs at the notion presented to him, dismissing it as utter nonsense. Eldrick, however, urges him to remain calm, arguing that Rain is merely young and eager to prove his worth to his father. Malcolm, unconvinced, warns against siding with Rain, reminding Eldrick that even Rain's father would have to show deference to wizards. Eldrick, on the other hand, had been strategizing ways to bribe the wizards, yet now, Rain has unwittingly made himself a target by initiating the dam project. Malcolm contemplates confronting Rain directly, but Eldrick attempts to dissuade him. With a smirk, Eldrick remarks that Rain has managed to offend the Magic Guild, leaving himself completely isolated. Meanwhile, within Rain's mansion, he is deeply engrossed in drafting engineering schematics when Leia enters, informing him of Malcolm's unexpected arrival. Momentarily perplexed, Rain realizes that he has never encountered Malcolm before. When Malcolm steps forward, his demeanor is tense as he demands an explanation. He accuses Rain of insulting the Wizards Guild. Rain, genuinely confused, inquires about when he supposedly slighted them. With growing frustration, Malcolm tells him to drop the pretense and presents a letter. Rain takes the letter and scans its contents, questioning how constructing a dam could possibly be considered an affront to wizards. Malcolm, his patience thinning, reveals the root of the issue. The letter explicitly states that applications from wizards are not being accepted. This, he asserts, is a direct provocation against the guild. Dumbfounded, Rain finds himself momentarily speechless, silently questioning whether wizards even take on physical labor in the first place. Malcolm, unwilling to relent, demands a reasonable explanation, warning that failure to provide one will result in the guild severing all cooperation with him. Rain assesses Malcolm's stats and notes that his loyalty remains stable. This confirms his suspicion. Malcolm has been manipulated by an external influence. With a composed demeanor, Rain clarifies that the matter is a mere misunderstanding and proceeds to outline 3 reasons for his decision. Firstly, wizards possess limited mana, and their abilities may not align with the project's deadlines. Secondly, wizards are exceedingly expensive to hire. For the cost of employing a single wizard, he could hire 10 laborers. Lastly, most wizards live in comfort under the guild's protection, whereas civilians have no such safety net. Malcolm, unmoved by this reasoning, counters that magic governs this world and that the talentless are naturally destined to remain beneath wizards. Rain acknowledges the truth in his statement, but asserts that he does not accept it. From this moment forward, he declares he will ensure that everyone in Ashling understands that wizards are no more than civilians. Malcolm's eyes narrow as he warns Rain to retract his words if he does not wish to become the enemy of the Wizards Guild. Rain, unshaken, commands him to mind his tone, or else Lee will cut his throat for his disrespect. Malcolm's bravado wavers, and he demands to know why Rain is taking such a stance. Rain responds with unshakable confidence, stating that this law is absolute, and if Malcolm doubts him, he may put it to the test. He can order Lee to execute him and allow the court to decide the outcome. A cold shiver runs down Malcolm's spine as he processes Rain's unwavering resolve. Trembling, he ultimately concedes, offering a reluctant apology. Observing him closely, Rain notes that Malcolm's loyalty remains unchanged. However, he has yet to realize that he was merely being used as a pawn in someone else's scheme. Satisfied, Rain signals Lee to release him. Malcolm, regaining some composure, thanks him before departing. A notification flashes within Rain's mind. His quest is now complete, and he receives a reward along with a new mission. To scan 5 individuals with high stats, setting aside his immediate concerns, he shifts his focus toward checking his rewards. Outside, Eldrick approaches Malcolm. His curiosity piqued, he inquires about the outcome of the confrontation. Malcolm, still visibly unsettled, informs him that Rain refused to yield and even went so far as to expel him. A calculating glint flickers in Eldrick's eyes. Rather than viewing this as a failure, he formulates a new plan, one that will ensure Rain respects Malcolm even more. Eldrick shares his plan, explaining that once the people refuse to work for Rain, he will have no choice but to seek Malcolm's assistance. Malcolm questions why the people would refuse, to which Eldrick responds that the answer is simple: all of them are lazy. Malcolm, however, refuses to partake in any sabotage, stating that while he may be displeased with Rain's decisions, he has no intention of undermining him. Eldrick, undeterred, argues that these people are utterly useless and would not be starving if they were diligent workers. He questions why they would take Rain's dam project seriously when they lack the motivation to work. After some hesitation, Malcolm agrees to test the plan. At the city center, a crowd gathers around the notice board, reading the job offer. Many find it appealing, as it promises 3 meals a day along with a wage of 10 copper coins. However, some remain suspicious, suspecting a hidden scheme. Gradually, the people begin rejecting the offer outright. Lillian steps forward, chastising them for slandering Rain. She insists that he personally assured her that he would improve everyone's lives. The crowd bursts into laughter, dismissing her words, claiming she is only defending him because she harbors feelings for him. Determined, Lillian approaches the recruiter and declares that she and her father wish to apply for the project. The recruiter, however, informs her that only her father will be accepted. When she inquires why, he explains that she is underage. Rain had explicitly instructed him not to hire anyone below 18, as he would not tolerate any violations of his orders. Turning to her father, the recruiter outlines the wages and meals, instructing him to leave a handprint on the document and report to the construction site the next day. Lillian encourages her father to work hard, and he reassures her that he will not let Rain down. He reminds her to take care of her mother, who is sick and unable to work. The recruiter, overhearing their conversation, asks about his wife's condition. Upon confirming that she is indeed gravely ill, the recruiter informs him not to worry. Rain had ordered that the family members of any workers involved in the project could temporarily relocate to the workers' quarters. He explains that they may use it as a residence while the project is ongoing and return home once the construction is complete. Grateful, the man expresses his thanks, and the recruiter arranges for someone to escort them to the quarters. As the news spreads, the people begin to reconsider their stance. Doubt turns to curiosity, and soon, they start registering in large numbers, causing the crowd to grow even larger. Meanwhile, Rain reviews his rewards and discovers a blueprint for a lithium iron phosphate battery. Frustrated, he questions its usefulness without an electricity generator. He then shifts his focus to his next mission, finding 5 individuals with high stats. Initially, he considers training Leah, but after scanning her, he realizes that she has already reached her full potential. Deciding to scout for talent within the city, he prepares to venture out. Before he can leave, Lillian arrives and requests permission to enter, which he grants. She informs him that workers at the construction site are slacking off. Shocked, he follows her to investigate. At the site, Lillian confronts her father, asking why he is neglecting his work. Lillian's father denies slacking off, explaining that he has been exhausted since morning. The same complaint arises from the other workers. They all feel drained and lethargic. As a result, they decide to rest, prompting Lillian to scold them for their laziness. Determined to solve the issue, she drags Rain along, believing the workers will listen to him. However, upon scanning her father, Rain makes a startling discovery. Turning to Lillian, he informs her that they are not merely exhausted, they are cursed. Rain activates a newly acquired skill called prospecting, a technique he had initially intended to use after the construction was completed. However, given the circumstances, he has no choice but to utilize it now. This skill allows him to analyze the composition of rocks and assess the geological condition of the land. As the system begins its analysis, he finds no traces of valuable minerals or petroleum. Just as he is about to stop, he senses something unusual and instructs a worker to dig deeper. The man complies, and after some effort, they unearth a sinister-looking crystal. A sense of unease settles over the group as they wonder whether they have disturbed something that should have remained buried. Lee, taken aback by Rain's ability to detect the crystal, begins to question whether he is secretly a genius in magic. Even she, with her heightened senses, had failed to notice its presence. Rain issues an order to extract the crystal and secure it in a box. Turning to Lee, he inquires about the usual procedures for dealing with curses. She explains that the afflicted can visit a church and have a priest remove the curse or seek assistance from a high-level wizard. He absorbs the information and decisively instructs Lillian to accompany him, bringing her father along. They are going to see a priest. Lillian, still in disbelief, asks if her father is truly cursed. Rain reassures her, promising that the culprit will not escape justice. Upon arriving at the church, they are warmly greeted by a priestess who seems delighted to see Rain. He silently considers verifying her loyalty before requesting her assistance. Scanning her, he is surprised to find that her loyalty stands at an impressive 95. Even more shocking is the revelation that she is not human. She is an elf. The priestess introduces herself as Yuria and asks how she may be of service. Rain explains the situation and allows her to examine Lillian's father. As she inspects him, her eyes glow with a radiant golden light, momentarily blinding the man. After a moment, she confirms Rain's suspicions. He is indeed cursed. Rain asks if she is capable of removing it, to which Yuria responds by using her abilities to dispel the affliction. Lillian's father instantly feels a wave of relief and declares that he is well enough to return to work. However, Rain advises him to rest, insisting that they will resume work only after the underlying problem has been fully addressed. He then presents the ominous crystal to Yuria, who examines it closely. She identifies it as a common crystal in the region, though the amount of magic power stored within it is considerable. She explains that for the curse to take effect, a vast amount of magical energy had been condensed inside. However, she finds the situation peculiar. Despite possessing enough power to kill someone outright, the caster had merely induced fatigue. This seems more like a prank than a genuine curse. Rain asks if such a crystal is easy to create. Yuria responds that for a high-ranking wizard, crafting one would be effortless, and it would be just as easy to plant it at the construction site without detection, possibly on a daily basis. Suspicious, he inquires how she knows about his project. She nonchalantly responds that the church has been well aware of it, explaining that his initiative has significantly reduced the burden on their resources. Realizing that he needs to confront Malcolm, Rain contemplates his next move. Yuria, sensing his dilemma, informs him that she knows someone capable of solving his problem. However, she warns that this individual is rather eccentric. They arrive at a grand mansion, the residence of Lady Selena, the former head of the Wizards Guild. Rain knocks on the door, preparing himself to persuade her. Before he can react, Leah abruptly grabs him and pulls him back. A violent explosion erupts in front of them, leaving him momentarily dazed. Inside the mansion, a woman sighs in frustration. Selena mutters to herself, wondering why her latest experiment has failed yet again. Undeterred, she remains resolute, vowing not to give up until she achieves success. Selena refuses to help, stating that she is occupied with her research on a new magical device. Curious, Rain asks if she is developing a wand, but she scoffs at the suggestion, considering it an insult to her intellect. Leah, unimpressed by Selena's condescending attitude, warns her to watch her tone. Selena, unfazed, shifts her attention to Leah, noting the immense magical power she possesses. She proposes that Leah should stay and assist her with her experiments, promising to help Rain only after she achieves success in her research. Leah, irritated by her arrogance, asks if she even knows how to be polite. Tension escalates between them as they prepare to fight, but Rain steps in, quickly calming Leah down before the situation worsens. Turning his attention back to Selena, Rain glances at the table filled with magical tools and inquires whether she is creating a magical artifact. Selena nonchalantly informs him that the items scattered across the table are all failed prototypes. She reveals that she is attempting to develop a device capable of storing her powerful electric magic. Rain is taken aback and asks if she is trying to store electricity. Selena confirms this, explaining that every time her attempts fail, the device explodes. Dismissing them, she tells him to leave, as she needs to resume her research. However, Rain seizes the opportunity and confidently states that he knows how to create a device that can store electricity. He then asks if she would be willing to help him in exchange for that knowledge. Selena scoffs, dismissing his claim as nonsense, but Rain assures her that he is serious, pressing further. He asks if she will assist him if he succeeds in creating the device. After a brief pause, Selena agrees, promising not only to deal with Malcolm but also to make the Wizards Guild acknowledge his authority. However, she warns that if he fails, she will not be responsible for his safety. Once outside, Rain begins contemplating where he can obtain a stable source of electricity. He quickly realizes that human wizards could serve as temporary power generators until he can construct proper ones. Without wasting time, he sets to work and successfully creates a lithium-ion battery. When he presents it to Selena, she immediately criticizes it, stating that it cannot store magic and will explode if she channels even a fraction of her power into it. Rain remains unfazed, assuring her that the battery has sufficient capacity. He then hands her a wire and instructs her to charge it. Skeptical but intrigued, Selena takes the wire and releases a surge of electricity. To her astonishment, the battery absorbs the energy without detonating. Rain smirks and asks if that is all she can do, pointing out that the battery has not even reached half of its total capacity. Annoyed, Selena increases the intensity of her magic, pouring in even more energy. After some time, she grows tired and frustrated, wondering if the battery can truly store her power. Rain, on the other hand, is stunned by the results. He calculates that the energy stored so far could power an electric vehicle for 3,000 kilometers, and yet she has managed to charge it to 87% on her own. Amused, he refers to her as a convenient battery bank. Now it is time to demonstrate his ingenuity. He connects the wires, and the battery successfully produces electricity. Selena, visibly impressed, asks if he can also use electric magic. Rain confidently responds that not only can he wield electric magic, but he can also make it so that everyone in Ashling City can do the same. Perplexed, Selena questions how such a feat would be possible. Rain reveals that his magical device is far more advanced than the battery she has just charged. He proposes that if she agrees to assist him, he will introduce her to a world where everyone, regardless of their magical ability, can use magic. Selena, captivated by his words, finally acknowledges his potential. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Malcolm, who sits smugly in his office, convinced that Rain will soon come crawling to him, begging for help. However, before he can relish the thought any further, Selena suddenly appears before him. Caught off guard, Malcolm stares at her in confusion and demands to know why she is here. Selena glares at Malcolm, stating that he must have some guts to dare stand against Rain. Malcolm, feigning ignorance, nervously asks what she means, insisting that he would never think of doing such a thing. Without hesitation, she grabs him by the collar and demands that he confess. She reminds him that she has a bit of a temper, her tone laced with an unspoken threat. Terrified, Malcolm quickly agrees to spill everything. He admits that he gathered all the mages and told them that Rain looked down on them, which enraged them. Seizing the opportunity, he then instructed them to create cursed crystals and secretly placed them at Rain's construction site. The curse drained the workers' energy, making them appear lazy in hopes that Rain would assume they were slacking off. His ultimate plan was for Rain to grow desperate, apologize to him, and seek his help. Once he finishes his confession, Selena clicks her tongue in irritation, calling him an idiot for failing to realize that he was being manipulated. Malcolm, confused, stares at her in disbelief. Without explaining further, she orders him to call back the mages immediately. Panicked, Malcolm scrambles to do as she commands. Meanwhile, Selena contacts Rain and informs him that she has taken care of the Wizards Guild. Rain thanks her, but she casually asks if he would like her to make Eldrick disappear. Rain declines, stating that there is no need. He intends to use Eldrick as bait to lure in the bigger players behind the scenes. Selena understands his reasoning and, with newfound excitement, eagerly asks when they will begin working on the projects he mentioned. Rain tells her to first get the mages to charge the batteries. Selena nods, acknowledging the instruction, and sets off to fulfill her task. At the same time, Eldrick meets with a masked man and informs him that Rain has successfully taken control of the Mage Association. The masked man, however, remains unfazed, assuring Eldrick that there is nothing to worry about, aside from Selena. No one in the association poses any real threat. What truly concerns him is Rain's mysterious dam project. He mourns that if the project succeeds as Rain claims, it could drastically transform Ashling City, something that cannot be allowed to happen. Eldrick reassures him, stating that he already has a plan in motion. He has been secretly pressuring the nobles to inflate grain prices, tightening their grip on the city's food supply. The masked man narrows his eyes and asks if Eldrick is certain the nobles will align with him. Eldrick smirks, explaining that Rain has taken all their money, leaving them resentful. By offering them a chance to regain their lost wealth, he ensures their cooperation. He acknowledges the possibility of them betraying him in the future, but he is confident that they will never betray their own profits. Furthermore, he points out that Rain does not possess enough funds to sustain his project indefinitely. Meanwhile, at the marketplace, a merchant cruelly kicks Lillian aside, sneering as he tells her to leave. Furious, she demands an explanation for the sudden surge in grain prices. The merchant, indifferent to her frustration, merely shrugs and reminds her that it is his supply, and he will sell it at whatever price he desires. Lillian recalls her promise to secure the grains for Rain at the lowest possible price. She glares at the merchant and warns him that Rain will not take kindly to such blatant extortion. The merchant, unfazed, smirks and proclaims that they are honest businessmen simply capitalizing on an opportunity. To further humiliate her, he steps on her and orders her to get lost. At the church, Illyria is equally frustrated. Over the span of just 3 days, the price of grain has tripled, causing widespread concern. She turns to Illyria, her expression grim, and states that their current stockpile will not be enough for their people to survive the winter. She orders Illyria to secure the supplies they have and return them to the church, assuring her that she will figure out the rest. Additionally, she hands Illyria a bag of money. Illyria hesitates, taken aback by the amount, and protests that it is far too much. Normally, it would cost only a third of this sum to bribe the guards. Illyria remains firm and instructs her to follow orders. Reluctantly, Illyria nods in compliance. However, before she can put it, the bag of money is suddenly snatched from her grasp. Startled, she turns to see none other than Leah, holding the stolen bag with a sly grin. At that moment, Rain steps forward. He asks Illyria if she might be interested in making a deal. Illyria narrows her eyes and demands to know what kind of business Rain has with her. Rain, unfazed, advises her to relax while speaking with him. Irritated, she scoffs and asks what nonsense he is spouting, insisting that there is no way elves would be in this city. He informs her that he is well aware of their true identities and assures her that he harbors no hostility toward them. Illyria studies him carefully before finally asking what he wants. Without hesitation, he states that he requires food supplies. She informs him that such a request may be beyond his capabilities. Rain inquires why. She explains that the food supply in Ashling City is controlled by 4 major noble families who have held their influence over the city for a century. While he may have intimidated a few individuals at the banquet, those were merely small players. Curious, Rain asks if she is well acquainted with the city. Illyria nods, revealing that she has lived in Ashling City for 120 years. She further states that if Rain had not acted against the Adrian family during the banquet, negotiations might have been possible. Due to the ongoing war, food was already in short supply this year, and had grain prices remained stable, her people could have survived the winter. Listening to her concerns, Rain confidently promises that within half a month, the price of grain will drop significantly. Meanwhile, at the Klein family mansion, Augustus, the head of the household, sits at the head of an opulent table, addressing his gathered partners. He declares that, thanks to Eldrick, the 4 great families have amassed immense fortune. The assembled nobles raise their glasses in celebration, expressing their gratitude toward Eldrick for his role in their success, as they revel in their triumph. A butler enters the room and announces that Rain has invited Augustus to a banquet. A hush falls in the gathering. One of the nobles voices his concerns, speculating whether Rain intends to target them next. He admits that while his goal was merely to profit, he has no desire to risk his life in the process. Augustus, however, remains composed and reassures him. He reminds the group that Eldrick assured them everything they had done was legal. Furthermore, as long as the 4 noble families stand together, Rain will be powerless against them. With a confident smirk, he declares that they alone dictate the grain prices. No one, not even the Duke's son, can interfere. The nobles exchange glances before agreeing, convinced that if they seize this opportunity, their families will not experience poverty for the next century. Still, Augustus issues a warning. Should Rain push too hard, they will reduce grain prices by a mere 5 copper coins to pacify public outrage. However, if any among them dares to withdraw from their pact, he will ensure they pay the price. The nobles nod in agreement, reaffirming their unity. With their resolve solidified, Augustus announces that it is time to attend the banquet. Back at Rain's mansion, the butler enters the grand hall and respectfully informs his master that Augustus has arrived. Rain, seated at the head of the table, instructs him to allow them entry and to begin serving the meal. As Augustus and the nobles step inside, they greet Rain with faint courtesy. Observing them, Rain comments that they still have much to learn. His gaze sweeps over their attire, and he questions why they appear so impoverished despite their control over the seized grain market. Augustus smoothly replies that they recently heard about his project and would like to contribute to it. Another noble quickly follows suit, claiming that they have already donated substantial funds and sold their grain at the lowest possible prices. Leah, unable to contain her disgust, calls them shameless for attempting to deceive Rain. Rain, however, does not react as expected. Instead, he smiles, seemingly impressed by their supposed generosity, and expresses his gratitude for their assistance. With a calm demeanor, he reveals the true reason for their invitation. He wishes to discuss business regarding grain. Augustus, believing he understands Rain's intentions, assumes that Rain is running low on funds and preemptively states that 2 gold coins per sack is already a loss for them, feigning sympathy. The nobles attempt to maintain their act. However, Rain corrects them. They have misunderstood his intentions. To their shock, he states that he is not asking them to lower prices. He is asking them to raise them. He proposes increasing the price of grain to 4 gold coins per sack. The nobles stare at him, dumbfounded, before they can recover. Rain continues, casually adding that he will be taking 30% of the commissions. Augustus confirms whether he truly instructed the price to be raised to 4 gold coins. Rain reminds him that he will receive a 30% commission from this transaction. Smirking, Augustus remarks that he initially thought Rain was just a privileged noble brat, but now he sees that he is just as shrewd a merchant as the rest. With Rain being so cooperative, Augustus believes the road ahead will be much smoother for them. He adds that had he known Rain was this reasonable, he would have sought him out much sooner. However, he acknowledges that without an official decree, they cannot lawfully raise the price. Thanking Rain, he then inquires when he wishes to make the announcement, informing them that the document, complete with the family's seal, is ready. Augustus states that they will post it after their meal. He warns them that anyone who dares to disobey him already knows the consequences. Augustus assures him that there will be no dissent. Back at the Klein family mansion, the others question Augustus about whether they should inform Eldrick, as the situation seems highly unusual. Enraged, Augustus shatters his wineglass. Declaring that the more people who learn of this, the less profit they will make, he asserts that Rain lacks significant power and is merely using them to secure his own benefits. He insists that this matter must remain strictly between them, emphasizing that they have been presented with a golden opportunity to amass an immense fortune. One of the men admits that he has never been granted such a lucrative opportunity before, which is why he felt a moment of concern. But from now on, he will follow Augustus' lead without hesitation. Augustus laughs, declaring that from this moment onward, they will stand together. He then orders them to act swiftly, acquiring grain from the smaller merchants before the price escalates further, promising that this time, they will reap unimaginable profits. Meanwhile, at Irene's mansion, Illyria, seething with rage, denounces him as a traitor. She demands to know why he broke his promise to lower the price and accuses him of colluding with corrupt merchants. She warns him that the elves are not to be trifled with. Lillian attempts to placate her, reassuring her that Rain has vowed to bring the price down. However, Illyria refuses to believe her, arguing that his partnership with those corrupt merchants contradicts his supposed intentions. Lillian urges her to trust him, convinced that he must have a plan. Illyria, still unconvinced, directly asks Rain if he truly intends to raise the price. He calmly tells her not to worry, assuring her that the inflated price will not last long and that, within half a month, the market will collapse. Scoffing, Illyria accuses him of being naive, claiming that he has no grasp of the world's cruelty. She asserts that in her 200 years of life, she has never seen the market decline following the price hike. Unfazed, Rain questions her, asking how much the price would have decreased had he simply threatened the merchants. 1 copper coin? 10 copper coins? She argues that, even so, he cannot justify raising the price from 2 gold coins to 4, as at least some families could have barely scraped together enough to afford a single bag and survive. If the price doubles, starvation will be inevitable. Rain counters her argument, stating that even at 2 gold coins per bag, people would have starved regardless. For the common folk of Ashling City, there is no real difference between 2 gold coins and 4. They would perish either way. Furious, Illyria glares at him. He clarifies that he does not intend for the merchants to merely reduce the price by a few copper coins. His goal is to utterly ruin them. 7 days pass, and Rain is occupied with teaching Selena the fundamentals of batteries. He explains every detail of how a battery functions, captivating her with his knowledge. Once the lesson concludes, Lee enters, informing him that Illyria has come once again. Annoyed, Rain questions whether she has nothing better to do. Selena interjects, explaining that Illyria's anger stems from the fact that grain prices have soared due to his deliberate inflation. Now reaching 7 gold coins per bag, Illyria storms in, scolding him furiously and revealing that even minor nobles are struggling to afford grain. She demands to know if he is aware of the current cost of a single bag. Calmly, Rain asks Lee how many days have passed since the price hike. She promptly answers that 7 days have elapsed. He declares that the time has come to send those crook merchants to their downfall. Exasperated, Illyria demands that he stop speaking in riddles and explain himself clearly. Rain admits that the reason he refrained from telling her earlier was to avoid arousing suspicion among the nobility, but now he is ready to disclose the truth. He calmly states that a bag of grain costs 4 gold coins and then poses a question. What is Ashling City truly lacking? Illyria puzzles over this for a moment before replying that nothing is missing. Smiling, Rain corrects her. What they lack are merchants selling grain. The realization dawns upon her, leaving her utterly stunned. He asks if she understands now. In this city, what they lack is not only food but also merchants willing to sell it, and no one can resist the pull of greed. The price of grain in Ashling City has surged to 4 gold coins per bag. When this news reaches the merchants in neighboring towns, they will hastily flock to Ashling City, capitalizing on the opportunity for profit. Merchants from outside the city will bring an abundance of grain, and those 4 foolish nobles will undoubtedly seize the chance to acquire it, further fueling their insatiable desires. In doing so, Ashling City will amass the largest stockpile of grain in the entire empire. But merchants, when faced with the prospect of a 10,000% profit, lose all sense of reason, thinking only of wealth. He declares that after today, the 4 noble families will cease to exist. He instructs Leah to post another notice, stating that Illyria has decided to sell the church's reserve grain in opposition to his methods, setting the price at 1 gold coin per bag. She is to make sure that word spreads to everyone. Illyria, taken aback, questions why he has given her such a favorable reputation. He simply responds that he does not possess any grain to sell. She counters, stating that she, too, has only a limited supply and asks if he expects her to sell everything she has. Refusing outright, she insists that the grain is vital for her elven tribe's survival through the winter. Selena scoffs at her reasoning, calling her naive. If she were in Illyria's position, she would sell immediately, as delaying any further would only result in greater financial loss. Illyria, unfazed, retorts that elves have no interest in wealth and need only grain to sustain themselves. Rain, unwavering, orders her to follow his instructions, assuring her that her grain supply will only increase. He then turns to Selena and the Magic Association, entrusting them with sealing off the city. Selena confidently assures him that she will ensure no one escapes. With that, he commands them to proceed. Noticing Leah's unease, he inquires if something is wrong. She hesitates before admitting her concern. What if things do not go as planned? What if the merchants hold out for a few days, causing Illyria's supply to deplete before the strategy takes effect? In response, Rain outlines his approach, explaining that there are 2 types of schemes, a hidden plot and an open strategy. While a hidden plot can be countered, an open strategy is impossible to evade. The merchants from outside the city, blinded by their greed, will fight desperately to become rich. However, when they realize the prices will soon plummet, panic will set in. In this game, hesitation means financial ruin. At the Klein mansion, one of the men reports to Augustus that the church has announced the sale of grain at 1 gold coin per bag and anxiously asks for instructions. Another voice speaks up, alarmed, realizing that they had completely overlooked the church in their calculations. A third asks in a panic what their next move should be. Another, attempting to calm the situation, reassures them that the church likely does not have a vast reserve. Augustus, regaining his composure, orders them to send someone to the church immediately and buy as much grain as possible. At the church, a massive crowd is gathered, with everyone desperate to obtain grain. Iria tries to maintain order, urging them not to push, assuring them that there is enough for everyone. However, the frantic crowd refuses to listen, continuing to shove forward. She commands them to line up, but her words fall on deaf ears. A man arrives, flanked by guards, and sternly orders the crowd to cease their unruly behavior. Turning to Iria, he informs her that this grain has been provided by the Pope himself and that this is merely the first batch. More will arrive the following day. Iria nods in agreement, but then turns to Rain with frustration, asking him not to burn her further. She demands to know what she is supposed to tell the Pope should he question her actions. The news delights the common folk, who rejoice at the prospect of more grain, while the merchants wear expressions of dismay, realizing that their lucrative business is crumbling before their eyes. One merchant clenches his fists, calculating his losses. He had purchased the grain for 60 silver coins per bag. Amid transportation and other expenses, his total cost amounted to 95 silver. Even if he sells now, he can still make a modest 10 silver profit. However, he knows that if he hesitates any longer, his losses will become catastrophic. Resigning himself to the inevitable, he begins selling his grain. The moment the crowd notices, they surge toward him, eager to purchase at a lower price. The other merchants take note, realizing the danger of delay, and in a desperate scramble to cut their losses, they, too, begin selling at even lower prices. Observing the chaotic spectacle, Lee is astonished. It is unfolding exactly as Rain predicted. Rain, unfazed, explains that this is simply human nature. The merchants understand that if they hesitate, even for a second, they will suffer immense losses. The fear of financial ruin compels them to act. Lee, amazed, remarks that at this rate, the price of grain will drop back to 50 silver coins per bag, ensuring that Rain's project will succeed in time. With a smirk, he corrects her. She is underestimating the true impact. Once individuals like Augustus begin selling, grain will become the cheapest commodity in all of Ashling City. She asks Rain if he truly believes that Augustus and his subordinates will also sell their grain so recklessly to outsiders. After all, they pay at least 2 gold coins or more per bag. And besides, his crew is united. They will not turn on each other so easily. Rain tells her she is giving them far too much credit. When it comes to profit, no one will hold back. He continues, stating that the price of grain will no longer be an issue and that they should leave to discuss the second part of their deal. Meanwhile, at Augustus' estate, the butler hurriedly informs him that the out-of-town merchants are slashing grain prices, which have now plummeted to 75 silver coins per bag. Another man scoffs, calling it impossible, insisting that they control the grain supply. Where could these outsiders be acquiring so much grain? The butler firmly maintains that he is not lying. Augustus falls into deep thought, and then, realization dawns upon him. His expression darkens with fury as he demands to know if Rain intends to ruin their families. His subordinates, alarmed, press him for an explanation. Seething, Augustus lays it out for them. Rain deliberately spread the news that grain prices were soaring, luring merchants from nearby towns. Once they arrived, he used the church's name to drive prices into freefall, triggering a panic that forced the merchants to sell at a loss. His men can hardly believe that such a cunning scheme was used against them. However, Augustus quickly regains his composure and announces that he has a counterplan. His men eagerly urge him to share it. He explains that, ultimately, the grain reserves will only last a few months. If they hoard their stock until desperation sets in, they will be able to sell it at an exorbitant price if they remain steadfast and refuse to sell now. They will recoup their money. However, if even one of them betrays the agreement and sells, the entire plan will crumble. Roland, though visibly nervous, agrees and claims that he will return to have his grain stockpiled. However, his true intentions are different. He has already decided to sell in order to cut his losses. The other nobles notice his sudden departure and immediately realize that this is now every man for himself. One by one, they all take their leave, abandoning any pretense of unity. Augustus, butler, steps forward, pledging to personally oversee their men and ensure they do not sell. Augustus' temper flares, and he kicks the butler aside, snapping that if they do not sell, the other three will. Without hesitation, he orders the immediate sale of all their grain. Back at Rain's mansion, he turns to Byaria and asks if the grain is now sufficient for her people. She furrows her brows, perplexed, remarking that it feels as though the more they sell, the more they receive in return. He explains that it is because they are selling at the peak and purchasing at the lowest point. At that moment, Lillian enters, reporting that prices have dropped once again. 1 gold coin can now buy 3 bags of grain. Turning back to Byaria, he asks if his words have not been proven true. If she buys now, she will gain 10 more bags. With that settled, he shifts the conversation and inquires whether they can now discuss their deal. Byaria eyes him warily and asks what kind of agreement he seeks to make with her elf tribe. His answer is simple yet audacious. He wants everything. She is momentarily stunned. Confused, she presses him for clarification. He elaborates that they can provide for all aspects of her tribe's daily needs, and whatever they require, he is willing to negotiate a deal. Byaria's expression turns nervous. She admits that such a decision is not hers to make, and Maggie must speak directly with her queen. He nods and asks her to arrange a meeting. At his request, she calls upon Illyria, instructing her to deliver a letter to their queen. As Rain watches her leave, he reflects inwardly. With the grain crisis resolved, the nobles will be powerless to stir up trouble for some time. The magic association is already under his control, and it is only a matter of time before he takes hold of the church. At this moment, Eldric's only remaining advantages are his military and tax control. If Rain can seize control of the military, Eldric will be completely within his grasp. He must find a way to infiltrate the ranks. His thoughts are interrupted by Leah, who playfully tells him to relax more. She would gladly help him unwind. He dismisses the notion, stating that he is not tired. As he speaks, a commotion outside catches his attention. A man is engaged in a heated argument with Illyria regarding the soldiers. The man's frustration is evident as he exclaims that while he can tolerate some losses within Essling City, being robbed by soldiers on his journey back is unacceptable. What is he supposed to do now? Rain steps forward. The man turns to him warily and demands to know who he is. With a smirk, Rain replies that he is someone interested in doing business with him. At the gate, a guard halts Lillian and demands to inspect her carriage. She calmly informs him that she is a citizen of Essling City, carrying goods purchased in the city, and that she intends to travel to the elf tribe for business. Unmoved by her explanation, the guard orders his men to search the cart. Without hesitation, they begin tearing through her belongings, destroying everything in the cart. Lillian attempts to stop them, but her protests are ignored. After thoroughly ransacking the cart, the soldiers report to their superior that nothing suspicious has been found. Despite this, the officer orders her to pay the toll according to the rules, which she challenges him. Demanding to know why she should pay after they had already destroyed her goods, his patience wears thin. He gives her an ultimatum. Either she pays or she leaves. Before she can argue further, another voice intervenes, instructing her to comply. Begrudgingly, she hands over the money, only for the guard to inform her that the toll has been increased to 5 silver coins under Rain's orders. Frustration builds within her as she realizes the absurdity of the situation. Her goods are worth no more than 3 silver coins, yet they are demanding 5. The guard, however, remains unfazed and tells her to leave if she refuses to pay. Suppressing her anger, she ultimately relents, knowing that Rain will deal with him soon enough. She pays the toll, and they finally allow her to pass. Inside the carriage, Rain mutters curses at himself in self-deprecation. The merchant beside him, frowning in his words, warns him to be careful with his remarks, reminding him that Rain is the savior of Ashling City. Observing the conversation, the merchant finds him odd. Despite the soldier's claim that Rain was responsible for the toll increase, he continues to blame the guards instead, sensing that the man is unfamiliar with the city. The merchant takes it upon himself to recount Rain's deeds, explaining that although he personally suffered financial losses due to the shifting market prices, this is the first time he has ever seen a lord who truly cares for his people. If given the opportunity, he would gladly serve under him. Rain continues to berate himself under his breath, mentioning the people he killed at the banquet. The merchant immediately realizes what he is referring to, dismissing the concern by stating that the Adrian family deserve their fate. Rain questions whether he knows them. The merchant confirms, explaining that anyone involved in business within Ashling City is well aware of the Adrian family. While many believe they amass their wealth through casino operations, the truth is far more sinister. Their true source of income is human trafficking. Rain is momentarily stunned before his expression darkens. Already managing with limited manpower, he curses at the realization that the Adrians had dared to exploit his potential workforce. His mind begins formulating the next course of action. Before anything else, he must take control of the border guards. If internal chaos erupts, the neighboring countries will not hesitate to take advantage of the situation. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a commotion outside. Lillian, her patience fraying, questions why they are being charged another toll. A soldier responds that the toll for Ashling City is separate from the one at the border fort, implying that different rules apply. She immediately accuses him of lying, but the soldier remains indifferent, giving her the same ultimatum. Either she pays or she leaves, which she demands to know the amount. He smugly states that it is 1 gold coin. Stunned, she calls it outright robbery, but Rain instructs her to pay. Though brimming with anger, she reluctantly complies. The soldier, now noticing movement inside the carriage, becomes suspicious. He demands that all passengers disembark, as this is a border fort and every traveler must be inspected. Without hesitation, Rain steps out. He calmly tells them to proceed with the search if they must. The soldier, upon recognizing him, stiffens in shock. Rain and Lillian step down from the cart. Rain shoots a sharp look at the guard and says that if they want to inspect, then they should go ahead and inspect. The guard freezes, his face pale as sweat begins to drip. He stammers, asking why they are here. The soldier glares at the merchant behind Rain and sneers, calling him an immortal old fool and asking how he dares to come back here. Rain turns toward him and asks if he is an acquaintance of the merchant. The merchant, looking uncomfortable, replies that these men used to be bandits in the nearby mountains. After forming an alliance with the Elwyn family, they were tasked with kidnapping and trafficking people. The Elwyn family brought them here. The soldier sneers again and continues, saying that the merchant didn't pay enough tolls the last time he left the city, and he got scolded for it. If the merchant doesn't make up the difference today, he shouldn't even think about leaving. As he finishes speaking, the soldier strikes the merchant across the face. But the old man doesn't dare retaliate. Stepping back in anger, the merchant shouts that he paid the full amount last time, not a single coin short. The soldier points his weapon at the merchant and snaps that just because he paid last time doesn't mean he doesn't owe now. If it wasn't for the merchant being in that carriage, they might have let it slide with a couple of gold coins. But now that they've seen his face, he's not leaving without 5 gold coins. Rain suddenly speaks up, saying that something doesn't add up. With tolls this high, why is Island's financial income so low? The soldier looks at Rain disdainfully, asking where he came from. His gaze shifts to Leah standing beside Rain, and he smirks, commenting that Island has a beauty like her. At this moment, the merchant pulls out a money pouch and says that if they want 5 gold coins, he'll pay, just don't make things difficult for them, as they're his business partners. The soldier accepts the pouch with a smug grin, tossing it to another soldier to store it. Then he reaches out toward Leah, asking where she is from, sweetheart. Before he can touch her, Rain steps in and blocks him, saying that he was considering whether the soldier could be useful as free labor, but now he sees there's no saving him. The soldier, enraged, thrusts his spear at Rain, but before it can land, Leah intervenes and swiftly kills him. The other soldiers, terrified, begin to back away. Rain coldly orders Leah to kill anyone who resists, and afterward, their guards will take over this post. The soldiers panic, throwing down their weapons and running while shouting for help, claiming that someone is murdering people here. However, they don't get far before Leah, moving at blinding speed, catches up and slaughters a group of them in an instant. Rain glances at the system information panel and thinks to himself that these soldiers' stats are ridiculously low. At that moment, Rain recalls his father's warning before he left, reminding him that beyond Islan lies the territory of the Ditch Kingdom, and he must be careful to avoid any conflicts between their nations. Feeling fortunate to have uncovered such a major problem, Rain knows that if a conflict with the Empire breaks out, only he will lose in the end. Just then, Leah, holding her dagger, approaches the remaining soldiers, but before she can act, a loud voice rings out, demanding to know who dares cause trouble at the borders of Islan. The soldiers see the man and react as if they've found a lifeline, shouting that General Caesar is here and they're saved. They plead with General Caesar to help them. The general frowns as he looks at Rain, asking if he is the one causing trouble at the border. Using his skills, Rain examines the man's stats and is momentarily surprised. All of his attributes are above 70, but his loyalty is only 12. If loyalty weren't a factor, Caesar would be a real asset. Rain steps forward, addressing Caesar as the general of the Hulk family and mentioning that his brother works in Prithia's territory. Caesar hesitates and asks who Rain is and how he knows about his brother. Rain replies that Prithia Edgar is his sister. Caesar is stunned, realizing that Rain is the youngest son of Duke Andalion. The soldiers, hearing this, turn pale, realizing that they've messed with the wrong person. Caesar suddenly remembers the letter his brother had sent, informing him that young Lord Rain would soon arrive in Islan and that he must ensure his safety. But a month ago, Elric had bribed him with a chest of gold, saying that Islan's future depends on him. Others had also egged him on, saying that the Duke sent him to this remote place because he doesn't value him, and his talents deserve better recognition. This is what he's entitled to, isn't it? Yes, Caesar had thought, this is what he deserves. He shouldn't waste his life in this backwater. Even now, knowing he had made a grave mistake, Caesar feels no remorse. Drawing his sword, he commands his soldiers to kill the impostor, promising to reward them handsomely. Leo is furious upon hearing this, demanding to know if Caesar is planning to rebel against the Empire. The soldiers nearby are visibly uneasy, begging Caesar not to act recklessly, as this would be a crime punishable by the execution of their entire families. Caesar, however, remains resolute, reminding them of why this action is necessary. He points out that they have blackmailed the son of a Grand Duke and broken the law themselves. Seeing the hesitation in the soldiers, Caesar reminds them of Rain's actions in Island City, the annihilation of the Ildwin family and the ruination of 4 major noble houses to the point of bankruptcy. He declares that this is the westernmost region of the Collateral Empire, and if they take the wealth they've plundered over the years and present Rain Edgar's head to the Orvis Empire, at the very least, they can live as minor nobles there. Pointing his sword at Rain, Caesar adds coldly that it's their choice to live or die, and he won't force them. The soldiers exchange hesitant glances, weighing their options. Caesar's words seem to sway them, and Leah grows increasingly alarmed as she realizes the soldiers are falling for Caesar's rhetoric. A swift decision is made, and the soldiers side with Caesar, turning their weapons on Rain. Seeing this, Caesar is elated, taunting young Master Rain and asking if he has any last words before he dies. Despite being threatened, Rain remains calm. He declares that if Caesar repents, he would be willing to spare him, but the Rain situation leaves Rain disappointed. Before Rain can continue speaking, Caesar orders the soldiers to charge forward and kill him. The soldiers immediately advance, weapons raised. Leah, enraged, tears the hem of her dress for better mobility in combat and charges toward the soldiers, taking down one with a single strike. Another thrusts a spear at her face, but with a graceful spin, she dodges the attack and counters with a precise dagger strike, eliminating the threat. Just then, Leah notices a soldier rushing toward Rain. Perhaps trusting in Leah's abilities, Rain remains calm and unmoving. Before the soldier can reach him, Leah hurls her knife, killing the attacker. Rain turns to Caesar, his expression stern, and tells him that this is his last chance to stop this madness. Infuriated, Caesar orders all his men to attack, promising a reward of 1,000 gold coins to whoever kills Rain. Enticed by the reward, the soldiers charge wildly. One soldier targets Leah, knowing that taking her down would make killing Rain much easier. But Leah swiftly dispatches him with a powerful kick. Other soldiers try to overwhelm her, but Leah defeats them with precise, calculated strikes. A spinning kick sends several of them flying, leaving them writhing on the ground in pain. Recognizing Leah's exceptional combat skills, Caesar commands the mage to eliminate her. The mage quickly conjures a spell, forming an energy orb that unleashes 3 ice arrows at Leah. Though Leah shatters the arrows with her kicks, the broken ice freezes the ground and traps her feet, rendering her immobile. Caesar seizes the opportunity and shouts that she's unable to move, ordering his soldiers to kill Rain now. The soldiers split into 2 groups, one targeting Leah and the other heading for Rain. The situation grows increasingly dire. Rain quickly tosses a hammer to Leah and instructs her to jump into the air. In his other hand, he prepares a wire connected to an electrical device. Taking the hammer, Leah smashes the ice encasing her feet and leaps into the air. The frozen ground provides the perfect conductor for electricity, giving Rain a chance to test his invention. As the wire touches the ground, a surge of electricity spreads out, paralyzing the charging soldiers. They scream in pain before collapsing unconscious. Rain, standing on broken ceramic shards to insulate himself, grins with satisfaction at the device's effectiveness. The remaining soldiers freeze in terror, wondering what just happened. Was that lightning magic? Rain smirks, thinking that if he had a camera, he'd record this moment as a safety training video on electricity for his workers. Caesar's fear turns to rage, and his desperation drives him to order the remaining soldiers forward. One soldier hesitates, warning Caesar that Rain is using forbidden magic, and anyone who gets close will die instantly. Before the soldier can finish speaking, Caesar kills him on the spot, accusing him of undermining morale. Caesar glares at the remaining soldiers, ordering them to charge now, claiming that Rain is just one man and he refuses to believe he can kill all of them. The soldiers, trembling with fear, hesitate despite Caesar's threats. Leah also grows worried, unsure why Rain's spell hasn't affected the remaining soldiers. Rain realizes that the battery powering his device has been depleted. He only brought 1 battery for this experiment. Leah is alarmed and urges young Master Rain to let her get him out of there now. But Rain smiles, saying that there's no need to rush. Caesar's little drama ends today. Seeing that Rain plans to escape, Caesar orders his men to give chase, believing that his magic has run its course. But before the soldiers can advance, a pillar of light descends from the sky, forcing them to stop in their tracks, paralyzed with fear. Caesar looks up nervously, and from above, Selena suddenly appears. Caesar is stunned, unable to comprehend why a member of the Mage Association has shown up at this battlefield during a perilous moment for Rain. Selena smiles at Rain and says that she's arrived just in time, hasn't she? Rain nods, his eyes flashing with sharp determination, saying that her timing is perfect, as his battery just ran out. Hearing this, Selena's cold demeanor gives way to curiosity. She hadn't expected Rain to rely on batteries and is eager to hear about their effectiveness. Rain chuckles confidently, saying that after they capture Caesar and his accomplices, he'll explain everything to her in detail. Understood, sir, Selena says, turning to the group of mages. She commands all mages to assist Lord Rain in eliminating the rebels immediately. The mages unleash their intermediate-level lightning magic, and thunderbolts rain down from the sky, striking the ground with deafening booms. The battlefield echoes with the rebels' anguished cries, begging for mercy and swearing they won't do it again. At that moment, Caesar, his eyes bloodshot with hatred, grits his teeth and growls that even if he dies, he'll drag Rain to hell with him. In a frenzy, Caesar charges straight at Rain, dodging all incoming attacks from the other mages. As he closes the distance, he leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating strike with his Ice Mountain Slash sword technique. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Rain stands motionless, exuding an air of calm confidence. Just as Caesar believes his strike has landed, Lee appears before Rain, with nothing but a small dagger, effortlessly blocking Caesar's powerful blow. The force of the attack shatters the ground beneath Lee's feet, but she stands firm. Caesar is overwhelmed with dread, realizing he hadn't expected Lee to be so agile and powerful. Without giving him a chance to react, Lee closes in and delivers a powerful kick. Caesar, unable to dodge, is sent flying, his body slamming into a wooden fence, and he falls unconscious. Lee gazes coldly at Caesar and mutters, calling him trash. An hour later, Caesar slowly regains consciousness. Before him sits Rain, comfortably reading the documents he had confiscated. The light from an oil lamp casts shadows over Rain's calm yet dangerously sharp expression. Rain looks up slowly, his voice steady, asking if Caesar is awake. Over the years, Caesar has embezzled a considerable amount as the border official. Rain asks when he started collaborating with Eldrick. Caesar stammers in shock, asking how Rain knows that. Rain smirks, saying that he's known for a long time that Eldrick would betray them. He's just been waiting for the right opportunity to catch him, and thanks to Caesar, the opportunity has finally come. Caesar laughs mockingly, saying that Rain thinks a little evidence of corruption will be enough to take down Lord Eldrick. Rain shakes his head, clarifying that these records aren't meant to threaten Eldrick. He's using them to calculate the annual trade tax revenue of Islam. This information will be invaluable for his plans to rebuild the city. Caesar bursts into derisive laughter, saying that Rain is dreaming if he thinks he can rebuild Islam. Lord Eldrick controls the lives of all the nobles, and they won't listen to him. Rain smiles faintly, telling Caesar that the living are called nobles, but the dead are called corpses. His words send chills down Caesar's spine, as he suddenly realizes Rain intends to purge the city's nobility. Rain raises two fingers coldly, stating that the nobles of Islam have two choices. 1. Follow Caesar to the road of death. 2. Obey him and work diligently. He asks Caesar what he thinks they will choose. This interrogation ends here. Sometime later, Rain gazes at the crumbling city wall, deep in thought. Judging by the time, autumn is approaching. This year, Grand Duke Sorian will undoubtedly mobilize his troops. Rain knows he must repair these walls quickly. If war breaks out, these walls won't hold back any enemy. To the west lies the elven territory of the Saintis. As long as the negotiation succeeds, no conflict will arise there. To the east is his second sister's domain, which poses no concerns. The most dangerous is the northern territory of Grand Duke Sorian. As Rain contemplates, Leah approaches with a stack of documents. She informs him that all the embezzled funds have been tallied, totaling 350,000 gold coins. Rain nods and issues an order to have their guards take over the defenses there. He instructs her to distribute 100 gold coins to each soldier and send the rest back to Islam. Rain notices Selena preparing to return to the city. He expresses his gratitude for her and the Mage Association's assistance. Selena smiles and replies that it was their duty, but she wants Rain to explain more about how the battery worked. She couldn't understand how he could use it without possessing any magical power. Rain smiles and promises to explain it in detail on the way back. Selena, delighted, pulls Rain into the carriage to hurry back to the city. Just as they are about to depart, Malcolm comes rushing over, visibly alarmed. Selena frowns slightly and asks what is wrong. Malcolm informs her that Lord Eldrick has betrayed them and seized control of Islam. Selena is shocked, but Rain simply smiles, saying that Eldrick finally couldn't hold back. Selena grows anxious, asking what Rain plans to do to suppress the rebellion, especially since all the mages from the Mage Association are currently away from the city. That means there will be no reinforcements from inside. Rain reassures Selena, telling her to stay calm. From the moment Eldrick chose to betray him, his defeat was already sealed. After learning about the coup in Islam, Rain leads his soldiers along with members of the Mage Association back to the city. Seeing the tightly locked city gates, Rain slowly steps forward, his voice filled with confidence. He calls out to Eldrick, asking if he has finally driven him into a corner. Standing atop the city walls, Eldrick shows no signs of worry at Rain's arrival. Instead, he sneers and speaks mockingly, asking what brings young Master Rain to Islam today. Rain ignores Eldrick's sarcasm and instead expresses curiosity about why Eldrick would dare to betray his father. That question sends Eldrick into a rage. He roars that it is because his father cast him aside in this godforsaken place. Years ago, Eldrick and Rain's father braved countless dangers together to build this empire. But when his father became Grand Duke, he failed to reward Eldrick and instead exiled his entire family to this barren wasteland. Eldrick sent letter after letter, begging for a transfer to a more prosperous place, but every request was heartlessly denied. All of this was his father's doing. If Rain wants to blame someone, he should blame his father for being heartless and ungrateful. A group of people silently steps forward behind Eldrick. They were once loyal comrades of Rain's father, warriors who had risked their lives for the empire, only to be forgotten and denied the recognition and rewards they deserved. Eldrick confidently declares that they are not rebels but are merely taking back what rightfully belongs to them. Hearing such a meaningless excuse, Rain chuckles, saying that he thought Eldrick would at least have a noble justification, but it turns out this is just another petty power struggle. Rain gives them all a chance, stating that anyone who wants to live should leave the city and surrender immediately. If not, in 3 days, he will break down these walls and show no mercy. At this moment, Rain's eyes turn ice cold. His threat makes the nobles laugh in amusement. They jeer together, mocking Rain and asking if he even knows how fortified Islan is. If he wants to breach these walls, he will have to pay a steep price. Eldrick also laughs, saying that Rain has lost his mind from fear and is just a fool who only knows how to talk big. He then raises an eyebrow and smirks, proposing a bet. Rain finds Eldrick's words irritating, but the proposal intrigues him. He asks what kind of bet Eldrick has in mind. With unwavering confidence, Eldrick declares from atop the city walls that if Rain can breach Islan in 3 days, he will surrender himself to Rain without resistance, and Rain may do with him as he wishes. Rain responds calmly, asking what happens if he fails. Eldrick bursts into laughter, saying that if Rain fails, he must surrender to him, and Eldrick will deal with him as he sees fit. Growing even more confident, Eldrick taunts Rain, asking if he dares to take the bet. At that moment, Selena speaks up anxiously, urging Rain not to listen to Eldrick's nonsense. She suggests that they can take their time attacking. Leah also agrees with Selena, reporting that Eldrick's rebellion has already been communicated to the Grand Duke, and reinforcements from the capital will be arriving soon. There is no need to make such a reckless gamble. Eldrick continues his provocations from the city walls, taunting Rain and asking why he isn't answering. He mocks Rain, calling him a cowardly turtle and challenging him to accept the bet if he has any backbone. Rain smirks, saying that since Eldrick insists on bringing humiliation upon himself, he shall grant his request. He hopes that in 3 days, Eldrick will keep his word. With that, Rain turns and leaves. Eldrick, filled with confidence, reaffirms his promise, declaring that all present will bear witness to this wager. He also cheerfully reveals an important matter to Rain, stating that the army of the Olvis Empire has already received news of his rebellion. In about 10 days, their forces will arrive at the border. When that happens, Eldrick warns Rain not to let himself get captured alive. Eldrick is confident that Rain will never be able to take the city within 3 days. Rain orders his troops to set up camp outside the city. The atmosphere is incredibly tense. Inside the command tent, Selena can no longer contain her anxiety. She tells Rain that although Island's city walls appear somewhat worn, with their limited forces, breaching them in 3 days would be nearly impossible. She urges him to think carefully. The commander nervously suggests that they retreat south and wait for the Grand Duke's army to arrive. Once reinforcements come, they can launch an attack without taking unnecessary risks. But Rain remains calm, studying the map carefully. He tells everyone to stay calm, assuring them that Island will fall within 3 days. What truly concerns him at the moment is the approaching Olvis army. He then turns to Leah, asking about the task he gave her regarding gathering firewood and hay. Leah nods, informing him that everything has been prepared. Additionally, they found a nearby lake, just as he requested. Rain nods seriously and orders Selena to have the mages use ice magic to freeze the lake water, lowering its temperature to around 0 degrees. Selena is puzzled, asking if this method can really breach Island's walls. Rain, full of confidence, replies that they should trust him. Island's walls won't last more than 3 days. The next morning, as the sun rises, Rain leads his troops to the city gates. He commands his soldiers to carry the dry firewood and hay closer to the walls. Seeing this, Eldrick immediately orders his men to fire arrows in retaliation. But the enemy soldiers shield themselves with sturdy barriers, rendering the attack ineffective. Eldrick can't understand what Rain is trying to do. Why bring firewood instead of siege weapons? What puzzles him even more is that as soon as the soldiers reach the base of the walls, they throw down all the firewood and hay before quickly retreating. Eldrick turns to a soldier nearby, asking if he has ever seen such a ridiculous siege tactic before. The soldier shakes his head in confusion, saying that they've never encountered anything like this. But perhaps they plan to set the walls on fire. Hearing this, Eldrick angrily slaps the soldier across the face, asking if he even understands what he's saying. How can stone burn? The soldier clutches his face, looking aggrieved, but insists that he truly can't think of any other explanation. Before Eldrick can respond, another soldier suddenly shouts in panic, pointing out that fire is spreading along the walls. Eldrick is stunned. He looks down and sees flames rapidly growing and spreading across the stone walls. For a moment, he is speechless. Then, he bursts into laughter, full of disdain. He mocks Rain, saying that trying to burn stone with fire is truly idiotic. A soldier beside him anxiously asks if they should order the mages to put out the fire or shoot down the soldiers who threw the firewood. Eldrick waves his hand dismissively, saying that there is no need. The mages borrowed from the Olvis Empire are only to be used in truly critical situations. They won't waste their magic on something so foolish. He also tells them not to waste their arrows, letting Rain's soldiers do as they please. He sneers coldly, declaring that in 3 days, he will crush Rain's arrogance right here on these very walls. After witnessing Rain's army burning the city walls for 2 consecutive days, Eldrick is extremely confident in his victory. He returns to his mansion to celebrate. Time passes quickly, and as he is basking in the intoxication of triumph, a subordinate rushes in, his face full of panic. He informs Eldrick that the enemy has stopped burning the walls. Eldrick stands up, his eyes still filled with confidence. He bursts into hearty laughter, saying that they have finally burned through their entire winter stockpile. It seems that foolish Rain is about to kneel and beg for mercy. He tells the nobles to come with him to witness Rain's humiliating defeat. The nobles in the room nod in agreement. They all understand that today is the final day of the bet between Rain and Eldrick. After 2 days of continuous burning, the city walls have been heated to an unbearable degree. Even getting close to them is difficult, let alone launching an attack. Everyone is convinced that victory belongs to Eldrick. At the battlefield, atop the walls of Islan, Eldrick stands with his arms crossed, looking down at Rain's army with a mocking expression. He taunts Rain, asking if he has finally put out the fire and decided to surrender like a good boy. Rain raises his head, his face grim. His voice is deep but echoes powerfully across the battlefield. He tells Eldrick and all the nobles that he will give them one last chance to surrender, or they will die. Seeing Rain's serious demeanor, Eldrick is not afraid. Instead, he becomes even more excited. He bursts into laughter, mocking Rain and asking what makes him think they would surrender. He reminds Rain of their wager from 3 days ago, stating that today is the last day. If Rain fails to breach Islan before sundown, he will have to bow his head in defeat. He taunts Rain, asking if he plans to go back on his word in front of all these warriors. The nobles on the wall chime in, saying that if Rain can't break through, he shouldn't go back on his promise. Rain closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and murmurs that they shouldn't blame him. He raises his hand and gives the order, "Selena, do it, immediately." A figure appears in the sky. Selena, the strongest mage under Rain's command, hovers in midair, raising her hands to summon her full power. The space around her distorts, and fierce lightning bolts roar through the air. Thunder rumbles, and the wind howls violently. The entire battlefield is engulfed in an unbearable tension. After gathering enough energy, Selena lets out a powerful cry and unleashes a devastating attack. A colossal lightning bolt, like an enraged dragon, surges toward the city walls. Seeing this, Eldrick immediately shouts for the mages to deploy the defensive barrier. From all directions, countless mages under Eldrick's command appear. They chant in unison, channeling their full power to create an impenetrable shield. A brilliant magical barrier forms, covering Eldrick and the nobles entirely. But then, something unexpected happens. The lightning doesn't aim at Eldrick. Instead, it strikes the city wall below. For a brief moment, every soldier on the wall is stunned. Even Eldrick freezes, confused about what has just occurred. But after a moment of hesitation, he bursts into laughter once more, mocking Selena and saying that he thought she was terrifying, but she's just a joke. However, his laughter quickly dies as the sky suddenly darkens. Black storm clouds churn like an angry ocean, and thunder rumbles continuously. Then, a torrential downpour erupts. As Eldrick is still processing what is happening, Rain has already given the next order. His army surges forward, but they aren't carrying weapons. Instead, they carry buckets filled to the brim with ice water. With unstoppable momentum, they charge toward the city walls. After the attack, Selena feels exhausted, having drained too much of her mana. Rain steps forward, catching her as she staggers, and speaks sincere words of gratitude. He hadn't expected her to actually change the weather, an astonishing ability. If they ever face a drought in the future, they now have a way to handle it. Though weary, Selena still looks deeply concerned. She asks Rain anxiously if he really thinks his plan will work. Noticing the uncertainty in her eyes, Rain gently takes her hand and speaks reassuringly, telling her not to worry and to trust him. When the ice-cold water touches these walls, Islan's fortress will no longer stand. Leah, who has been watching the battle intently, suddenly screams in terror, pointing out that the soldiers have reached the base of the fortress walls. The raging flames that had burned fiercely are swiftly extinguished by the pouring rain and the buckets of ice-cold water. As the frigid water rushes over the scorching stone, thick clouds of white steam billow upward, accompanied by an eerie hissing sound. Before long, tiny cracks begin appearing on the fortress walls. The fractures rapidly spread and expand into large, jagged fissures. The sharp cracking sounds grow more frequent, signaling that something catastrophic is about to happen. Eldrick's face turns pale as he mumbles anxiously, asking what is happening and why the wall is making those sounds. Isn't it supposed to take immense magic to destroy it? Around him, the gathered nobles are equally terrified, wondering if the wall is about to collapse. One of them insists that it's impossible, but then a deafening explosion echoes through the battlefield. A massive section of the fortress wall shatters and crumbles into pieces. Eldrick, along with all the nobles and soldiers standing atop the wall, has no time to react. They can only let out panicked screams as they plummet helplessly into the rubble below. The scene is so shocking that it not only terrifies those on the wall but also leaves Rain's soldiers momentarily stunned. None of them had expected the once impenetrable fortress to fall apart so swiftly and catastrophically. Rain does not waste the opportunity. He immediately issues the command for all troops to advance into the city, capturing those who surrender and killing those who resist without mercy. With his decisive order, the entire army surges forward. This time, they carry gleaming weapons instead of buckets. The collapse of the fortress wall has utterly crushed the defenders' morale. Most of them fall into despair, and Rain's victory is now all but assured. Selena continues to stare at the ruins of the wall in disbelief. She murmurs that it really collapsed. This level of destruction, even if she had used all her power, she's not sure she could have done it. She wonders just how Lord Rain pulled this off. As she is lost in thought, Rain approaches her with a calm smile. He tells her not to overthink it, as the battle is over and they should go home. At the same time, Eldrick struggles to crawl out from beneath the debris. He has never suffered such a humiliating defeat. His face is twisted with rage and fear as he grits his teeth and mumbles that he underestimated Rain. But this isn't over yet. He must escape. As long as he can hold out until the Olvis Empire's northern army arrives, he still has a chance to survive. But before he can even stand, a shadow looms over him. Lifting his head, he finds three nobles staring down at him with icy expressions. One of them speaks slowly, his voice laced with mockery and malice. He asks Eldrick where he thinks he's going and if he's planning to run away. Another noble smirks, his eyes glinting dangerously, saying that they are not ready to die just yet, so Eldrick will have to suffer some indignities on their behalf. After breaching the city walls and completely annihilating the rebel forces, Rain leads his army into the city amidst thunderous cheers. The citizens jubilantly chant his name, showering him with praise for his great victory. They marvel at how incredible Lord Rain is, saying that the city walls were so sturdy, yet he brought them down in just 3 days. What's even more astonishing is that, apart from a few soldiers spraining their ankles while carrying supplies, his army suffered no casualties at all. At that moment, Selena can't contain her curiosity any longer. She swiftly flies to Rain's side and asks eagerly how he managed to destroy the city walls so effortlessly. Seeing Selena persistently following him, Rain sighs inwardly. It seems she won't leave him alone unless he explains. After a brief moment of thought, he decides to give her the simplest explanation, the principle of thermal expansion in physics. However, the moment she hears those words, Selena's expression turns blank. She has absolutely no idea what Rain is talking about. Rain patiently continues, explaining that thermal expansion is a phenomenon where objects expand when heated and contract when cool. This principle is based on the changes in the state of particles within the material, such as atoms or molecules, in response to temperature. When the temperature rises, the amplitude of the particle's vibrations increases, causing the object to expand. Conversely, when the temperature drops, the vibrations decrease, and the object contracts. Selena remains dazed, clearly struggling to absorb all this information. Seeing her expression, Rain chuckles. He tells her that he'll explain the rest after they deal with Eldrick. Not long after, Rain and his army arrive at the collapsed section of the city wall. Just as he appears, a weak voice calls out, begging Lord Rain to save them. Rain frowns slightly, his gaze sweeping over a disheveled man lying on the ground. Surprised by the plea for help, he coldly remarks that the man is trying to pull a pitiful act on him. The man flinches, his eyes flashing with panic. Immediately, another man speaks up, claiming that they were deceived by Eldrick before, which is why they betrayed Rain. A third man quickly adds that they planned to capture Eldrick to atone for their mistakes but were tricked instead. They plead for mercy, but Rain merely stares at them in silence, his eyes filled with fury. He tells them that he gave them 2 chances to turn back, yet they failed to take them. Realizing Rain's resolve, the nobleman trembles in fear and drops to their knees, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for their lives. They offer to hand over all their wealth in exchange for their lives. Rain lets out a laugh, saying that if he kills them, their wealth will belong to him regardless, so their offer is utterly meaningless. The 3 noblemen shudder, and one of them, in sheer desperation, cries out that if Rain does this, no one will dare to remain loyal to him in the future. He calls this a brutal policy. Rain responds calmly, telling them that they're wrong. People are not loyal to anyone, they are loyal to their own interests. He asks if they have lived this long and still not understood this simple truth, calling them foolish. Without hesitation, Rain orders his men to capture all the noblemen. He will deal with them later. Meanwhile, at Eldrick's mansion, the treacherous nobleman is in a state of panic. He desperately urges a masked man to help him escape, saying that Rain has broken through the city walls and they must get out of there now. The masked man is taken aback, asking how Rain managed to destroy such sturdy city walls. Eldrick stammers in fear, explaining that Rain heated the city walls for several days and then poured cold water on them, causing the walls to collapse. Hearing Eldrick's description, the masked man clenches his fists in anger and shouts that there's no way a fortress wall could be breached that easily. He insists that Rain must have used some kind of powerful magic. Eldrick doesn't want to explain further. He falls to his knees, his voice trembling as he begs the masked man to help him escape, saying that Rain is on his way with his army and they have no escape. Realizing the dire situation, the masked man immediately pulls out a scroll and begins casting a teleportation spell. But before he can finish chanting, a calm and steady voice suddenly rings out, asking where they're planning to go. As Rain steps into the room, Eldrick shudders and stammers, asking how Rain got there so quickly. Without a hint of concern, Rain slowly enters, his gaze sweeping over the 2 men. He mocks Eldrick, saying that it's thanks to him abandoning the city walls to flee. Seeing Eldrick run, his soldiers quickly surrendered one by one, and thanks to that, Rain had no obstacles on his way here. Rain then shifts his gaze toward the masked man, his tone filled with mockery. He asks if the masked man is the one pulling Eldrick's strings and questions why he's wearing a mask. Is he hiding a scar, or is it because he's too ugly? Angered by the taunt, the masked man snaps, telling Rain not to be too proud of himself. He warns that Rain's victory won't last long, as the Imperial army of Olvis is already on its way. If Rain hadn't destroyed the city walls, he might have survived a little longer. But now that the walls have fallen, once the Olvis army arrives, they will reclaim everything and make Rain pay for this humiliation. The moment he finishes speaking, he hastily unfurls the scroll, attempting to activate his teleportation spell. Rain orders Leah to stop him. Immediately, from behind, Leah flicks her wrist, sending a sharp dagger hurtling toward the masked man's head. However, he reacts just in time, tilting his head to evade the blade, which instead shatters his mask. The unexpected attack momentarily interrupts his spellcasting, and his eyes flare with fury as he glares at Rain. Meanwhile, Leah has already moved to stand beside Rain. As soon as she sees the man's real face, her eyes widen slightly, as if she has just realized something. The man also stares at Leah, his eyes filled with hatred. Before anyone can act, he decisively completes the teleportation spell, vanishing along with Eldrick. The only thing left in the room is his voice, echoing with resentment, saying that he will return. Leah clenches her fists and bows her head apologetically, saying that she's sorry for being too slow and letting him escape. Rain remains calm, saying that it's fine, he knew they would have an escape plan. What's troubling is that he doesn't know the masked man's true identity. Leah takes a deep breath, her expression serious. She tells Rain that she knows who that man is. Rain is surprised, asking if she really knows him. Leah shakes her head, saying that she doesn't know him personally, but his name is Revencrow Ilduin. He was once a trusted subordinate of the Grand Duke, but during the war, he betrayed his master and defected to Grand Duke Ryan of the enemy nation. Rain furrows his brows upon hearing that name, noting that Revencrow also bears the Ilduin surname. He asks if Revencrow is related to Adrian, the one who was executed before. Leah nods in confirmation, saying that Revencrow is the true head of the Ilduin family. However, because he disagreed with his father's ideals, he voluntarily left the family and followed Grand Duke Ryan. At that moment, Selena steps in, her expression grave. She quickly reports that the situation in the city has been brought under control, but the Olvis Empire's army is approaching. She asks how they are going to deal with this, her voice carrying a hint of concern. The city walls have been severely damaged due to the thermal expansion magic cast by Lord Rain. Even if they gather all the mages from the Mage Association, they wouldn't be able to repair the walls in time before the enemy attacks. Seeing the tension on Selena's face, Rain simply smiles calmly, his voice filled with confidence. He tells her that there's no need to worry, as he already has a solution. A while later, Rain summons the entire populace to the town square. Seeing this, Selena assumes he intends to reassure the people, but she has no idea what he will say to prevent them from falling into panic. Rain steps onto the platform, takes hold of a sound amplification device, and brings it to his mouth. He greets the crowd, asking if everyone can hear him. Below, thousands of eyes turn toward him, and the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. Rain pauses for a moment before continuing. He tells them that the Olvis Empire's army is marching toward them, and in a few days, they will be here. A moment of silence follows, and then the crowd erupts in horrified screams. Fear is evident on their faces, and some people begin to tremble, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The murmuring quickly escalates into chaotic shouts and cries. Selena is completely shocked, unable to believe what is unfolding before her eyes. She spins around to face Rain, yelling in outrage, asking what he is doing. Rain frowns in confusion, asking her why he can't reveal the truth. Selena explains that when people hear about an enemy invasion, their first instinct is to rely on the military for protection. However, since they are not trained soldiers, it would be difficult for them to remain calm in the face of danger. Hearing this reasoning, Rain chuckles slightly. He believes that Selena's thinking is completely wrong. In his view, the ones who need to remain calm on the battlefield are the commanders, while the ones who don't need to be calm at all are the soldiers. This logic leaves Selena bewildered, as she can't understand why he would say such a thing. Rain does not continue his conversation with Selena. Instead, he takes out a scroll and turns toward the crowd below. Holding a voice-amplifying device in his hand, he speaks loudly, telling them that this is a letter from the Olvis Empire addressed to him. In this letter, they claim that the people of Islan are nothing but cowards and fools, too afraid to protect their own homeland. They even told Rain to abandon them all and run away. Hearing these insulting words, the crowd immediately falls silent. But soon after, their silence erupts into fury. They shout angrily, calling the Olvis Empire bastards who come to steal their grain every year. This year, they will not run. They will fight them to the death. Seeing that he has achieved the reaction he desired, Rain continues. He tells them that it seems the Olvis Empire completely misunderstands them. They are not cowards or fools. Are they? The entire crowd erupts in unison, saying that they'll fight them to the death. 1 for 1 is fair, 2 for 1 is even better. Hearing these words, Rain slowly speaks again. He tells them that if they all have the courage to fight, then he swears to lead them in driving the Olvis Empire's army out of their land. The atmosphere in the square is electrified with roaring cheers. The people's fighting spirit surges to its peak. As night falls, the lights in Rain's office remain lit. He is meticulously reviewing the city's defense map. At that moment, Leia enters the room, suggesting that he take a break and have a cup of tea. Rain smiles as he accepts the tea and softly thanks her. But he also emphasizes that they have no time to rest. They need to figure out a solution before the Olvis Empire's army reaches the border. Otherwise, Islan will fall into enemy hands. Leia's face shows a hint of confusion. She doesn't understand why Rain is so worried. In the square, he had seemed so confident about defending the city. Rain slowly places his teacup on the table and says in a deep voice that that was just a lie to stabilize the people of Islan. If the citizens fall into chaos, then forget about holding the city. Even carrying out an orderly evacuation would be nearly impossible. People in a state of panic are capable of anything. At this moment, Leia becomes extremely worried. She suggests secretly taking Rain out of the city because she can't bear to see him in danger. Seeing how much Leia cares for him, Rain feels grateful, but he tells her that now is not the time for that. He has already ordered Malcolm and Selena to lead the children, elderly, and women in an orderly evacuation. They have not reached the point of giving up just yet. At this moment, Rain gazes thoughtfully at the notebook in his hand, called Blue-Black Magic Oil. He has no idea what this substance is or whether it's dangerous, so he decides to ask Leia. Thinking of this, he hands the notebook to Leia and asks if she knows what Blue-Black Magic Oil is. Leia looks a bit confused. After a moment of thinking, she recalls that it's a type of flammable liquid, seemingly used as a material in witches' rituals. This information immediately makes Rain think of a substance known as petroleum. In nature, petroleum comes in a wide range of colors, from deep red to golden yellow, black-green, pitch black, and even transparent. Its color is determined by the amount of resin and asphalt present. The more of these substances, the darker the oil. Since this magic oil is flammable, Rain can't help but associate it with petroleum. Without hesitation, he stands up and asks Leia to take him to see the black-green magic oil because, according to the records, it's stored somewhere in the warehouse. Before long, Rain and Leia arrive at the entrance of the City Lord's warehouse. Here, he orders the servants to search for the substance known as black-green magic oil. He carefully reminds them not to let it come into contact with fire. If they are unsure of what it is, they should bring it outside so he can examine it himself. He is certain that this substance will be stored in barrels. Inside the warehouse, there are piles of gold ingots, taxes collected from the citizens of Olvis over the years, all hoarded by Eldrick through corruption. Once this crisis is over, Rain is confident that, with this massive fortune, he can complete the industrial development of the city. As long as he can build steam engines, everything will become much easier. Not long after, under Rain's orders, the servants find several large barrels. Seeing them, Rain becomes incredibly excited and rushes forward. If this really is petroleum, then his current difficulties will be much easier to solve. When the lid of one barrel is pried open, Rain is overjoyed. The substance inside is exactly what he had hoped for. He is now certain, the city of Islan has been saved. The scene shifts to the Olvis Empire's military camp, inside the tent of Count Castiel. Eldrick and Ravencrow are present, their faces full of anxiety. Ravencrow speaks up, apologizing to Count Castiel for failing to complete the mission. Count Castiel is furious, saying that he had expected them to fail, but he hadn't imagined they would be this incompetent, losing an entire city in just 3 days. He calls them disgraceful. Eldrick, terrified, quickly tries to explain, saying that they failed because Rain used a forbidden spell to destroy the city walls. If not for that, they could have held out until the Olvis Empire's army arrived at Islan. Hearing this, Count Castiel is slightly surprised. He assumes that Rain's father must have sent a powerful mage skilled in forbidden magic to protect his son. Ravencrow reassures Castiel not to worry, as a forbidden technique practitioner could not continuously use forbidden spells in a short period. Moreover, the city of Islan has already been destroyed by Rain and cannot be repaired in a short time. Therefore, now is the best opportunity to attack. Count Castiel scoffs coldly, saying that he doesn't need their reminders. He is not as incompetent as they are. He tells them that there's nothing more for them here and orders them to return to the Olvis Empire and wait for the news. Hearing this, Ravencrow feels displeased. He believes that this entire plan had been devised together with Castiel, so he wants to know Castiel's true intentions in sending him away. Count Castiel holds a scroll in his hand and looks at Ravencrow with a deep contemplative gaze. After a moment of silence, he announces that Ravencrow has been removed from the plan. With that, Count Castiel tosses the scroll in front of Ravencrow. Ravencrow bends down and picks it up, his heart filled with anxiety. When he unrolls it, he reads its contents. The letter states that this war arose solely due to Ravenlocky's personal hatred, leading to bloody conflict, displaced civilians, and a land drenched in blood. As a ruler who has always pursued peace, Count Castiel truly does not wish to see such widespread suffering. To show his sincerity in seeking peace, he has ordered the capture and surrender of Ravenlock so that he may atone for his crimes. He hopes this act will extinguish their wrath and bring an end to the war. May this bring an end to the meaningless slaughter and restore peace to all. He hopes that, from now on, both lands will enjoy prosperity and their people may live without worry. May the Almighty bless them, and may peace endure. Upon reading the letter, Ravencrow is so enraged that he cannot contain his emotions. He roars, calling Castiel a despicable traitor. Count Castiel's expression turns ice cold, and he orders his subordinates to arrest Ravencrow and hold him in custody until the war is over. Despite his furious shouting and resistance, Ravencrow is still dragged away by the soldiers, utterly powerless. Witnessing the entire scene, Eldric's body begins to tremble. He realizes that he should have fled this place much earlier. Count Castiel turns his chilling gaze toward Eldric and asks how he should deal with him. Terrified, Eldric falls to his knees, his voice trembling. He pleads for his life, saying that he knows a secret that could help Count Castiel rise even further within the Olvis Empire. This piece of information immediately piques Castiel's interest. At the Lord's mansion in the city of Rand, within a grand and imposing chamber, a beautiful young woman sat engrossed in a document. She was Prithia, the elder sister of Rain and the ruler of the land. Prithia held a deep affection for her younger brother, and as she read, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She wondered how Rain was faring in his domain, and if time permitted, she would surely visit him. However, her thoughts were interrupted when a young lady entered the room. The newcomer curtsied with noble grace and respectfully announced that a letter had arrived from Lord Rain's territory, written by Leah. Prithia's face lit up with a warm smile as she took the letter from her younger brother, but as her eyes scanned its contents, the gentleness in her expression slowly faded, replaced by a burning fury. Her gaze sharpened, and she immediately ordered Gwen to summon Vella's Hulk to see her at once. Gwen bowed quickly and hurried off to carry out her task. Not long after, Vella's Hulk knelt before Prithia, his face a mask of confusion and fear. He had no idea why his lady was so enraged. In a cautious tone, he asked what had happened. Prithia's eyes were like blades as she glared at him, accusing his family of treason. Hearing the word, treason, Vella's face turned pale, his eyes widening in horror. His voice trembled as he protested, insisting that his family had no reason to betray her. He reminded her that just last month, thanks to her support, his family had opened an important trade route. He swore that they had no intent to commit such an act of betrayal. Prithia, however, was not swayed. She furiously hurled the letter at him and bellowed that it was undeniable proof of his family's treachery. Vella's trembled as he picked up the letter, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. As he read its contents, his body stiffened. The letter detailed how Lord Eldric had allied himself with Grand Duke Castile of the Olvis Empire, conspiring in treason and colluding with many nobles of Islan, including General Caesar Hulk of the Border Army. Thanks to Rain's wit, Caesar Hulk had been captured and eliminated, but the letter urged caution regarding the other members of the Hulk family. Prithia's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with killing intent as she stared coldly at Velas. She demanded to know if he had any last words before he died. Velas, paralyzed with fear, cried out that the betrayal was entirely the foolish act of Caesar and had nothing to do with House Hulk. He begged her to investigate carefully, swearing on his life that his family had no intent to betray her. Prithia silently observed Velas, scrutinizing his every move and expression. After a moment, she concluded that he was not lying. She decided that the betrayal might have been the work of Caesar alone. Seeing that Prithia had not yet reached a verdict, Velas prostrated himself and pleaded for a chance to prove his family's loyalty. Prithia's voice remained cold as she asked how he intended to prove his loyalty. Velas hastily proposed that he would order his only daughter, Rosalind, to lead troops to support Rain and fight against the Olvis Empire's army. This, he said, would serve as proof of House Hulk's devotion. Prithia considered the dangers of this plan. Rosalind had only just come of age and had yet to complete her training at the Knight Academy. If anything were to happen to her, House Hulk would be left without an heir. But Velas was determined to prove his loyalty. He pleaded with Prithia to trust him, emphasizing that House Hulk owed everything to her and would have fallen into ruin without her support. Ultimately, Prithia accepted Velas's request. However, after he left, she ordered Gwen to secretly monitor Rosalind. If she showed any sign of betrayal, she was to be executed immediately. Outside the city of Thrand, Eldric and Grand Duke Castile stood on a distant cliff, gazing down at the city of Islan in the distance. Grand Duke Castile inquired if this was indeed their target, and in a low voice, Eldric confirmed that it was. He stated that as long as they managed to break through this place, the city would belong to the Grand Duke. As he observed the city below, Eldric took note of the repairs made to the city walls. He remarked that the walls had been in far worse condition before, mentioning that Rain had even dug a trench to further fortify the city. Grand Duke Castile burst into laughter, ridiculing Rain for wasting the precious mana of his mages merely to reinforce the defenses. Filled with doubt, Eldric questioned whether this would not, in fact, make their attack more difficult. He asked why the Grand Duke seemed pleased about it. Castile then explained that if the city had any natural defensive advantages, such fortifications might have been useful. However, he pointed out that the area consisted only of open plains, with a small river running through it. He assured Eldric that this terrain would not hinder their army from launching a surprise assault. He further elaborated that if the enemy mages still possessed their mana, they might have been able to resist, but having squandered it on rebuilding the walls, they had left themselves nearly powerless. Upon hearing this reasoning, Eldric immediately praised the Grand Duke for his wisdom. Pleased by the recognition, Grand Duke Castile's confidence grew. At that moment, a knight stepped forward and respectfully suggested that rather than storming the fortress outright, they could simply surround it and cut off its supply lines. However, Castile was displeased by the suggestion, perceiving it as an insult to his capabilities, as though the knight doubted his ability to take the city by force. Sensing the Grand Duke's anger, the knight quickly knelt, anxiously clarifying that he did not mean to question his strength. He explained that his only concern was minimizing unnecessary casualties among their soldiers. He emphasized that this was a battle to seize a city, and that a prolonged siege might be the wiser course of action. Despite the knight's reasoning, Castile remained resolute. He asserted that casualties were an unavoidable part of war. Furthermore, he believed that most of the soldiers they had brought were inexperienced recruits. Capturing the fortress through direct combat, he argued, would serve as valuable training for them. With this decision made, he ordered a mage to accompany him to Islan, intending to personally demonstrate his might. Convinced that his mere presence would terrify Rain into surrendering, Castile proceeded toward the city. Inside his office, Rain struggled with the task of training 5 individuals with high attributes. Half a month had passed, yet the mission remained incomplete due to his lack of time to search for suitable candidates. As he pondered a solution, Leia entered the room and respectfully reported that Grand Duke Castile of the Olvis Empire had arrived outside the city with a mage, requesting a meeting. Shortly afterward, Rain appeared atop the city walls. Upon his arrival, all the soldiers bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with concern. High in the sky, Grand Duke Castile let out a hearty laugh before he could finish his sentence. Rain's mocking voice interrupted him. In a derisive tone, Rain questioned whether this fool was truly Grand Duke Castile. His soldiers immediately erupted into laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. Standing beside Rain, Leia slowly nodded and confirmed that the so-called idiot was indeed Castile. Above them, the Grand Duke clenched his fists in fury. Veins bulged on his forehead as his voice trembled with rage. He growled that Rain was an insolent wretch, accusing him of disrespecting him in a manner even his father would not have dared. Remaining calm, Rain coldly asked the Grand Duke what business he had in West Deccath. By this point, Castile had lost all composure. He roared that he had come to grant Rain a final chance to beg for forgiveness. He declared that if Rain surrendered immediately, he would spare the city from becoming a sea of blood. Smirking, Rain's eyes flashed with disdain as he responded with his own offer. He stated that Castile had one final chance as well. If he did not wish to die, he should withdraw his forces and return to his own territory at once. Hearing Rain demand his retreat, Castile was overcome with rage. He considered Rain Edgar to be someone who did not understand his place. Pointing down at him, the Grand Duke declared that he had led an army of 100,000 men to this city. He warned Rain that if he did not wish to perish, he should surrender immediately. However, Rain found Castile's threats dull and uninspiring. Turning to Leia, he calmly ordered her to teach this loudmouth a lesson. Upon receiving the command, Leia nodded and assured Rain that she understood. Lifting her dress slightly, she revealed several small daggers strapped to her legs. Without hesitation, she seized one and hurled it directly at Grand Duke Castile. The sudden attack sent the mage standing beside Castile into a panic. Acting quickly, the mage flew forward, casting a protective barrier to intercept the projectile. However, his magic proved insufficient. The dagger easily pierced through the barrier, leaving a cut on Castile's face. At that moment, Castile trembled with fury. He had arrived to assert dominance, yet he had been humiliated instead. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Rain. Standing below on the city wall, he desired nothing more than to strike Rain down on the spot. However, Rain remained composed. In a slow, deliberate tone, he warned Castile that this was merely a warning. He stated that if there was a next time, his maid would not miss. Though Castile seethed with rage, he knew there was nothing he could do at that moment. With no other choice, he stormed away with his subordinates. Watching them disappear into the distance, Rain's smirk faded, his expression turning serious. Turning to Selena, he issued a direct order. She was to prepare for battle. He stated with certainty that the Ulvis Empire's army would launch its attack soon. Meanwhile, Castile returned to his observation post. Upon seeing the wound on his face, the knights around him immediately expressed their concern. However, Castile coldly dismissed their worries, claiming it was nothing more than a cheap sneak attack from Rain. Then, without hesitation, he issued a direct command. The assault on the city was to begin immediately. His intention was clear. He wanted to capture Rain and personally make him suffer. At this point, one knight stepped forward and cautiously voiced his concerns. He reminded Castile that they had marched for 3 days without rest to reach the borders of Islan. He suggested that attacking immediately would be unwise, as the soldiers needed at least half a day to recover and prepare their siege weapons. The knight's reasoning only fueled Castile's fury. Without warning, he stormed forward and struck the knight viciously across the head. He shouted angrily, demanding to know if 3 days of marching had already exhausted them. He questioned whether they still considered themselves soldiers of the great Ulvis Empire. Despite the pain, the knight forced himself to respond, urging Castile to remain calm. He argued that even if the soldiers were still capable of fighting, they still needed time to construct a bridge over the river and prepare their siege equipment. He warned that launching an unprepared assault would put them at a severe disadvantage. The surrounding soldiers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic of his words. However, Castile remained unmoved. He roared that they knew nothing of warfare. He declared that their enemy would assume they needed time to rest and prepare. By attacking immediately, they could take them by surprise before defenses were set. Though the knights understood that Castile's reasoning was not entirely flawed, they still worried about the soldiers' exhaustion. They attempted to persuade him once more, but he remained firm. Without hesitation, he gave the order. Preparations for the attack were to begin at once. Meanwhile, at the Ulvis Empire's camp, the soldiers had just finished setting up their tents and finally had a brief moment to rest. They sighed in relief, grateful to have arrived. However, their respite would not last long. After 3 consecutive days of relentless marching, exhaustion weighed heavily on the soldiers. One of them muttered in frustration that he felt as if he would collapse from sheer fatigue. Another soldier, nodding in agreement, lamented that no one had warned him how exhausting it would be to serve as a soldier. Amidst the weary grumbling, a soldier suddenly chuckled and mentioned that he had just seen something interesting. His comrades, too drained to engage in guessing games, impatiently demanded that he get to the point. Grinning, the soldier revealed that he had just witnessed someone slaughtering a sheep, which meant that they would be having a proper meal that night. At this news, the exhausted soldiers perked up. After 3 grueling days, the thought of a decent meal lifted their spirits. However, their brief moment of joy was swiftly crushed when a commander suddenly appeared, his expression stern, and announced that all troops were to assemble and prepare for an attack on the city. Stunned by the order, one soldier bravely voiced his concern. He pointed out that after marching without rest for 3 days and nights, everyone was utterly exhausted. He hesitantly suggested that the troops should be allowed to eat before heading into battle. The commander sighed, clearly understanding the soldiers' plight, but he had no choice in the matter. He declared that there would be no further arguments and reminded them that soldiers must follow orders. The attack was to commence immediately. With heavy hearts and bodies drained of strength, the soldiers silently obeyed. Not long after, the army of the Ulvis Empire arrived outside the city of Islan. Their sheer numbers sent a thick cloud of dust into the sky as they advanced. The air was filled with the sound of marching and the distant cries of orders being shouted. One major obstacle stood between them and the city walls, a wide river separating the 2 battle lines. Inside the city, Rain stood atop the walls, carefully observing the movements of the Ulvis army. A soldier approached him respectfully and inquired about when they should begin firing arrows. Rain, keeping his gaze fixed on the soldiers struggling to cross the river, appeared puzzled by their actions. He took a moment to think before turning to those around him and asking if any of them had prior experience fighting against the Ulvis Empire's forces. One soldier immediately stepped forward, standing straight as he confirmed that he had previously engaged in battle against them. Rain nodded and gestured toward the enemy forces beyond the walls. He noted that the soldiers seemed physically weak, almost as if they had not eaten properly. He questioned whether this was simply a trait of the Ulvis Empire's people or if there was another explanation. The soldier observed the struggling enemy troops and then shared his assessment. He believed that these soldiers were likely new recruits. Furthermore, he pointed out that they appeared to be starving. Rain found this information troubling. It made no sense for an army marching into battle to allow its soldiers to reach such a level of hunger and exhaustion. Another soldier, after a moment of contemplation, offered 2 possible explanations. The first possibility, he suggested, was that the Olvis Empire's food supplies were running low, forcing them to ration meals. However, he hesitated before offering the second explanation. Noticing his reluctance, Rain firmly ordered him to continue speaking. After a brief pause, the soldier explained his second theory. He speculated that Grand Duke Castile was using these recruits as cannon fodder, sacrificing them to deplete the city's defenses, forcing them to waste arrows and other defensive resources. Hearing this, Rain's expression darkened. His eyes burned with anger as he clenched his fists. He questioned how their king could allow such a strategy, asking if those soldiers were not also citizens of the Olvis Empire. The soldier, sighing, responded solemnly. He stated that rulers who genuinely cared for their people, like Rain himself and Duke Aldalion, were extremely rare. In contrast, most lords were like Duke Castile, willing to sacrifice their own men without hesitation. Rain fell silent, deep in thought. If Castile was willing to treat his soldiers as disposable, then he had no right to demand mercy in return. At that moment, the same soldier spoke again, pointing out that with their current stockpile of arrows, they could easily eliminate the starving recruits. He asked when they should begin firing. However, Rain's expression suddenly shifted. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, and his eyes glinted coldly. He then gave his command. There was no need to shoot. The soldiers around him were shocked by this unexpected order. The battle between Islan and the Olvis Empire was unfolding in a peculiar manner. Due to the lack of boats, the new recruits of the Olvis army were forced to swim across the river while still wearing their heavy armor. Weak from hunger and exhaustion, many of them collapsed upon reaching the shore, barely able to stand, let alone fight. Observing this sight, both Rain and Selena were momentarily astonished. However, Rain quickly regained his composure and ordered Selena to command the mages to use wind and ice magic. Without hesitation, Selena obeyed, trusting that Rain had already devised a strategy. Gracefully rising into the air, she drew the attention of the struggling Olvis soldiers below. Then, with a calm and composed demeanor, she cast a spell, Extreme Frost Seal. Immediately, powerful winds surged through the battlefield, carrying an intense frost that blanketed the area surrounding the city. The temperature dropped rapidly, causing the already drenched soldiers to tremble uncontrollably. Their limbs began to stiffen as the cold seeped into their bodies, further sapping what little strength they had left. From within the Olvis Empire's military camp, Grand Duke Castile observed the scene and unexpectedly let out a laugh. A knight standing beside him, puzzled by his reaction, inquired why he was amused. With a confident smirk, Castile explained his reasoning in the tone of a seasoned strategist. He revealed that he had intentionally sent the recruits forward first in order to deplete the city's supply of arrows. However, to his surprise, Rain had not taken the bait. Instead of using archers, he had wasted his mages' mana to deal with mere recruits. Castile then declared that once the mages inside the city ran out of mana, his elite forces, composed of cavalry and powerful mages, would launch a full-scale assault. He was certain that Islan would fall with minimal resistance. Upon hearing this plan, the soldiers around him were filled with admiration. They eagerly praised Castile, hailing him as a brilliant strategist. Their praise only inflated Castile's arrogance. A smug smile formed on his lips as he envisioned his victory. In his mind, he could already see Rain captured, kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy in despair. Outside the city of Islan, the battle continued, yet strangely, not a single drop of blood had been spilled. The inexperienced recruits of the Olvis Empire, already overwhelmed by hunger and exhaustion, were further shaken when they saw the enemy mages appear atop the city walls. To them, mages were terrifying beings capable of wiping out entire squads with powerful spells. Fear quickly spread among them. Some recruits turned and fled in terror. Others collapsed to their knees, their voices filled with desperation as they begged for mercy. Some pleaded for their lives, crying out that they did not want to die, that they had not even had the chance to marry yet. Panic had taken hold of them, and chaos consumed the battlefield. After some time, the soldiers began to notice something unusual. Despite the chilling winds and the drastic drop in temperature, there were no actual attacks from the enemy mages. Apart from the freezing air, everything else remained eerily unchanged. Their confusion was suddenly interrupted by an angry shout from their commanding officer, who demanded to know why they were standing idly. He ordered them to pick up their weapons and fight. Forced by the command, the trembling recruits reluctantly tightened their grips on their weapons and resumed their feeble assault on the city, though their hearts were filled with unease. On the city walls, after completing her Extreme Frost Seal spell, Selena landed gracefully. A trace of doubt flickered in her eyes as she turned to Rain. She questioned whether such a low-level frost spell could truly push back the enemy and suggested deploying a few thunder mages to increase their firepower. Rain, however, simply shook his head and smiled with quiet confidence. He stated that there was no need. Since ancient times, he explained, what truly broke a soldier's will was not weapons or destructive magic. it was hunger and bitter cold. His words soon became reality. Outside the city, the temperature had plummeted to an unbearable level. The soldiers, already weakened from wading through the river, found themselves subjected to an even greater torment. The freezing air gnawed at their bodies, their limbs trembling uncontrollably as their teeth chattered violently. Among them, voices filled with desperation began to rise. Some wailed that they were freezing to death. Others cried out in disbelief, questioning why it was suddenly so cold. Many lamented that they could no longer fight, that all they wanted was to go home. Unable to endure the unbearable chill, some soldiers abandoned their weapons entirely. Others, in a desperate attempt to preserve what little warmth they had left, even removed their armor, curling into themselves against the icy wind. The commanding officer's rage boiled over at the sight. His voice roared across the battlefield as he berated them, calling them cowards and demanding that they pick up their weapons and fight. The soldiers, however, pleaded in response. Their voices were weak and filled with despair as they explained that their hands had gone numb from the cold, rendering them unable to hold their weapons. They insisted that they had no strength left to fight. Not only were they freezing, but they were also starving. If they did not retreat soon, they feared that they would all perish on the battlefield. The commander's expression darkened with worry as he took in the miserable state of his troops. He immediately ordered one soldier to return to camp and report the situation to Grand Duke Castile, while forcing the rest to continue their assault. At that moment, Grand Duke Castile remained completely unaware of the disaster unfolding outside the city of Islan. Inside his command tent, he sat comfortably, indulging in a luxurious feast. Before him was an extravagant spread, succulent roasted lamb, fragrant wine, and an array of other delicacies. The warmth of the tent and the richness of the meal stood in stark contrast to the frozen nightmare his soldiers were enduring on the battlefield. A soldier stepped inside, bowing respectfully as he announced that there was news from the front lines. Grand Duke Castile, without much concern, nodded and signaled for the report to be delivered. However, before the soldier could continue, another man suddenly burst into the tent, one of the wounded from the battlefield. His body was covered in injuries, his breath heavy as he saluted hastily. He began to speak but faltered when his eyes fell upon the extravagant feast before him. A surge of anger swelled in his chest. As he stared at the officers gorging themselves on fine food and wine, resentment burned within him. He questioned, in silence, why they, who endured hunger and freezing cold on the battlefield, were left to suffer while their commanders feasted without a care. Yet, despite his fury, he forced himself to suppress his emotions and continued his report. He informed Castile that the situation on the front lines was dire. He explained that Rain had used frost magic to weaken their forces and that the soldiers were unable to fight, as they were freezing and could no longer hold their weapons. He respectfully requested a temporary retreat. Upon hearing this, Castile's expression twisted into one of feigned outrage. Slamming his fist onto the table, he scorned the soldiers on the battlefield, dismissing them as worthless cowards who were afraid of hardship and unfit to serve the great Olvis Empire. One of the soldiers, overwhelmed with fear, fell to his knees and desperately tried to explain. His voice trembled as he insisted that the men were not afraid of death, but that they were truly starving and lacked the strength to continue fighting. However, Castile remained entirely unmoved. His cold eyes swept over the soldier before him, and without a hint of remorse, he immediately ordered the man's execution for daring to question his decisions. Despite this, Castile was immensely pleased. His original plan had worked. Islan's defenses had been worn down. Now, he decided that it was time for him to personally lead the assault. In his mind, this would be the perfect opportunity to prove himself as a brilliant strategist. One of the nearby officers, concerned for Castile's safety, stepped forward and urged him not to take such a risk. He assured Castile that they were more than willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Castile, however, merely chuckled, his voice laced with hidden arrogance. He stated that he did not doubt their loyalty, but he wanted everyone to witness his greatness firsthand. Without hesitation, he gave the order to mobilize the main forces, including the mages and cavalry, to completely encircle the city. He commanded the earth element mages to create bridges across the river, ensuring that the cavalry could cross without difficulty. The mages swiftly ascended into the air, raising their hands as they chanted their spells. One by one, sturdy earthen bridges formed, seamlessly connecting both sides of the riverbank. As soon as the final bridge was completed, Castile gave the order for an all-out attack. He declared that whoever captured Rain would be handsomely rewarded. A deafening battle cry erupted from the Alvision soldiers as thousands of cavalrymen surged forward with overwhelming momentum, their charge threatening to trample everything in their path. From atop the city walls, Rain observed the advancing army with a calm smile. A knight approached him respectfully, reporting that the Alvis Empire had finally launched its full-scale assault. Rain gave a slight nod, his gaze sharp as he turned to Lee and issued a command. He ordered her to deploy their prepared strategy, ensuring that everything was poured into the trenches while sealing off all escape routes. Without hesitation, Lee acknowledged the command and immediately took action. The soldiers swiftly poured oil through the pipes leading to the trenches outside the city. Thick, black liquid slowly spread across the water's surface, though the Alvision army remained completely unaware. The real battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, as the battle for Islan raged on, another force was racing toward the city. A cavalry unit, led by Rosalind Hulk, was advancing at full speed. Riding atop her trusted steed, Rosalind's expression was tense with determination. She was fully committed to reaching Islan as quickly as possible. She refused to allow Lord Rain to fall into danger. Before departing, her father had reminded her multiple times that the survival of their family depended on the success of this mission. At that moment, Rosalind had vowed to him that she would see it through. Just then, a knight rode up beside her, his voice filled with concern. He urged her to rest, pointing out that they had been marching for 3 days without pause. While she might be able to endure it, the soldiers could not. Rosalind, without slowing her pace, sternly inquired about the remaining distance to Islan. The knight quickly reported that they were only a day's ride away. Without hesitation, Rosalind ordered the mage beside her to project a map into the air. The mage complied immediately, casting a spell to create a glowing map that displayed their exact position. Fixing her gaze on the map, Rosalind analyzed the situation carefully. She concluded that the border fortress of Islan had likely fallen to the Alvis Empire and that Lord Rain must now be making his stand within the city. Just then, a realization struck her. Her eyes lit up with newfound clarity. Without warning, she pulled hard on the reins, bringing her horse to a sudden halt. Her voice rang out with authority as she called into the empty space ahead, demanding that Nox, the Shadow Mage, reveal himself and discuss strategy. A stunned silence followed. Moments later, the air in front of her rippled with an eerie distortion. A pitch-black rift tore open, and from within the darkness, a figure emerged. Nox had arrived. As Nox emerged from the dark rift, the knights instinctively raised their weapons, their eyes filled with suspicion. The knight captain immediately ordered his men to form a protective formation around Rosalind and demanded to know the identity of the stranger who had suddenly appeared before them. However, before any of the soldiers could act, Rosalind swiftly intervened, remaining composed. She locked eyes with the dark mage and, without hesitation, addressed him directly. She stated with certainty that he was Nox. The man furrowed his brows in annoyance, not responding right away. Instead, he regarded her with a cold stare before replying curtly, demanding to know what she wanted. Rosalind paid no mind to his attitude and, with calm determination, explained her plan. She declared her intention to lead a force to cut off the Ulvis Empire's supply lines and then launch a surprise attack from the rear to wipe them out of Islan. Fixing her gaze firmly on Nox, she acknowledged that he had been sent by Lady Prithia to monitor her but insisted that, at this moment, she needed his help. Nox responded slowly, his voice as cold as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He stated that his orders were to eliminate her only if she took actions that would endanger Lord Rain. Nowhere in those orders, he pointed out, was there any mention of assisting her. Rosalind, unfazed, offered a slight smile and countered his argument. She reasoned that both of them wanted the same thing, to ensure Lord Rain's safety. If that was the case, she said, helping her would not be a violation of his orders. Nox remained silent, his gaze showing that he was carefully considering her words. After a brief pause, he finally nodded and asked her to explain how she wanted him to assist. Rosalind turned to the map and carefully laid out her plan. She explained that she would lead her troops around Islan and strike the rear lines of the enemy forces. Meanwhile, she instructed Nox to use his magic to seal off the upper stream of the fortress moat. Then, at the right moment, when her mages gave the signal, he was to release the water all at once, flooding the battlefield and drowning the unsuspecting Ulvis soldiers. Meanwhile, at the heart of the elf tribe, far from the battlefield, the elf saintess Eldria had returned to her homeland, carrying an important letter from Rain. In the letter, Rain proposed a full-scale alliance with the elf tribe. He offered to supply them with the resources they needed to improve their lives and ensure their survival. After reading the letter, the elf queen turned her gaze to those gathered before her. With a regal voice, she asked for their thoughts on Rain's proposal. One of the elders, speaking cautiously, voiced his concerns. He warned that humans were deceitful and cunning, and they rarely honored their word. He argued that it would be best to avoid any dealings with them. Another advisor, however, offered a counterpoint. While acknowledging the elders' concerns, he pointed out the reality of their situation. He reminded the council that the elf tribe could not sustain itself solely on its own resources. Every winter, they were forced to purchase food from humans. If they refused this alliance, he feared their people would suffer greatly. The queen took a moment to ponder the conflicting views before turning her attention to Eldria. She stated that among everyone present, Eldria was the only one who had personally met the new Lord of Islan. She asked for her opinion on the matter. Eldria fell silent for a moment, as if carefully choosing her words. Then, with a thoughtful expression, she stated that Rain was a despicable and cunning man. However, realizing the weight of her words, she quickly corrected herself, stating that no, Rain was not merely cunning, he was incredibly intelligent. She then shared her experience, explaining that she had followed his advice, and as a result, their winter food supplies were not only abundant but had also saved them a great deal of money. A man beside her, surprised by this revelation, remarked that he had not expected such an interesting figure to exist among humans. A blonde-haired elf, frowning, remained skeptical. She questioned Rain's intelligence, pointing out that only a few days ago, scouts had reported him engaged in battle. With a hint of frustration, she remarked that every autumn, humans foolishly threw themselves into war, wasting their lives without reason. She then turned her sharp gaze to Eldria and stated bluntly that any potential trade agreement hinged on one condition: Rain had to survive this war. If he perished, then everything they discussed would be meaningless. The weight of her words left Eldria feeling uneasy. At that moment, the elf queen spoke again, her voice commanding attention. She told Eldria to remain calm and allow her to make the final decision. After a brief pause, she agreed that the blonde-haired elf had a point. If Rain died, then any plans for trade would be rendered meaningless. With that in mind, she announced her intention to personally head to the battlefield and observe the situation herself. Back at the battlefield, by this time, the battle for Islan had reached its most intense stage. The Alvis Empire's forces were relentlessly attacking the city. From atop the city walls, the defending soldiers shouted orders to fire the arrows, ensuring that the enemy could not climb the walls. The battlefield was consumed by chaos, yet Rain remained composed. Standing atop an observation tower, he silently observed the unfolding battle, his sharp gaze never leaving the scene below. Beside him, Selena spoke, her voice filled with concern. She asked whether they should take action. Rain responded calmly, stating that there was no need to rush. He explained that they must wait until Grand Duke Castile personally entered the fray. The plan, he emphasized, could only be executed once. They absolutely could not allow Castile to escape. Selena bit her lip, trying to suppress her anxiety. She wanted to say more, but her attention was suddenly drawn to the large number of Alvis soldiers scaling the walls. From his own vantage point, Grand Duke Castile was astonished to see his troops breaking through the defensive lines so quickly. Recognizing this as a sign of imminent victory, he immediately issued the order for all troops to charge into Islan and capture Rain alive. Under Castile's command, the entire Alvis army surged forward. Their war cries echoed across the battlefield like an unstoppable tidal wave, filling the air with the sound of clashing weapons and desperate screams. From his position above, Rain narrowed his eyes. A sharp, eager glint flickered in his gaze as he watched Castile finally step onto the earth bridges, crossing into the city. Without hesitation, Rain turned to Selena and, with unwavering confidence, gave the command. It was time to act. On the walls, the defending warriors saw the Alvis soldiers scaling up and immediately rushed to intercept them. The captain stepped quickly in front of Ryan, shielding him, and ordered the others to eliminate any enemy who managed to climb the wall. He made it clear that Ryan's safety was the priority. Ignoring the growing battle atop the defenses, Ryan decisively instructed Selena to cast a fireball spell into the black waters of the moat. Selena responded without delay. She raised her hands slightly, her eyes locked on the dark, still waters below, and summoned blazing mana into her palms. The fireball spell ignited instantly under her focused will. In moments, a storm of flaming spheres erupted from Selena's position, arcing through the air and raining down toward the moat. Across the battlefield, Grand Duke Castile spotted the sudden assault and immediately shouted a warning, telling his troops that the enemy mage was attacking with fire magic. He believed it to be a final, desperate counterstrike and quickly ordered his mages to intercept the incoming projectiles. The mages of the Alvis Empire stepped forward at once, raising a shimmering magical barrier. Fireballs exploded against it, scattering ash and embers, but Selena's relentless assault pressed harder. The barrier strained under the relentless bombardment. Some fireballs managed to breach the defenses, hurtling into the moat below. Seeing the cracks in their defense, a knight rushed to Castile's side, urgently reporting that their mages were exhausting their mana reserves to maintain the barrier. The knight warned what might happen if the enemy had another plan. Castile, however, only laughed at the knight's concerns, confidently mocking the idea that the defenders had anything left. He declared that the rats inside the city had already spent all their strength, and that the fireballs were nothing more than a last gasp of resistance. Certain that victory was secured, Castile paid no further attention to the fireballs that had fallen into the moat. He dismissed them as wildly inaccurate and meaningless. The knights surrounding him erupted in cheers, proclaiming that their Grand Duke was truly a military genius and that once the city fell, the entire empire would revere his name. Castile basked in their praise, smiling triumphantly. In his mind, Ryan was nothing but a foolish child, and Brack's entire resistance was a joke compared to his own tactical brilliance. But then, without warning, the ground trembled. The fireballs that had landed in the water had not extinguished. Instead, an enormous blaze erupted from the moat, spreading instantly, engulfing the waters and cutting off the Ulvis army's retreat in a wall of fire. The confidence drained from Castile's face, replaced by sheer terror. Panic rippled through the Ulvis ranks like a disease. Horrified screams rose into the night. Castile, overwhelmed, demanded to know how this was possible. He could not fathom why the moat, filled with water, had become a raging inferno, its power rivaling that of a forbidden spell. Cries for help echoed across the battlefield as soldiers too close to the flames were consumed, their bodies vanishing into the fire. Castile stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before him. He had deployed his entire army into the city, but now, with the retreat path severed, they were trapped, left to burn alive. Trembling, Castile's gaze lifted toward the city walls, where he saw a single figure standing tall and coldly watching the battlefield. A chilling thought stabbed through his mind. That man was no human. He was a demon. A monster who would burn 100,000 soldiers alive without a shred of mercy. The terror gripped Castile's heart, making his body involuntarily shake. As the flames devoured more and more soldiers, a knight burst to Castile's side, shouting desperately that he must order an immediate retreat. Snapping out of his daze, Castile realized with a jolt that he needed to act. He commanded that a retreat be ordered at once, and instructed the mages to extinguish the flames to open an escape route. But the mages, pale and exhausted, reported that they had no mana left. Every last drop had been spent maintaining the barrier against the fireballs. Hearing this, a crushing despair settled over Castile, heavier than any armor he had ever worn. The Grand Duke stood paralyzed, his dream of victory reduced to ash, just like his soldiers. Hovering mid-air, Selena felt a sharp wave of fear grip her. The scene below was terrifying, an inferno raging across the battlefield. From what she could tell, the flames matched the destructive force of a forbidden-level spell. But the true horror wasn't just the scale of the destruction, it was the fact that Ren had created this chaos using nothing more than a few barrels of oil. No mana. No magic. Just pure strategy and fire. Ren stood tall on the city walls, watching the flames devour the enemy forces. He didn't flinch at the distant screams. Though the suffering below disturbed him deeply as a human being, he accepted it as the price of war. He told himself that if he wanted to prevent his people from enduring this kind of tragedy again, then the city's industrial development had to accelerate, fast. Eventually, he turned his back on the destruction. He couldn't keep watching. With a final look, he left the wall and handed over command to Selena. Without hesitation, she ordered the city's mages to begin an all-out magical assault. Moments later, the sky lit up with bolts of magic raining down like a divine judgment. The scene turned grotesque. The army of the Ulvis Empire was nearly wiped out. Far from the city's edge, Grand Duke Castile survived by sheer luck, dragged out of the flames by a loyal knight who shielded him with his own body. Even then, Castile emerged barely recognizable, his appearance scorched and his spirit shattered. Eventually, he limped back to his military camp, only to be met with silence. No guards. No soldiers. Not a sound. Confused and alert, Castile tried to make sense of the abandoned outpost. That's when he saw it, something plummeting from the sky. He narrowed his eyes and realized it was a sword. A massive one. It came down fast, faster than anything natural, and embedded itself into the ground in front of him with a thunderous crash. Shocked, Castile stumbled back just as a figure appeared beside the fallen weapon. His face went pale with terror as he stammered a desperate question, asking who she was. The woman said that his clothing marked him clearly. He was a noble of the Ulvis Empire. She added coldly that she had been searching for him for a long time. Still on the ground, trembling, Castile asked what she wanted. She approached him slowly, a leather whip swinging loosely in her grip. Her voice was tight with restrained rage as she demanded to know the location of his main army, and whether Lord Ryan was still alive. Before he could respond, The whip cracked through the air and landed brutally against his side. He screamed out in pain, his cries raw and desperate. He shouted that he would talk, that he would tell her everything. He confessed that Ryan had burned the entire army to death using forbidden-level magic. He declared that he was Grand Duke Castile and insisted that she couldn't treat him this way. Rosaline looked down at him in disbelief. She thought the man must be lying. The story sounded too outrageous to be real. Was he seriously trying to mislead her with such nonsense? Did he think she was that gullible? Without saying another word, she signaled her soldiers. She ordered them to seize Grand Duke Castile and continue the interrogation until he gave up the real truth. After seizing control of the Olvis Empire's military camp, Rosaline made the strategic decision to remain stationed there. Her priority was clear: extract the location of the main enemy force from Grand Duke Castile. While studying a large map with a growing sense of concern, a soldier entered the command tent. Rosaline immediately questioned him about the prisoner's condition. The soldier hesitated, then reported that Castile was proving to be unbelievably stubborn. He says that he is indeed Grand Duke Castile and insists that his entire force of 100,000 men was obliterated by Lord Ryan, who, according to him, unleashed a forbidden fire spell at the border fortress of Islan. Rosaline's expression turned cold and furious. She slammed her fist down onto the table, the sound echoing through the tent. She ordered the soldier to continue the torture until Castile stopped lying and revealed the truth. With her mind still focused on Lord Ryan's fate, Rosaline issued additional commands. The army was to rest until dusk. At nightfall, they would launch an assault on the border fortress to rescue Ryan. Intelligence had revealed that during the enemy's earlier offensive, the Olvis Empire's forces had constructed several makeshift earthen bridges over the fortress moat, structures now abandoned, but still intact. Rosaline planned to use these bridges to allow her cavalry to cross quickly and breach the fortress defenses. However, she knew the fortress couldn't be taken head-on. She had decided to lure the remaining enemy troops out into the open and then coordinate with the mages that Lady Prithia had dispatched. The operation needed precise timing and complete control. Just as she began considering whether bypassing the fortress and heading straight to Islan might be a viable alternative, her thoughts were shattered by a sudden, loud disturbance in the nearby forest. She didn't hesitate. She shouted that the camp was under attack and called her soldiers to arms. Immediately, troops surrounded her, forming a defensive wall. Several soldiers yelled for the hidden attackers to show themselves, warning that the army was now on high alert and wouldn't be caught off guard again. From the dense woods, a group of figures emerged slowly. But instead of charging forward, they advanced calmly, without any weapons raised or signs of aggression. As the figures stepped into the open, their features became unmistakable. They were elves. Among them stood the Holy Maiden Era, several high-ranking elders, and even the Elven Queen herself. Rosaline's eyes locked on the group. Her expression shifted to shock, but she kept her tone icy and controlled. She said that based on their presence, she could only conclude that the elves had aligned themselves with the Olvis Empire. She accused them of conspiring against Lord Ryan. At that, a blonde-haired elf stepped forward sharply. She declared that Rosaline's accusation was absurd. She said that Ryan had personally reached out to their queen, requesting a meeting regarding trade. She asked how Rosaline could accuse the elves of plotting anything malicious. Rosaline responded with a sneer. She said that such a story was laughable and clearly a fabrication to cover up their alliance with the enemy. The blonde elf's voice rose with fury. She exclaimed that Rosaline had insulted the honor of the entire elven race. She gave a command for the elven archers to ready their bows. In response, Rosaline gave her own order. She commanded the Knight Battalion to take position and prepare for incoming arrows. The air between the two forces grew thick with tension. Just as violence seemed inevitable, the Elven Queen stepped forward and raised her hand. A shimmering magical barrier materialized between both sides, halting the conflict before it could begin. With a calm and authoritative voice, the Queen addressed everyone. She explained that their presence was not an act of war, but a diplomatic visit. She said that a young man named Ryan Egra had written to her regarding trade negotiations. If Rosaline's army was truly allied with him, then there was no need to fight. If they were his enemies, the elves would withdraw and wait until the conflict had passed before speaking further. She then asked if this arrangement was acceptable. Rosaline, still alert and suspicious, demanded proof. She said that if the Queen truly came on behalf of Lord Ryan, then she needed to present evidence. Without hesitation, the Queen turned to the Holy Maiden Era and instructed her to present the letter written by Ryan. Era stepped forward and offered the letter to Rosaline. The moment Rosaline laid eyes on the seal, her doubt gave way to recognition. The magical mark on the document was unique, impossible to forge. Rosaline confirmed the letter's authenticity. Yet despite the proof, she declared that she would only extend provisional trust. She would believe them for now, but she would not lower her guard until she verified everything directly with Lord Ryan himself. She ordered that the elven envoys be monitored throughout the journey. The elven queen, unoffended, nodded in agreement. She stated that such caution was understandable and that mutual wariness was only natural in times like these. Rosaline gave the order for her soldiers to stand down and rest, maintaining her plan to launch an assault at dusk. Back in her tent, she issued specific instructions to her officers. The elves were to be watched closely. Any suspicious movement was to be reported to her immediately. Across the camp, the elves moved quietly toward the area designated for them, making no protest. Among them, the blonde-haired elf voiced her concern. She said that the humans clearly did not trust them and questioned why they were even considering trade with such people. The elven queen responded with a calm smile. She said that if the humans truly trusted them, they wouldn't be human. Despite the cold reception, the queen harbored hope. She silently wished that this Ryan would live up to the letter he had written. Her people were facing a turning point, and survival now depended on transformation. They could no longer remain isolated or unchanged. As dusk fell, Rosaline's forces mobilized, heading toward the border city in a swift and determined march. Along the way, a scout returned with a surprising report. He said that the banner flying over the fortress was not the flag of the Olvis Empire, it was still the crest of House Edgar. The news caught Rosaline off guard. A thought crossed her mind: was it possible the fat man's story was actually true? But there was no time to dwell on doubts. She resolved that regardless of who held the fortress, she needed to reach Lord Ryan without delay. She ordered the city to be surrounded immediately. Whether the defenders inside were friend or foe, they had to know that reinforcements had arrived. Without hesitation, she commanded all cavalry units to cross the abandoned earthen bridges and storm Islan. The objective was clear: reach Lord Ryan before the night was over. The cost was secondary. By this time, the fires that had once consumed the outskirts of the city had died out. In their place lay a field of charred corpses, the air thick with the stench of burned flesh. It was a grotesque and sobering sight. Standing in the midst of the devastation was Ryan, silent and still. His hands were clenched tightly, trembling not from fear, but from anger. His fury wasn't directed at the brutality of war, nor out of sorrow for the fallen enemy. What enraged him was the senseless waste of potential. The dead soldiers, enemy or not, represented a massive labor force. He thought bitterly that they could have worked in his factories until their last breath, producing something of value. Nearby, Leah noticed the tension in his posture and approached him with quiet sympathy. In her heart, she believed that his sorrow came from compassion, that he mourned even for those who had come to kill him. Standing beside him, she softly reassured him, saying that he should not grieve for these invaders, that they deserved what they got. Ryan cleared his throat awkwardly. He told her that she had misunderstood, that his frustration wasn't out of mourning. He was just about to clarify his thoughts when a soldier arrived in a rush. The soldier reported that a military force was rapidly approaching from the direction of the Olvis Empire. He added that the banner they carried resembled that of the Second Lady. Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. The news left him stunned. The scene transitioned to the interior of Ryan's office inside the border fortress, where a new and significant development was unfolding. He was now hosting a very important guest, the Queen of the Elven race. With unwavering confidence, Ryan addressed her directly. He stated that the city of Islan would one day become the crown jewel of the continent. He said that those who chose to invest now would not simply be supporters of its rise. They would be remembered as its creators. His words carried vision, ambition, and certainty. The Elven Queen listened closely to Ryan's pitch, her expression calm but clearly marked by hesitation. Though she didn't interrupt, the measured look in her eyes spoke volumes. When she finally responded, her voice was gentle but firm. She said that while the business plans he proposed were intriguing, she believed they held little relevance for her people. She explained that the elves had long lived in harmony with nature, and without any of the advancements Ryan had described, their lives remained peaceful and content. Ryan frowned slightly, caught off guard by her bluntness. With a composed tone, he acknowledged her point, but didn't conceal his disagreement. He said that if this was truly how she viewed things, then the elven path forward would be an extremely difficult one. Needs, he explained, were not inherent, they were created. And it was those very needs that propelled civilizations forward, forcing people to adapt and reshape the world around them. The Queen tilted her head slightly, raising a brow in response. She said that many of the so-called needs of humankind were seen by the elves as distractions, complications rather than solutions. Her people, she said, lived simply, close to nature, and the intricate inventions of humanity were, to them, little more than unnecessary noise. Her voice grew more serious, and her gaze sharpened with regal authority. She said that she meant no offense, but she had to speak plainly. In her eyes, countless human empires had collapsed under the weight of their own insatiable desires, chasing endless progress and ambition until they destroyed themselves. Ryan slowly nodded, not offended by her words but acknowledging the truth in them. He said that she was right, many human civilizations had indeed been consumed by greed. Yet, he added, it was that same drive, that same desire, which had fueled humanity's greatest achievements. He explained that because humans wished to fly, they built airplanes. Because they wanted to explore the depths of the ocean, they invented submarines. And because they dreamed of the stars, they created spacecraft. He told her that one day, if she stood atop the highest tower in the heart of Islan and looked out at the vibrant city below, she would feel something she had never experienced before, the triumph of having helped build a miracle. The queen seemed momentarily stunned, caught in a quiet daze as his words echoed in her mind. She thought to herself that she didn't fully understand him. Airplanes? Submarines? Spacecraft? These things were alien to her. And yet, despite her confusion, she maintained her poise. She met his gaze and said that his confidence was rare among humans, but she reminded him that the elves were not like his kind. For thousands of years, they had lived without being ruled by desire. She asked him if he truly believed they would abandon that way of life for the sake of a commercial district, no matter how ambitious or dazzling it sounded. Ryan didn't waver. He stated firmly that if the elves chose to invest now, they would witness a future unlike anything they had ever imagined. The word future struck a nerve. The queen's heart stirred faintly at the mention. A quiet thought surfaced: what if this man could, in some way, alter the fate she had foreseen? A prophecy had once warned of a dark future for the elven people, and though she had never spoken of it openly, the weight of it always lingered. Was this Ryan, strange and bold as he was, the key to averting that path? Still guarded, she replied with a reserved nod. She said that Ryan's eloquence was impressive, but not yet enough to sway her. She added that she would need time to speak with the elders of her tribe before making any decision. Ryan received her answer with a calm smile. He said that her caution was wise, and that he respected it. He assured her that he was more than willing to wait for her investment. Then, without another word, he turned to Leah and gave a subtle nod. Leah stepped forward, poised and graceful, holding something in her hands. As she approached the queen, she extended an exquisitely crafted invitation with both hands and offered it respectfully. Ryan spoke with quiet conviction as he presented the ornate invitation. He said that this was a formal invite to the inauguration ceremony of the island city dam, and he earnestly hoped that the queen would attend. He added that the event would mark the first true step into a new industrial era, and he wanted her to witness it firsthand. The narrative shifted back to the day before this meeting. At that time, Rosalind was leading her troops swiftly toward the border fortress. The army was still some distance from their destination when one of her subordinates galloped forward, breathless and urgent. He reported that there was news from the front lines. Lord Ryan was alive and unharmed. Not only that, but he was personally overseeing the post-battle cleanup at the fortress. Rosalind was momentarily stunned. She repeated the word unharmed under her breath, trying to make sense of it. Her mind raced. How could Ryan have survived? The Olvis Empire had attacked with an army numbering over 100,000. She tightened her grip on the reins, her thoughts clouded with disbelief and cautious hope. Could the rumors be true? Could there really be some hidden sorcerer wielding forbidden magic on Ryan's side? She shook her head sharply, forcing herself back to focus. Now wasn't the time for theories or doubt. She had to reach him immediately. When Rosalind and her forces finally arrived outside the border city, the aftermath of the battle was still visible, though muted. Most of the field had already been cleared. Tattered flags fluttered weakly in the wind, and the blood-stained soil had been covered with pale white sand. It was a strange blend of ruin and restoration, a battlefield washed clean too quickly, as if to conceal the violence that had just unfolded. Without wasting a moment, Rosalind entered the city and made her way straight to Ryan's office. As she stepped through the door, her expression was full of worry and regret. Without hesitation, she fell to her knees before him. Her voice trembled as she introduced herself as Knight Rosalind of House Hulk, sent by Lady Prithia to support him. She begged his forgiveness for her late arrival and stated that if punishment was necessary, she would accept it without complaint. Ryan's gaze was cold and unreadable. He regarded her with a detached calm, his tone measured. He confirmed that she was the one his sister had sent. When she nodded, he narrowed his eyes and asked why she had approached from the direction of the Olvis Empire. Rosalind quickly explained, her words coming fast. She said that 3 days earlier, she had received the command to support him. At the time, she believed he had already retreated to Islan, so she led her troops on a wide flanking route through the city to cut off the Olvis Empire's retreat. It had seemed the most strategic option. Ryan looked genuinely surprised. He leaned forward slightly and asked again, 3 days? He pointed out that the distance from Lady Prithia's territory to the border fortress was over 100 kilometers. He asked how she had crossed that distance so quickly when even he hadn't completed the railway yet. Rosalind, clearly confused, asked what a railway was. Ryan paused for a moment, then dismissed the topic with a brief shake of his head. He said it didn't matter, and that she and her troops had worked hard. He told her she could stand. But Rosalind didn't rise. She insisted that it hadn't been hard at all, and that this was simply what House Hulk owed him, especially after the disgrace caused by her uncle. Ryan's expression tightened. He asked her to confirm, was she truly from House Hulk? Was Caesar her uncle? Rosalind nodded, her eyes steady. She affirmed it with pride and shame intertwined, saying that she was his niece and pleading for a chance to redeem her house. She told him she would accept any punishment he saw fit and would not complain. Ryan fell into thought. Something seemed to occur to him, and without further explanation, he told her to wait. Then he turned and left the room, leaving Rosalind alone in the silence. She remained where she was. 1 hour passed. Then another. A full day went by without a word. The quiet in the room grew heavy. Anxiety gnawed at her, and though she remained composed, her mind churned. She wondered if this was it, if her house would be denied even a chance at redemption. She sighed softly, telling herself that if she couldn't even speak to him, there would be no future for House Hulk. Then, the door opened. Ryan stepped back into the room, this time with a faint smile. His voice was calm as he apologized for keeping her waiting. Rosalind stood quickly, still unsure what to expect. But Ryan raised a hand to ease her nerves. He said there was no need for tension, he had returned because he wanted to speak with her. She nodded, her eyes serious, anticipation rising within her. In her heart, she told herself this was the moment, the chance her family desperately needed. She had to make it count. Then Ryan asked her a question, his tone steady but laced with deeper meaning. He asked whether she would be willing to become one of his. At those words, Rosalind froze. Her face turned a bright shade of red. Clearly, she had misunderstood what he meant. While Rosalind was still reeling from Ryan's proposal, her mind racing with 1,000 misinterpretations, he continued speaking, calm, composed, and direct. He explained that her performance on the battlefield had left a deep impression on him. He said that whether it was her daring maneuver to flank the enemy or her reckless solo charge forward, both acts had proven that she wasn't just brave, but skilled. He saw her as someone exceptional. Yet Ryan's decision wasn't based on intuition alone. He had access to a hidden advantage, he could see her stats. And the numbers were extraordinary. Strength, 87. Strategy, 82. Magic power, 85. Leadership, 91. But what truly caught his attention was the loyalty stat, an unwavering 100. It was rare, perhaps even unheard of. Despite his praise, Rosalind responded with composed humility. She said softly that what she had done was simply her duty, nothing more. Ryan smiled, clearly unmoved by modesty, and asked again if she would be willing to become one of his. Rosalind lowered her head, her voice growing quiet, touched with hesitation. She said she understood, if he wished to use her as compensation for his dissatisfaction with her family, then she, Rosalind, would offer herself completely. It was a statement both bold and tragic. Ryan's expression shifted instantly. His tone sharpened as he raised his voice. He said something about the conversation felt very wrong. He questioned her interpretation, especially the phrase, make up for. He insisted he had never said such a thing. Rosalind panicked and dropped to her knees again. Her voice trembled as she declared that though her dream had always been to serve as a holy knight at his side, if he needed her body as penance for her uncle's actions, she would endure it without complaint. Ryan quickly stepped toward her, urging her to rise. His voice softened as he clarified, she had misunderstood entirely. He said that what he wanted was for her to serve him as a knight, not as a sacrifice or an object. Nothing more, nothing less. Rosalind's eyes widened in surprise. She repeated his words, seeking confirmation. Ryan cut her off with a calm smile. He added that regardless of whether she accepted his offer, he wouldn't hold her Uncle Caesar Halsey's past mistakes against her, or her house. Clearing his throat, he returned to a serious tone. He asked her plainly, would she pledge her loyalty, as a knight under his command? At that moment, Rosalind was overwhelmed with emotion. Not only had he spared her family, but he had also offered her the very dream she thought was lost. She dropped to one knee and placed a hand over her chest. Her voice was steady as she declared that to serve as his knight would be the greatest honor of her life. Later, in the quiet of his office, Ryan was hunched over his desk, pen in hand. He was writing a letter addressed to his sister. He began with a brief update. The crisis in Islan had been resolved. He went on to speak of Rosalind, describing her as a truly exceptional knight and expressing his wish to retain her in his service. He ended the letter with a formal request for Prithia's approval. Once finished, he handed the letter to Leah and instructed her to deliver it the next day. He also told her to include an invitation to the upcoming inauguration of the water dam. With his tasks complete, Ryan turned to the window. His eyes wandered toward the horizon, but his thoughts were sharp and focused. He needed to find 4 more individuals, people with stats like Rosalind's, with potential, discipline, and loyalty. Time was running out for the mission ahead, and now he had found his first. Rosalind. His thoughts were interrupted as Leah entered abruptly, her voice urgent. She reported that the Grand Duke of Castile had been captured, by Rosalind's own knights. She asked what should be done with him. Ryan stood up quickly, a jolt of frustration flashing across his face. He muttered that he had completely forgotten about the man. He asked where the Grand Duke was now. Leah answered immediately. The prisoner was being held in Islan's city prison. The scene shifted to that prison, a dim, cold chamber where the Grand Duke of Castile sat, locked behind a heavy iron door. The light that filtered through cast harsh shadows across his face, making his grim expression even more severe. The door creaked open, and Ryan entered the cell. His tone was cool and even as he greeted the man. The Grand Duke responded with a snort of disdain and venom. He said that Ryan was pathetic and assured him that his downfall was coming. Ryan's expression hardened. He asked what the Duke meant. After all, wasn't he the one in chains? The Grand Duke's eyes opened, glinting with mockery. He said that clearly Ryan's father hadn't taught him anything. He explained that forbidden spellcasters across the continent were highly regulated, and under strict laws, they were forbidden from intervening in mortal wars. He warned that Ryan had broken that sacred rule on the battlefield, and it wouldn't be long before every powerful spellcaster turned their wrath toward Ryan's family. Ryan paused, the threat catching him off guard. He furrowed his brow and asked if the Grand Duke was referring to Lady Selena. The Duke laughed cruelly and said that Selena was just a high-ranking mage, not even close to the level of forbidden. He claimed the destruction witnessed during the battle could only come from a true forbidden spellcaster. Only then did realization seem to dawn on Ryan. He chuckled lightly and said that if the Grand Duke was referring to the explosions, then he was mistaken. There had been no spellcaster, just barrels of oil and clever placement. He added that he could create a dozen more such blasts without touching a single room. The Grand Duke's face twisted in rage. He shouted that Ryan was lying. He insisted that only a forbidden-level caster could summon such force. Such destructive power couldn't possibly come from a pampered noble boy. Ryan sighed, unimpressed. He said that whatever people wanted to call it, spell or strategy, it didn't matter. He wasn't here to argue. His voice dropped lower, colder. He asked the Grand Duke one question: who was backing him? What was the real plan behind these invasions? For a moment, the Grand Duke hesitated. Then, recovering quickly, he insisted that there was no one behind him. He claimed that the Alvis Empire didn't need anyone's help to crush weaklings. Ryan didn't buy it. He had already reviewed the records. Every year, the same pattern played out. The Alvis army would cross the border in spring, attack recklessly, then withdraw in autumn. Never leaving behind garrisons, never trying to hold territory. Ryan stepped closer and asked again, was their king insane, or were the invasions really tests for something else? The Grand Duke paled. Sweat gathered on his brow as he stammered a vague excuse, that the Empire had no interest in occupying barren land, and only sought to show strength. But Ryan's voice darkened further. He asked if this was truly about showing strength, or if they were testing something no one knew about. That question shattered the Grand Duke's composure. His jaw clenched. He looked away, refusing to answer. Ryan didn't press further. He simply turned and said the man could stay locked up and think it over. Leaving the prison, Ryan's mind raced. The invasions, the retreats, it all felt scripted. He was being manipulated, and he hated that. If there was a deeper game at play, he needed to expose it, and fast. 10 days later, a letter from Ryan reached his sister's hands. After reading it, Prithia gave a knowing smile. She turned to her aide and said that tomorrow, Gwen should inform Velas that Ryan had taken an interest in his daughter. He could finally relax. She flipped the invitation card over in her hand, her eyes scanning the elegant print, inauguration ceremony of the water dam asterisk. She asked Gwen if she even knew what a dam was. Gwen bowed her head and admitted she did not, adding humbly that her mind could never hope to grasp Lord Ryan's genius. Prithia let out a soft laugh, curiosity glinting in her eyes. She said they would visit Ryan's territory in the coming days and see this dam with their own eyes. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added one last order. She told Gwen to gather a few girls around Rosalind's age. She wanted to know what kind of girl her little brother was actually drawn to. In the grand hall of the Orvis Empire's palace, the emperor sits on his throne, his expression dark with frustration. The nobles stand before him, tension thick in the air. One noble exclaims that the capture of the Grand Duke of Castile is bound to shake the morale of the army. Another noble mutters under his breath, questioning who let Castile insist on his own way and end up in such a predicament. The emperor slams his fist on the armrest of his throne and demands solutions, not quarrels. His voice booms through the hall as he declares that pursuing responsibility now is pointless. A cautious noble steps forward and suggests that perhaps the emperor could send someone to Esselin City to negotiate with the enemy. Someone else roars that the Orvis Empire cannot stoop to negotiating with such a barbarian land. Another noble quickly agrees, exclaiming that bowing to the Caradorial Empire would be a disgrace. The first noble, however, interjects with urgency, warning that if Castile leaks the Empire's secrets, all their plans over the years will be ruined. He pleads with the emperor to make the right judgment. The emperor falls silent, considering the words. After a moment, he concedes that peace talks could be acceptable, but he questions whether they have suitable candidates for such a delicate mission. He states that the envoy must not only have sufficient status to represent the majesty of the Orvis Empire but also possess enough courage and wisdom. The noble notes that the emperor's words are strange, hinting at deeper implications. The noble, named Craven, thinks that a simple matter like peace talks won't be difficult as long as the lower limit of compensation is determined. He stares at the emperor with narrowed eyes, realizing what the emperor is truly thinking. The emperor turns his gaze to Craven and asks if he has thought of a suitable candidate. Craven bows respectfully and says that he would like to recommend someone, Miss Wilvina, the only daughter of Duke Richard. A murmur spreads through the hall. One noble points out that Duke Richard was recently imprisoned for offending the emperor. The emperor observes Craven closely, noting his shrewdness. Craven continues, listing 3 reasons for his recommendation. First, he says that Miss Wilvina, as the only daughter of Duke Richard, carries noble status that can demonstrate the empire's sincerity. Second, he adds that although Miss Wilvina has just reached adulthood, she is eloquent and decisive. Third, and most importantly, Craven explains that this mission would give Miss Wilvina an opportunity to redeem herself and her father's crime. He suggests that the emperor could pardon Duke Richard in exchange for her service. Another noble nods in agreement, admitting that Craven's reasoning makes sense. The emperor, after a moment of contemplation, entrusts the matter to Craven. He sternly orders him to ensure the safety of Miss Wilvina, Duke Richard's only daughter. Craven bows deeply and declares that he will carry out the emperor's will without fail. In the dimly lit chambers of the Orvis Empire's palace, a shadowy figure kneels before the emperor. The emperor's voice is low and commanding as he states that Wilvina and Castiel are on their way back. He coldly adds that the kneeling figure knows what to do. The subordinate bows deeply and assures the emperor that they will die in the despicable Caradorial Empire. A cruel smile twists the emperor's lips as he muses aloud that the envoy of Orvis being killed by the mob of Caradorial gives him another reason to use military force. The scene shifts to a bustling marketplace in Selena City. Vendors call out their wares, fresh fruit and fish, as townsfolk weave through the stalls. A merchant cheerfully greets Master Ryan, asking if he's here to buy something. Ryan laughs awkwardly and says he just came to wander the city and see if the people need anything else. The townsfolk express their gratitude, proclaiming that thanks to Master Ryan, their lives are much better. One man enthusiastically declares that he used to live worse than an animal but now finally lives like one. Ryan winces at the phrasing and mutters that if the man can't talk properly, he should say less. Flustered, Ryan urges them to return to their work. The crowd bids him a cheerful farewell as he departs. Elsewhere, Ryan reviews a series of status screens floating before him, his expression grim. He notes the stats of several individuals. He sighs heavily, thinking to himself that it's indeed too difficult to find high-attribute talents among the common people. He reflects on how he's been traveling around various places in Selena City for a long time these days, yet hasn't found a single suitable candidate. A system notification glows in his vision. Cultivating 5 high-attribute characters, 1/5 in progress. Current. Rosalind Holker. Ryan rubs his temples, wondering aloud if he should consider asking his second sister and eldest brother for some talented individuals. But he quickly dismisses the idea, reminding himself that they have their own problems in their territories. He resolves to rely on himself. In his quarters, Ryan's maid, Leah, watches him with concern. She tells him that he's too tired after the past 3 days and insists he rest. She informs him that she's sent people to post notices in the city, asking those who believe they have talent to come to him. Ryan gives a weary smile and remarks that those who recommend themselves are indeed talented, but they're all excellent laborers for his factory. His expression darkens as he laments that his factory can't open at all. The elves' investment hasn't made progress, and the dam will take another half-month to complete. It's a sin to let magicians study chemistry. Ryan laments as he hugs his maid tightly. He sighs, thinking about the system's latest task as an extremely difficult one. He mutters that it's too much. Suddenly, a commotion erupts outside. A voice shouts angrily, calling someone a liar and demanding how they dare come to the city. The man grins confidently and declares that there will be absolutely no problem this time. Checking his stats, Ryan's eyes widen as he realizes that this boy is highly talented in strategy and magic. He's found the talent he's been searching for. Meanwhile, Armando was still trying to win over the shopkeeper. He pulled a small vial from his coat, a bottle of shimmering green liquid, and declared with full confidence that this time, the formula was flawless. He said that a single drop would keep any plant vibrant and thriving for an entire year. The shopkeeper remained unimpressed, his face locked in a scowl. He snapped that Armando should quit spouting nonsense and get out. He reminded Armando that the last time, his so-called pesticide had destroyed an entire crate of apples. Armando looked visibly flustered, his voice rising in desperation as he tried to explain that the mishap was an accident. He insisted that his pesticide simply wasn't suited for soft fruits like apples. Before he could finish, the shopkeeper shoved him hard and shouted that he was done being conned. He told Armando to stop scamming people and that he wouldn't fall for his tricks again. Armando stumbled, trying to hold his ground, pleading with outstretched hands for a moment to explain, but his words went unheard. The shopkeeper refused to listen. With no other option, Armando stepped back and walked away in defeat. Rain, who had been observing from a short distance, felt a strange mix of amusement and curiosity. He hadn't expected to come across someone like this in such a rundown corner of the city. Leah noticed the shift in Rain's expression. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced toward the retreating figure of Armando. She wondered if Rain was actually showing interest in that loud-mouthed alchemist. The idea made her uneasy, and she quietly vowed not to let some trickster fool him. Meanwhile, Armando sat slouched at the edge of the street, clearly dejected. He let out a heavy sigh, thinking bitterly to himself that there were no worthwhile customers today and he was starving. Suddenly, a hand reached out toward him. It was Rain. With a calm smile, he introduced himself and said that he was intrigued by the potion Armando had mentioned. He asked if Armando could tell him more. Armando's eyes lit up instantly. In his head, he thought he had finally found a promising mark. He stood up with newfound energy, responding with exaggerated enthusiasm. He claimed that Rain had a rare eye for quality and that he carried every kind of potion one could need. As he spoke, Armando pulled several small vials from his bag, each filled with vibrant, swirling colors, and held them out for display. But Rain showed no interest in the vials. Instead, he calmly asked for Armando's name and why he had never seen him in Island before. Armando cheerfully introduced himself as an alchemist and said he rarely visited the city. Rain then asked if he'd come solely to sell potions. Armando nodded and assured him that whatever he needed, he could create something to meet his needs. Leah took a step closer and whispered into Rain's ear that he shouldn't trust an alchemist. She warned that most of them were just clever con artists. Rain smiled faintly and responded that time would reveal who was truly fooling whom. Leah was confused by his confidence. She didn't know what Rain was thinking. Rain then pointed at the vials and asked how much the potions cost. Armando eagerly picked up one of the bottles and praised Rain again for his sharp eye. He explained that the yellow potion could make any object glow at night. Another could boost the drinker's speed. And one, he claimed with a sly grin, would bring a woman joy for hours. Rain's face soured. He dismissed the potions as worthless and asked if Armando had anything of real value. Armando bristled at the insult. He could accept skepticism, but mocking his potions was too much. He muttered that if that was how things stood, then he wouldn't hold back. Leah caught the tone in his voice. Her gaze turned cold, and she began studying Armando carefully, ready to act at the first sign of hostility. Armando noticed her intense stare and nervously pointed out that her glare was unnerving. He asked Rain if his maid always looked like she was about to kill someone. Rain ignored the comment. He remarked that the glowing potion was just beryllium zinc silicate phosphor, a compound with low luminescence and dangerous toxicity. He recommended using calcium-based phosphors instead, pointing out that they were safer, brighter, and cheaper. Armando's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed that there was no way Rain could know that. He insisted that the formula was a closely guarded secret known only to him. Rain shrugged calmly and said that calling it a secret formula was absurd. It was basic chemistry. If that was the extent of Armando's alchemy, then the discipline wasn't all that impressive after all. Enraged, Armando jabbed a finger at Rain, his hand shaking. He accused Rain of stealing his notes and demanded to know where he had learned the formula. Rain answered with an amused smile. He said he had no interest in stealing from a starving alchemist who couldn't even sell his own wares. Then, more seriously, he offered Armando a chance. Swear loyalty to him, and he would teach him the true science behind alchemy. Armando scoffed and asked who Rain even was. Leah stepped forward and announced his full title, Lord Rain Edgar, second son of Grand Duke Aldalian of the Caradoria Empire. But instead of backing down, Armando laughed. He said he had mistaken Rain for a plump little sheep, only to discover he was actually a fat fish. And then, with a defiant tone, he declared that he would rather starve than serve a noble. Rain's face darkened. He remarked that Armando clearly had issues with nobility. Armando responded sarcastically, claiming he dared not offend Rain. After all, a man couldn't be angry with a dog. Leah's eyes flared with fury. She ordered Armando to apologize immediately or face the consequences. Armando cut her off before she could finish. He asked if she planned to kill him and mocked her for choosing violence over reason. He sneered that her noble pride clearly didn't extend to restraint. Leah prepared to strike, but Rain raised a hand and calmly told her to stand down. Rain addressed Armando directly. He admitted he didn't care what wrongs Armando had suffered at the hands of the aristocracy. He was offering a chance, a real chance, to learn the truth of chemistry and physics, to make a lasting impact on the world. But if Armando preferred to waste away on the outskirts of Islan, that was his choice. Armando didn't budge. He saw the offer as nothing but an eloquent trap. He stated firmly that nobles cared only for status and wealth, while commoners were expendable. He vowed that he would never serve one. His rejection was final. With that, the loyalty value Rain had been tracking dropped sharply, from 50 to 30. Rain felt the weight of the failed negotiation. Not only had he failed to recruit Armando, but he may have made him a hostile force. Armando pointed at Rain, his voice steady and full of conviction. He said that he would never trust a single word from the mouth of a noble. The tension was thick when a young girl came running toward Armando, her voice light and cheerful. She called out to him, asking when he'd arrived in the city. Armando was caught off guard. He asked the girl why she had come to such a dangerous place and warned her to leave immediately. Her name was Irina. She looked at Armando with confusion and asked why he seemed so anxious. Armando glanced toward Rain and told her that the man was a dangerous noble, and that even children weren't safe around people like him. But Irina ignored the warning. Her face lit up with recognition and joy when she saw Rain. She asked excitedly if he was really the same Mr. Rain she knew. Rain was taken aback but smiled and approached her. He asked if she knew him. Irina beamed. She said that everyone in the city knew who he was. Her mother always said their lives had improved because of him. If not for Rain, things would have been much harder for their family. Rain asked if her father had worked on the city's dam project. Irina nodded eagerly and explained that her father used to be addicted to gambling. But after Rain gave him a job, he changed completely. Their home was peaceful now. Her mother and she always encouraged him to work hard for Rain, because the better he did, the better their lives became. The cheerful moment didn't last. Armando grabbed Irina and pulled her behind him, glaring at Rain with undisguised fury. Armando stood his ground, voice sharpened with anger as he accused Rain of exploiting the city's people. He claimed that Irina's father had been forced to work like a slave for meager wages. Rain's expression shifted. What began as surprise quickly turned to irritation. He asked what had led Armando to such a conclusion. He wanted to know who had told him that Irina's father had been coerced into labor. But Armando, already poisoned by deep distrust for nobles, needed no source. He said that exploitation wasn't just a possibility. It was a defining trait of their class. He gestured to Irina's clothes, worn and frayed, and pointed out that despite Rain's grand promises, she was still wrapped in rags. He accused Rain of hypocrisy, claiming that nobles would never touch such filth, yet the common folk had no choice but to live in it. That was the last straw for Leah. She stepped forward, her voice rising with fury. She said Armando had gone too far and demanded he stop slandering Lord Rain. She insisted he had no idea what Rain had done for the city, that it was through Rain's faith in his people that Island had risen from despair. Irina, once gentle and trusting, now faced Armando with a firmer expression. She told him that everything Leah said was true. She asked him not to speak unfairly about Rain, whom she called a truly kind person. She explained that he had provided jobs, shelter, and food for everyone. Because of him, they no longer shivered through cold nights. They had roofs over their heads. They had warm meals. She paused for only a second before continuing, her tone resolute. She warned Armando that if he kept saying such things about Rain, she wouldn't speak to him anymore. She reminded him that he'd never lived in the city. He couldn't possibly understand what Rain had done for them. Her words hit like a slap. Armando stood frozen, stunned by the rejection. For the first time, doubt crept into the fortress of his convictions. Rain recognized the opening and stepped in. He calmly explained that Irina and the other children still wore old clothes not because they were poor, but because the city's textile production hadn't yet developed. He said that food and shelter were just the beginning. Once their light industry expanded, not only would they have prosperity, they'd have proper clothing, jobs, and dignity. But Armando wasn't swayed. He said that he didn't care about something called light industry. He didn't need to understand it. All he knew was one unshakable truth. Nobles had never, and would never, care about the people. Every action they took, he claimed, was rooted in greed. That was when Irina snapped. She cried out that he hadn't listened to a word she said. She insisted that Rain was different, that he was a good person, and demanded that Armando stop insulting him. Armando turned away, disappointment deep in his gaze. He muttered that he didn't want to see another noble wearing a mask of kindness. He warned Irina to be cautious, claiming that behind their smiles lay dangers she couldn't even imagine. Rain watched silently as Armando walked away, the tension thick between them. In his mind, a new resolve took shape. He thought that it had taken him so long to find someone with that level of raw talent. He couldn't let Armando disappear, not like this. He took a step forward, ready to call out to him. But his body betrayed him. A sudden tremor surged through him. His vision dimmed, and before he could speak, he collapsed. When Rain opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a familiar room. Leah sat beside him, relief flooding her face as she saw him awake. He offered a tired smile and told her not to worry. But Leah burst into tears. She reminded him how often she had warned him not to push himself so hard, not to go out alone in search of talent until he collapsed from exhaustion. She accused him of never listening, of always taking everything on his own shoulders. Rain gently took her hand and apologized. He promised that from now on, he would take better care of himself. Then he asked the one question that still lingered in his mind. Had Armando already left? Leah shook her head, surprise in her voice. She revealed that after Rain had passed out, they had rushed him back to the city lord's estate. But to her astonishment, Armando had returned. She said that he had given her a vial of medicine, saying it would help Rain recover. Then, just as quietly as he had come, he left again. Rain's eyes widened. He asked if she had actually used the medicine on him. Was that why his fever had vanished so quickly? Leah chuckled softly and said that of course she hadn't. She told him she wouldn't give medicine from an unknown source to her lord, no matter how well-intentioned it seemed. Instead, she had summoned the city's best doctors. It was their care, and their prescriptions, that had brought him back. As for the vial, she said she had placed it safely on his desk. Rain requested to see it. Leah offered to retrieve it, urging him to stay in bed and rest. When he finally held the vial in his hand, he studied it closely. Its color, clarity, and the detailed craftsmanship told him one thing. It had been made with great precision and care. He suggested they have the city's doctors analyze its properties the next day. But Leah hesitated. She asked carefully if Rain truly intended to recruit Armando. She said he was arrogant, especially when dealing with nobles, and clearly had no respect for their status. Rain responded without hesitation. He said that yes, he still wanted Armando. He wasn't just talented, he was the kind of rare genius who could push the city forward. If guided the right way, Armando could achieve things no one else could. But in Rain's heart, he knew there was more to it. That kind of hatred Armando carried. It didn't come out of nowhere. Something terrible had to be behind it. If Rain truly wanted to win him over, he would first need to uncover that pain. Far away, in a small and quiet room, Armando stood alone. His eyes were locked on an old photograph. Pain flickered in them, deep and raw. He whispered to himself in a voice barely audible. He spoke of the noble he had met, someone strange and different. He said that with just one glance, the man had seen through his entire alchemical formula. He admitted he didn't understand much of what had been said. Even Irina, someone he trusted, seemed to like the noble. His grip tightened. His voice dropped to a whisper. But he swore to his master, not to worry. He said he would never fall for a noble's tricks. He promised to finish the research they had started. And he vowed to make the nobles pay for what they had done. Hatred burned in his eyes. At that same moment, in the holy temple, Rain sat in silence. Beside him, Saintess Eldria shared the truth. She explained why Armando despised nobles so deeply. She spoke of a woman in the photograph, Lizzle. 15 years ago, Lizzle had been the most brilliant alchemist in Islan. A genius, yes, but also an idealist. She believed alchemy should serve all people, not just the rich. She had adopted Armando when he was a homeless orphan. She had fed him, taught him, and passed on every piece of her precious knowledge. The bond between Armando and Lizzle was far more than that of student and teacher. To him, she had been a mother in every sense except blood. What she taught him extended far beyond potion recipes and mechanical schematics. She had instilled in him a moral compass, the importance of balancing invention with compassion, science with humanity. But that fragile world shattered. Lizzle's humanitarian research drew the ire of a powerful noble in Islan. Unable to accept her ideals, the noble orchestrated a raid on her home, seized all of her work, and accused her of practicing forbidden magic. The accusations were false, but they stuck. In the end, Lizzle perished in what was publicly called an accident, though it was anything but. Armando had been only 15 when he watched the one person he cherished most torn away from him by cruelty and greed. After her death, he salvaged what little remained, her notes, unfinished designs, theories scrawled across torn pages. He made a vow then, one carved deep into his soul. He would complete her work, even if it cost him everything. As Saintess Eldria recounted the story, tears streamed down her face. The weight of Armando's grief still lingered after all these years, pressing down on him like stone. He bore not only Lizzle's legacy, but also the crushing loneliness of a boy robbed of the only family he had ever known. Rain listened quietly, brows furrowed, then finally broke the silence with a flat question. He said that while it was indeed a tragic tale, it didn't answer what he really wanted to know. He asked Eldria directly if she knew where Armando was now. Eldria flared with anger. She demanded to know if he had no compassion at all. But Rain remained cold. He stated that compassion wouldn't feed people, wouldn't rebuild infrastructure, wouldn't bring progress. He said that regardless of yesterday's pain, the world kept moving forward, and with every sunrise came the obligation to act. Her outrage faded into resignation. She sighed deeply, then said he was likely at Lizzle's old house, his most frequent refuge. The notes, the equipment, everything that mattered to Lizzle still remained there. Satisfied, Rain stood and remarked that things had just become easier. Now that they knew where Armando was, there was no time to waste. They would go immediately. Just before stepping out, Rain turned back and asked Eldria if she knew what Lizzle had been working on before her death. The question gave her pause. After a long moment, she answered that it had something to do with steam. That single word struck Rain like lightning. His eyes widened, his composure cracked. He stepped toward Eldria quickly, his voice tense, demanding she repeat what she just said. She stammered, startled by his intensity, and confirmed she remembered the word, steam, though she confessed she had no idea what it truly meant. Rain's grip tightened on her shoulders. He stared into her eyes, voice full of urgency and hope. He said that if what she remembered matched what he suspected, then they might be standing at the threshold of revolution. A revolution not in politics or war, but in how the world functioned. He spoke of transforming industry, changing how people lived, how they worked, how they built their future. Still dazed, Eldria asked if it could truly be that powerful. She mentioned someone once calling it a toy. But Rain was done talking. He ordered her to take him to Lizzle's house at once. She agreed, pleading only that he not rush her so much. Rain dashed ahead, his thoughts racing. If Lizzle had indeed studied the steam engine, if her work included detailed blueprints and experimental logs, then this was no small discovery. In his former world, steam engines were ancient history. He had never needed to study them in depth, but as a mechanical engineer, the concepts lived in his bones. He knew the theory, the physics. What he lacked were the initial breakthroughs, proofs of concept, refined designs. If those were buried in Lizzle's notes, then he had everything he needed to unleash a new industrial age. At that very moment, inside Lizzle's old home, Armando was bent over a crude, whirring device. The engine on the ground hissed faintly, its valves twitching as if alive. But before he could adjust it, his senses snapped to alert, someone was coming. Without hesitation, Armando flung a cloth over the device and stepped outside. His eyes were cold, his voice sharp. He demanded to know why Rain had come. He said this place was off limits, that Rain had no right to be there. Rain, undeterred, stepped forward slowly. His eyes were unwavering. He asked where Lizzle's research was. He said he wanted to see her notes, to understand her work. Armando's entire body tensed. He stepped in closer, suspicion dark in his gaze. He said he didn't care how Rain had learned about the notes. He warned that no matter what, he would never hand over Lizzle's writings. Not to him. Not to any noble. Sensing the escalation, Eldria moved quickly to intervene. She told Armando that they weren't there to steal anything. She explained that Rain only wanted to see if Lizzle's work could help improve the lives of the city's people. But Armando wasn't listening. He reached into his coat and pulled out a knife designed for combat. He pointed it directly at Rain and growled that nobles like him had no place here. This was sacred ground. Leah's hand immediately went to the dagger hidden beneath her cloak. Her eyes burned with fury. In her mind, one thought repeated. She would not let anyone harm Lord Rain. Not even a genius. Before she could act, Rain raised a hand and moved to her side. His voice was low but firm. He told her to stay put, that he would handle this himself. Ignoring the threat, Rain took another step forward. He looked Armando directly in the eye. His words were cutting. He called him a fool. He said that Armando didn't understand what the steam engine truly was, or what it meant. He accused him of failing Lizzle's dream by hoarding her research instead of sharing it. He said the brilliance she left behind was being wasted, buried beneath fear and pride. Armando clenched his jaw, eyes blazing with fury. He demanded to know what gave Rain the right to lecture him. He asked what made Rain think he understood Lizzle's research better than someone who had devoted his life to it. In response, Rain's lips curved into a cold, calculating smile. He proposed a wager. Realizing he wouldn't sway Armando with logic or sentiment, Rain decided a gamble might be the only way to earn his trust. Or at least his cooperation. Armando scoffed and asked what the wager was. Rain remained composed as he explained the terms. If he could successfully activate Lizzle's alchemical device, Armando would serve him, no complaints. But if he failed, he would leave Island City forever and never return. Armando burst into laughter, incredulous at the audacity. He mocked Rain, saying it was the funniest thing he had heard in a while. A pampered noble brat who couldn't even name half the tools in an alchemical lab was now claiming he could bring Lizzle's invention to life. It was laughable. But Armando's laughter was exactly what Rain had counted on. In that outburst, he saw the challenge accepted. Still, Armando wasn't satisfied. He added a final clause. If Rain failed, He wouldn't just leave the city. He would also kneel at Lizel's grave and offer a formal apology. Eldria, furious, protested the terms. She believed Armando was being excessive. Rain hadn't harmed him. He didn't deserve that level of disrespect. But Armando didn't care. To him, it didn't matter what Rain did or didn't do. All nobles, by their very nature, were guilty. Looking Rain straight in the eyes, Armando demanded to know if he dared accept those terms. Without hesitation, Rain agreed. If he failed, he would bow at Lizel's grave himself. With that settled, he turned toward the machine hidden beneath the cloth and asked Armando to step aside so he could examine it. Though calm on the outside, Rain was nearly trembling with excitement. He whispered to himself with a smirk that once he fixed the steam engine, Armando would have no choice but to fall in line, and he would make sure to put him to work. Lighting furnaces, maintaining pressure valves, Rain already envisioned it. Armando yanked the cloth off the contraption, revealing an enormous, ungainly machine. He warned Rain not to break it. The machine, he said, was priceless. Leah and Eldria both stared at the device, their eyes wide with awe and confusion. Neither had seen anything like it before, and neither understood why Rain was so obsessed with a lump of gears and pipes. Alchemy had never seemed this strange. Rain, running his hands across its surface, could hardly contain his joy. This was it. The machine he had dreamed of, a functioning, or almost functioning, steam engine. After a long moment of silent admiration, he finally exclaimed that Lizel had truly been a genius, not just in theory but in execution. Hearing Rain speak so highly of his mentor stirred something in Armando. His pride softened into a rare flicker of shared excitement. He declared that of course Lizel was a genius. Unlike those pretenders who paraded around in alchemical robes without understanding a single principle. Lizel had been the real thing. Rain then asked if Armando had been living here all this time just to get the machine working. Armando nodded. He explained that Lizel had never shared instructions on how to operate it. Her notes contained theory and concepts, but not the practical process. Rain suggested opening the shell to examine the inner workings. He suspected the issue could be mechanical, but Armando immediately objected. He called Rain crazy for wanting to dismantle it, warning that if it couldn't be reassembled, everything would be ruined. Rain's expression hardened. He asked if Armando understood who he was talking to. He insisted there wasn't a machine in existence he couldn't repair. Then he held out his hand and told Armando to get him a screwdriver. Armando stared at him blankly. He had no idea what a screwdriver was. Rain sighed in disbelief. He asked how the machine had even been assembled if Armando didn't know what basic tools were. Armando, completely unbothered, explained that it had been assembled using magic. He added, almost condescendingly, that all the components had been forged by dwarven craftsmen under Lizel's commission. It was something far beyond what a pampered noble like Rain could ever hope to grasp. Rain rolled his eyes and told him to shut up. If there were no screwdrivers, he'd just find another way. Turning to Leah, he asked for her dagger. With the blade in hand, Rain began dismantling the machine, working carefully through the foreign yet familiar mechanisms. As he removed the first few pieces and inspected the precision of each component, his excitement grew. He declared again that Lizel had been an unparalleled genius. Everything was so precise, so advanced. But the further he went, the more concerned he became. Something wasn't right. Critical components were missing. He paused, brows tightening, and turned to Armando. His tone sharpened as he asked where the internal pieces were. The ones that should have been seated at the machine's core. Armando froze. He hadn't expected Rain to notice. He struggled for a response, then brushed it off, suggesting that Rain was imagining things. As far as he knew, the machine had always looked that way. Maybe Rain was just making excuses in anticipation of failure. But Rain wasn't buying it. He pointed directly at the empty mounts and demanded answers. He said it was clear the control system had been removed, something essential to the machine's operation. He wanted to know who had taken it. Cornered, Armando went silent. Then, with visible pain and resentment, he admitted the truth. He said the missing components had been stolen by a noble. Rain stood stunned. He asked why. What could that noble possibly want with specialized alchemical parts? Armando explained bitterly that the pieces had been made of a rare, valuable mineral. Once the noble heard of it, he seized them and had them melted down, not for research, not for development, but to create a gaudy statue of himself. Rain's eyes darkened, fury simmering beneath his skin. He cursed the arrogance of turning something so critical into a monument of idiocy. He demanded to know who this noble was and where he could be found. But Armando's expression turned grim. He said the man was someone high above, someone Rain couldn't touch. Rain stepped closer, trembling with rage. He declared that no one, no matter how high their status, was beyond his reach. He ordered Armando to speak. He demanded to know who dared stand in the way of his industrial revolution. Armando finally spoke the name with clenched fists and barely restrained anger. It was Duke Eska. The moment the name left his lips, Saintess Eldria gasped, her face flashing with shock. Her reaction didn't go unnoticed. Rain turned to her immediately and asked who this Eska was. Eldria explained that Duke Eska had once been a low-ranking noble from the city of Aislinn. Known for his skill in alchemy since childhood, Eska had built a reputation over the years with a string of impressive alchemical breakthroughs. Eventually, his achievements earned him the Emperor's favor. The reward was more than just praise. He was granted the title of Duke and awarded his own territory. Rain asked where that territory was, and Eldria replied that it lay in Grands, positioned to the upper right of the city of Etherin. Leah, listening in, added another layer. She mentioned that Grands fell under the jurisdiction of Grand Duke Teres Elra, not the Edgar family. It was outside of Rain's sphere of influence. As the pieces came together, Rain's expression grew dark. The name Teres Elra stirred something in his memory. He remembered his father once mentioning that relations between their family and Elra's had grown tense. Leah confirmed this, explaining that Grand Duke Elra and Rain's father held opposing political views. The two had clashed frequently within the imperial court. It wasn't just personal, it was part of the Emperor's strategy. A balance of power, engineered from the top. One duke to check the other. Rain understood immediately. This wasn't a battle he could fight now. Not directly. Not with so many moving pieces around him. For the time being, he shifted his focus back to the one responsible for melting down Lizel's invention. Duke Eska. He swore then and there that Eska would pay for the destruction of those gears, 100-fold. Eldria, concerned, cautioned him. She asked if he really intended to go against Duke Eska. Her voice was careful, but worry ran beneath her words. Rain's reply was sharp and venom-laced. He said that Eska wouldn't just pay, he would suffer for what he had done. 10-fold wasn't enough. 100-fold wasn't either. There would be justice. Leah flinched at the fury in Rain's voice. She didn't speak, but her eyes showed hesitation, tension building behind her composure. Armando, still harboring doubts, challenged Rain. He asked if he was seriously planning to oppose someone as powerful as Eska. Rain looked him in the eye, unwavering. He said not only would he repair the steam engine, he would make Eska understand the value of what he destroyed. His tone was final. There was no room left for disbelief. Rain then turned back to Armando and asked if Lizel's notes included the design schematics for the missing gears. Armando shook his head, saying they didn't. Lizel had likely discussed the gear designs with a dwarven master craftsman instead. But that craftsman, he added with visible frustration, had always refused to meet with him. Rain placed a reassuring hand on Armando's shoulder. He said to leave that to him. He would give it a try. Armando warned him not to get his hopes up. The blacksmith wasn't just stubborn, he had a notoriously foul temper. Later, Rain and his group arrived at the workshop of the dwarven master, Bram. The moment they stepped through the door, Bram's scowl met them like a hammer. He barked at them to leave, his voice rough, loud, and soaked in disdain. He growled that he had no time to waste on little brats, and glared at them as though they'd insulted his forge just by walking in. Eldria quickly stepped forward and tried to reason with him. Her tone was pleading, her words sharp with urgency. She reminded Bram of all that Rain had done for the people of Esselin, driving out corrupt nobles, ensuring food reached the poor. She begged him not to dismiss Rain like he was just another aristocrat. Bram sneered. He muttered that he already knew who Rain was. A noble boy playing hero. Sure, he'd done a few good things, killed a few rotten nobles, fed a few mouths, but Bram wasn't impressed. He declared that lords were supposed to do those things. That feeding the people wasn't an achievement, it was the bare minimum. Just like a blacksmith's duty was to forge for others, a ruler's job was to serve. No one praised a smith for doing his job, so why should Rain be any different? Rain surprised him by agreeing completely. He said Bram was right. It was a lord's duty to care for the people. And that was exactly why he was here today. That response gave Bram pause. He didn't show it, but something shifted behind his eyes. Bram then asked bluntly if Rain was here to request a forging job. Rain didn't hesitate. He laid everything on the table. He explained that he needed the gear designs Lizzle had once commissioned, or, better yet, for Bram to recreate the gears himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Bram's face hardened. His scowl deepened into something darker. He exploded with anger, shouting at them to get out. His voice cracked with fury as he said he wouldn't give them a single damn thing. Rain, confused, asked why. Bram's answer was filled with pain. He said those gears had gotten Lizzle killed. He blamed himself. If he hadn't pushed Lizzle to use dragon crystal ore for safety, she might never have caught the attention of the noble who eventually destroyed her. The guilt poured out with every word. His hands trembled slightly as he said he would never build anything like that again. Armando jumped on the contradiction. He reminded Bram of his earlier words, that a blacksmith's job was to forge for others. So why was he refusing now? Wasn't that hypocrisy? Bram snapped at him to be quiet. He said no meant no, and even if they had the rare dragon ore, it wouldn't work. Rain didn't back down. He latched onto Bram's mention of dragon crystal ore and reasoned that it had to be essential. That only gears forged from that specific material could make Lizzle's steam engine function. Bram's eyes flickered at the deduction. Just for a moment, but he quickly masked it behind another layer of scorn. Rain pressed further. His tone turned sharp, challenging. He asked if it was really impossible for someone like Bram, a master blacksmith, to forge functioning gears from ordinary iron. Couldn't he did, even without the dragon ore? Provoked by the question, Bram pointed a finger at him and shouted that a brat like him knew nothing, and that he should stop spouting nonsense. He then gestured toward the pile of iron ore in the corner of the room and said that only the ancient dragon tribe on the entire continent had the means to smelt raw iron ore into liquid form. He warned Rain not to go chasing foolish fantasies. Upon hearing this, Rain paused and appeared to be lost in thought. It seemed he had just reached some sort of conclusion. He then pointed toward the forge and asked if Uncle Bram's forge was incapable of reaching the temperature needed to melt iron ore into liquid. At that, Bram shot Rain a look of pure contempt, as if he were a complete idiot. He said there wasn't a single forge on the entire continent that could melt iron ore into liquid, and that it was basic knowledge Rain clearly didn't know. Rain smiled again and asked what if he could build a forge that could melt iron ore. Would Bram believe him then? At those words, a flicker of excitement flashed across Bram's eyes, though he quickly shut them and pretended as if he had heard nothing special. He warned Rain to stop boasting and said that if such a forge could really be made, it would completely revolutionize the metallurgy of the entire empire. He questioned what gave a young noble's child the right to speak so arrogantly. Having grown used to being underestimated, Rain wasn't offended. Instead, he made a request. He asked to set that matter aside for the moment. What he really wanted to know was, if he truly could build a forge that could melt iron ore, would Bram then agree to forge the missing parts for his steam engine? Thinking that Rain couldn't possibly succeed, Bram nodded with confidence and said fine. If Rain could actually build a forge like that, then he would forge the gears. Upon hearing this, Rain felt a surge of joy inside. He had finally gotten Bram to agree, but then he grew serious again. Looking at Bram, he said that it was settled and asked him to prepare the iron ore for smelting. Bram slowly walked out the door, but not before turning back and warning that if Rain failed, he should get out and never return. Once Bram had left, Rain remained standing there, eyes locked on the forge. He began to calculate. Iron melts at 1538 degrees Celsius, and clearly the Kerr-Rained forge couldn't reach anywhere near that temperature. The forge lacked a system to supply oxygen, and under those conditions, the fuel's thermal efficiency couldn't be maximized. With that in mind, Rain picked up a large hammer and slowly walked toward the forge. Then, with powerful strikes, he brought the hammer down 4 times, creating a sizable opening in the forge's structure. The sight horrified Eldria. She rushed over, grabbed Rain's hand, and asked with deep concern what he was doing. Behind her, Armando had completely lost his composure. He shouted that Rain was a lunatic and that he had just wrecked the old man's forge. How was Bram supposed to forge the parts now? But Rain smiled and reassured them that he wasn't acting blindly. He explained that the holes were secondary oxygen inlets he had designed himself. With them, the forge's combustion efficiency would at least double, and the temperature would reach what was needed to melt the iron ore. Eldria didn't understand a word of what he was saying. She still worried whether what Rain claimed could really work, and if such a simple modification could truly allow the forge to reach the required temperature. Rain once again advised her not to underestimate the power of science. He said that once more fuel was added, the furnace would absolutely be able to melt iron ore into liquid. At that moment, Bram returned, carrying a large basin of iron ore in his hands. He announced that the ore was extremely hard, but before he could finish his sentence, he stopped cold at the sight of his furnace, now with 2 large holes in it. Furious, he shouted that Rain was a little brat who had dared damage his furnace. He asked if Rain had any idea how much effort had gone into building it. He declared that he would risk everything to take Rain down that day. Rain calmly told him to relax and that it wasn't the time to be angry. He assured him the furnace could now melt iron ore into liquid. Still not believing a word, Bram shouted that Rain thought forging was a joke. He accused him of believing he knew more than the blacksmith himself. He questioned if Rain even understood how tough the ore was. He explained that a regular furnace couldn't reach the necessary temperature and that the holes would just let heat escape, causing the temperature to drop even more. Not wanting to explain further, Rain simply replied that they should begin the smelting process. He said that they already had the materials and fuel, and all they needed to do was toss them in and the truth would reveal itself. Trying to suppress his anger, Bram agreed to go through with it. He wanted to see exactly what kind of trick the young man was trying to pull. He growled that if it didn't melt, he would beat Rain to a pulp. Bram then began loading the materials into the furnace and started the smelting process. Everyone in the room, except for Rain, watched intently, holding their breath to see whether Rain's claims would come true. It didn't take long before their eyes lit up with excitement. The iron ore inside had begun to melt, and streams of hot liquid metal slowly flowed out of the furnace. Eldria gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that it was really melting. The iron ore had actually turned to liquid. She asked how that could even be possible. Armando turned to Rain, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was eager to understand how it worked. Without rushing to explain, Rain smiled and looked toward Bram. He asked what Bram thought. Bram looked as though he had just woken from a dream. He stammered and then, a second later, his face shifted from shock to exhilaration. He asked the young man how in the world he had done it. He marveled that just by making 2 holes, Rain had gotten the furnace hot enough to melt iron ore. Rain replied casually that, roughly speaking, it had to do with aerodynamic principles. He added that if Bram was interested, he could explain it in detail later. But for now, he asked if Bram could help him forge the gear that Miss Lizzle had left behind. Hearing this, Bram's excitement slowly faded. He let out a long sigh and finally nodded, saying that he would help forge the gear. He acknowledged that Rain had won the bet. Still, he didn't forget to issue a warning. He said that if that noble returned to cause trouble, he wouldn't take responsibility for what happened. Rain's eyes turned cold, and he responded calmly, saying not to worry. If the noble didn't come looking for him, then he would go find the noble himself. After Rain had modified the furnace to reach the required temperature to melt the iron billets, Bram also completed the missing component of the steam engine. With the gear finally in his possession, Rain and his team hurried back to Lizzle's laboratory. Rain carefully examined the gear's structure, an excited smile stretching across his face. At last, he held the core component needed to complete the steam engine, an enormous breakthrough that would open the door to an industrial era in a world dominated by magic. Standing beside him, Leah couldn't hide the concern in her voice. She said that while the gear looked solid, she wasn't sure it could withstand the intense operation of the steam engine. If it cracked or broke during use, it could place him in danger. From behind her, Eldria quickly added her voice, stating that perhaps she should ask her tribe to search for some dragon crystal ore instead, since it would offer more reliable safety. As an experienced industrial engineer, Rain responded with a confident smile. He explained that there was no need to worry. He said that Lizzle had only used dragon crystal ore because her understanding of industrial engineering lacked depth. Hearing that, Armando furrowed his brow, the frustration barely hidden in his tone. He said that Rain shouldn't speak so disrespectfully about his master. Rain chuckled lightly, his sharp gaze cutting toward Armando. He told him that he should be more concerned about himself and reminded him of their agreement. If Rain successfully repaired the steam engine, then Armando would obediently become his subordinate. Though clenching his fists in frustration, Armando still stood firm. He responded that he would keep his word. As long as Rain truly completed the repairs, he would honor every condition of their wager. At that moment, Rain slowly placed the gear into the empty section of the machine. As each mechanical piece locked into place with a perfect fit, a powerful wave of satisfaction surged through his chest. Once everything was firmly secured, Rain called everyone over. He told them to get ready, that they were about to witness a miracle. With that, he pulled the lever. Just as he expected, the steam engine trembled faintly at first before gradually finding a steady rhythm. Thick white steam hissed from the boiler, accompanied by a loud, roaring sound. It was like the birth cry of a new age. Eldria couldn't hold back her excitement. She exclaimed that it worked, praised Lord Rain, and shouted that the machine was running. Standing amid the thick white mist, Armando remained silent. His heart overflowed with emotion. He had never imagined that he would live to see the miracle his beloved master had poured her life into brought back to life. In that instant, a rush of memories flooded his mind. Visions of his teacher, the journeys they had shared across unknown lands, the intense metallurgy lessons, even the scoldings for his many mistakes. Every single moment, joyful or painful, had become a treasured memory he would never let go of. The moment Lizzle had completed the steam engine, her face had still shown the fatigue of days without rest, but her eyes had gleamed with unwavering excitement. From that day forward, the lives of the people would slowly begin to improve because of that invention. Yet, this very machine had also led to the misfortune that ended her life. Years of repressed emotion surged up like a flood, and Armando could no longer stay on his feet. Collapsing to the ground, he cried out between sobs that his master's wish, her dream, had finally come true. Watching the emotional scene unfold, Eldria looked slightly worried. She turned to Rain as if seeking instruction, but Rain simply shook his head and told her to let Armando cry. He explained that these were tears built up over many years, and releasing them would help him find peace again. 3 hours later, Lizzle's laboratory received a new visitor. Bram entered, curiosity having gotten the better of him. He had come to understand how an ordinary iron component could possibly bring the steam engine to life. After watching the machine with his own eyes, Bram wore a puzzled expression. To him, it looked like the engine served no other purpose than producing smoke. Eldria agreed with Bram's assessment, although she admitted to being somewhat excited to see a machine running without the aid of magic. But in terms of actual usefulness, she noted that beyond releasing steam, the machine didn't appear to accomplish anything significant. Hearing these remarks, Rain let out a quiet sigh. Just as he was about to respond, Bram shook his head and spoke with a trace of sarcasm. He said that the contraption appeared to do nothing but puff out smoke and startle people. Unable to tolerate the dismissive tone, Rain stepped forward. His voice remained calm, but it carried firm conviction. He stated that what they were looking at was called a steam engine. It wasn't just a machine that spat out steam, it was the foundation of an industrial civilization. His use of unfamiliar terminology left everyone staring at him wide-eyed, as though he had just spoken nonsense. Gently placing his hand along the machine's frame, Rain continued. He explained that this device generated powerful force, turning gears and driving other machines. It could power textile mills, transport vehicles, and even weapons of war in the future. He declared that the steam engine was the greatest invention in human history. Even if she couldn't grasp everything Rain had said, Eldria still felt the weight of the future Rain described. Bram crossed his arms, nodding in partial admiration, though a sliver of doubt remained. He said it all sounded impressive, but questioned if the machine was really as miraculous as Rain claimed. Rain smiled with confidence in his eyes. He said he understood their skepticism, but that in time, they would witness its value for themselves. From that moment forward, he promised to lead them step by step into the industrial world, so they could see firsthand the true strength of progress. His words seemed to inject new energy into the space, sparking animated discussions among the group. However, just then, a voice rang out from a distance, urgent and loud. Someone called for Lord Rain. The shout came from Rosalind, who was galloping toward them on horseback. Upon arrival, she quickly dismounted and bowed respectfully before Rain. She reported that Lady Priscilla had just entered their territory. Hearing that his sister had arrived, Rain lit up with joy. He shared a particularly close bond with Priscilla. With the dam he had designed nearing completion, this was a perfect opportunity to encourage her to invest further in his industrial endeavors. Rosalind then continued, her voice slightly rushed. She explained that Lady Priscilla had sent a specific message. She had prepared a special gift for Rain and asked that he return immediately. Rain's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He began mentally calculating, hoping that it was gold or banknotes, and thinking he might not have to ask her for money this time. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Rosalind if she knew what kind of gift it was. Her expression turned more serious. Her gaze dimmed slightly, and her voice dropped. She said that the gift was a group of newly of age young women. At those words, Rain's eyes widened in shock. His face showed disbelief and confusion. He had never expected something like that from his sister. In that instant, only one thought crossed his mind, that this sort of gift wasn't for him at all. Upon hearing that his sister had arrived in Island City, Rain immediately made his way back to the Lord's mansion. As soon as he stepped into the grand hall, a soft figure rushed toward him and threw her arms around him. She was so overjoyed that she wrapped him tightly in her embrace, showing no hesitation in squeezing her beloved little brother close. The hug was so enthusiastic that Rain's face was pressed directly into the soft hills of her chest, causing his cheeks to flush a deep shade of red as he awkwardly tilted his head to look up at her. He said that he missed her too, but stammered that he had a really important question to ask first. Before finishing his sentence, he pointed toward the group of young women standing quietly in the corner of the room. Each one of them looked radiant and undeniably beautiful. With a more serious tone, he asked why they were there. Priscilla responded with a smirk and a teasing glint in her eyes. She asked what was wrong and teased if he was feeling shy, then added with mock innocence that perhaps none of them were his type. Rain scratched the back of his head and let out a sigh of exasperation. He said that wasn't the point, but ever since they had shown up, the servants and guards had been giving him strange looks, and it was honestly starting to make him uncomfortable. Priscilla widened her eyes in genuine surprise and asked seriously if the people here truly dared to show disrespect to the city lord. Rain's eyes drifted toward Leah, who stood silently in the back. What troubled him most was her unreadable expression, so cold and distant that it left him deeply unsettled. He couldn't help but wonder whether she now believed he was some kind of pervert. That thought led him to lean in closer to Priscilla and whisper that Leah's face looked unusually stern, and that she, who was usually so gentle, now looked like she wanted to kill him. Priscilla, in contrast, found the situation amusing. She chuckled softly and said that Leah was probably acting that way because she cared about him. She added that maybe Leah had feelings for him and was reacting out of jealousy. Priscilla's impulsive personality and simplistic view left Rain feeling completely helpless. He let out a long sigh, realizing there was no way he could ever change his sister's way of thinking. He straightened his expression and spoke sternly, asking her to stop joking around and just tell him the real reason she had brought all these girls here. Seeing that her younger brother was finally being serious, she calmly replied that it was because of the letter he had sent her. Rain furrowed his brows in confusion and asked what it was about his letter that made her think bringing an entire group of girls was necessary. Priscilla responded with a mysterious smile. She explained that in his letter, he had mentioned being distracted by Rosalind. Based on that, she figured he might need some new options to broaden his perspective. She then gestured toward the group of women and said that each of them came from different backgrounds and had different personalities. She had brought them because she wanted to see what kind of woman Rain truly liked. Rain interrupted her, clearly panicked. He said she had completely misunderstood, and that he never claimed to have feelings for Rosalind. He insisted that this was just a big miscommunication. Priscilla quickly covered her mouth in mock embarrassment and said that perhaps she had misread the situation. But then, with a sly smile, she added that Rosalind was a great girl and asked if he was sure he didn't want to reconsider. Before Rain could respond, Priscilla turned her attention toward Leah and addressed her directly with a mischievous grin. She asked if Leah would mind if Rain decided to take a few more wives. The question clearly caught Leah off guard, but after a short pause, she regained her composure. She replied calmly that Lady Priscilla must be joking, and added that she was merely Lord Rain's servant. She explained that she had no right to interfere in such personal matters and that whatever he chose to do was entirely up to him. Rain let out another sigh, full of helplessness, and turned toward Leah to reassure her. He told her not to take anything his sister said seriously. But just as he spoke, Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly. She had noticed something. Leah's hands were clenched tightly, her knuckles faintly trembling, as if she was trying to suppress a wave of anger. Priscilla thought to herself that perhaps she had taken the joke a bit too far. Her gaze shifted toward her subordinates, and with a cooler tone, she announced that the joke was over and gave an order to escort the girls downstairs to rest. One of the women immediately bowed and responded with a respectful, "Yes, my lady," quickly carrying out the command. Back in the office, the atmosphere began to relax, and Rain and Priscilla were finally able to sit down and have a proper conversation. Rain was the first to speak. He shared that in just a few days, the Island City Dam would be completed. He explained that the project wouldn't only help control the water supply, but it would also provide irrigation for nearby farmlands. In addition, it had the potential to serve as a large-scale hydroelectric power source. Upon hearing this, Priscilla looked slightly flustered. She admitted inwardly that she had no idea what a dam, a generator, or even a steam engine was. To her, it all sounded like some kind of advanced magical formation. Rain noticed her confusion and smiled. He patiently explained that these were tools designed to harness the power of moving water to operate mechanical systems. He said that they generated a new form of energy that could be used to light buildings, run machines, and improve productivity in daily life. He emphasized that it wasn't magic. nor was it mechanical runecraft. It was a completely different system grounded in engineering. Priscilla still didn't fully understand, but she nodded, her eyes showing genuine curiosity. She asked if what he was doing could really help solve the food crisis affecting their nation. Rain confirmed this with firmness in his voice. He said that while it might sound hard to believe, it wasn't some wild fantasy. It was simply a different path, one built on knowledge and science, not strength or magic. Priscilla sat back in her chair, her gaze sharpening as her tone grew colder. She asked where exactly he had learned all of this. She said she clearly remembered that back then, he couldn't be bothered to read a single book, always obsessed with sword training. Her eyes narrowed further, and her voice became more intense than ever. She asked him directly who he really was and what had happened to her little brother. Rain froze instinctively, a cold sweat breaking at the back of his neck. On the surface, he tried to maintain his composure, but internally, he was spiraling. He thought to himself how she had always been sharp. He remembered the day he transmigrated into this world, waking up in terrible pain, probably from a sword training accident. Faced with her piercing gaze, Rain made the decision to play the part of the pitiful little brother. He slumped his shoulders, lowered his head, and looked utterly defeated. He told her that he was indeed her brother, and that about half a month ago, after waking up injured, he could no longer train with a sword. Stuck at home with nothing to do, he had started reading just to pass the time. Priscilla frowned slightly but seemed to recall something. She murmured that Leah had mentioned it in a letter, that after he had recovered, he had begun reading obsessively because of his health condition. The doubt in her expression began to fade. A soft smile crossed her lips, and she asked if those books had come from their household library. She said she couldn't recall seeing anything quite like what he was describing and wanted to know what the book looked like. At that, Rain reached into his coat and pulled out an old, worn notebook, the Journal of Lizzle. He handed it to Priscilla and told her that what he read was something like that. Priscilla opened the book and flipped through the pages. Her eyes gradually widened in astonishment. The strange theories and wildly impractical diagrams unfolded before her like a glimpse into a new universe. She turned to look at her younger brother again, but now her gaze was full of pride and affection. She said that she was impressed and remarked that only her little brother could turn a few strange books into something real. Rain scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. He admitted that he had only dived into the material because he couldn't train in martial arts anymore. Priscilla walked over and stood beside him. Her voice softened as she said that she understood what he had gone through, and that she knew he hadn't given up swordsmanship out of weakness, but rather to survive. She urged him not to push himself too hard and assured him that no matter what happened, she would always be there for him. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, a deep familial bond he had never experienced in his previous life washed over Rain. He smiled faintly and said that he really was okay. He told her that he was alive and well, and he had even come up with ideas that might actually help others. Priscilla responded gently that it was good to hear, and she reminded him again that she would always stand by his side. She said that if there was anywhere in the territory that needed support, all he had to do was ask, she would give him everything she had. Rain smiled without meaning to, thinking to himself that this sounded a lot like a request. Immediately after, he spoke up with confidence. He said that as it happened, there was indeed a special place where he truly needed her help. Hearing that Rain had something important to ask, Priscilla smiled, deliberately drawing out the moment. She teased him, saying that it hadn't been long and already he was asking for her help again. She leaned back in her chair, telling him to go on and explain what it was this time. Rain stepped forward, his voice steady and sincere. He said that he hoped she would invest in him, clarifying that what he was planning involved the future development of Islan and was of critical importance. Priscilla raised an eyebrow at that. Deep down, she already had a sense that Rain wouldn't be asking unless it was truly serious. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, then gave a soft chuckle. She pointed out that he had already managed to secure a number of resources from the nobles in the city and asked whether that wasn't enough. Rain calmly shook his head and clarified with a small smile that it wasn't money he needed. He said what he needed now was people. He lifted his gaze, his eyes steady with purpose. He explained that Islan had suffered extensive damage from both war and natural disasters, and that the population had declined severely. He went on to say that skilled individuals, artisans, experienced farmers, competent administrators, were now scarce, and these were the essential elements needed to rebuild. Priscilla's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She asked if what he was really requesting was for her to send people from her domain to Islan. Rain nodded and said he hoped she could send a number of craftsmen, farmers, and administrators to help support the reconstruction. He quickly added that he would handle all the costs involved. He promised that these people would be provided with housing, food, clothing, and even access to the advanced technologies he was developing. Priscilla played with her hair rhythmically, lost in thought. The people Rain was asking for weren't just any citizens, they were the foundational members of her territory, not something she could easily let go. Hearing that, Rain's face tensed slightly with anxiety. He reminded her that she had said she would support him. He pressed further, asking if she was now going back on her word. He added that if Islan were to prosper, the benefits would reach her too. Priscilla laughed softly and shook her head. She told him not to accuse her so quickly. She said she would send the people he asked for, but under one condition. Rain asked what that condition was. Priscilla leaned forward slightly and said he would have to prove himself first. She explained that he would need to show real results. Evidence that sending those people would not be a waste of time, energy, or her trust. Rain's lips curved into a faint smile. His eyes lit up with confidence as he stated that he had no doubts. He would prove how industrial power could reshape their future. Time passed, and in a luxurious room, Priscilla sat alone in her chair, eyes gazing through the tall window at the night beyond. Standing quietly before her was her loyal servant, Gwen. Priscilla spoke with quiet pride, saying that in the end, what she had feared didn't happen. Rain had not turned into some puppet of the king. He was still the little brother she remembered. Gwen replied in a slow, respectful tone. She said she was right, that Lord Rain was a clever man, and now that he was devoting himself to rebuilding Islan, its future looked increasingly prosperous. Priscilla's eyes suddenly narrowed, her voice dropped, seething with fury. She said that she would never forgive what the king had done. Poisoning her brother was something she could never let go. She gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. Her voice grew low, cold, and full of killing intent. She said that because of the king, Rain could no longer train in martial arts. Because of that man, her brother had been poisoned. She declared that to make it fair, the king should lose one of his own children. Without hesitation, she gave the order. Her voice turned icy as she told Gwen to investigate the whereabouts of the royal heirs. She instructed her to find the one who would be easiest to target and make the king pay. Gwen dropped to one knee and bowed in the formal style of a noble retainer. Her expression was firm and unwavering. She assured her that everything would be handled cleanly and efficiently. Even as the wheels of revenge were set in motion, Priscilla's eyes still blazed with rage. In her heart, she cursed the king over and over again. She thought that if he dared to touch the person most precious to her, he had only himself to blame for what came next. She promised herself that she would return the pain tenfold if she had to. Far away, the scene shifted to a remote forest. The terrain was dark, damp, and heavy with night. A group of people moved quickly and quietly through narrow paths littered with wet, rotting leaves. Behind them were 3 horse-drawn carriages, each one covered tightly with coarse cloth, concealing whatever, or whoever, was inside. One of the men walking behind the wagons turned and grinned. He said to the leader that they had caught some real prime goods this time. He added that once they made the delivery, they'd be raking in a fortune. Another man, walking a few paces behind, clicked his tongue in annoyance. He complained that most of the money would still go to that old bastard Elbert, who never did anything but sit around collecting the largest share. A third man joined in, his tone full of scorn. He said that they were the ones risking their necks while Elbert only had to mumble a few words to see the gold roll in. He grumbled that working under those conditions really sucked. Hearing the complaints, the leader suddenly snapped. His voice cut through the air like a whip. He barked at them to shut the hell up. He turned to face them, his gaze cold and piercing. He reminded them all that while Elbert might be greedy, he was still their backbone. Without him, he asked, did they really think they could have moved freely through Islan these past few years, acting like it was some open market? He stressed every word, making it a clear warning. If they didn't want to cooperate anymore, they were free to walk away right now. The air turned thick with tension, like a bowstring pulled taut. No one dared to speak. Just then, a scout came running back toward the group, pale and out of breath. He stumbled up to the leader and gasped that something was wrong. The leader asked sharply what had happened. The scout struggled to speak, still catching his breath. He said that there was a new lord of Islan. The leader stared at him, stunned. He repeated the words in disbelief. There was a new lord? Since when? The scout swallowed hard and explained that when he approached the city gate, all the guards there were unfamiliar. He said he had tried probing them with small talk and slipped them a few coins, but instead of accepting the bribe, they questioned him, demanding his name, his purpose, and why he was arriving at such an hour. He said he had to lie about visiting family just to avoid suspicion and leave without incident. Later, while staying at a small inn near the city gate, he picked up on whispers that chilled him to the bone. Elbert was no longer the lord of Islan. The news threw the entire group into disorder. One of the men, panic clearly on his face, spoke up and said maybe they should turn back. He warned that things were too unstable now and pushing forward might lead them straight into disaster. The leader glared at him and growled in frustration. He shouted that they couldn't turn back. Turn back with what, exactly? He said there was no going back anymore. He took a deep breath and said that the women they were carrying had already been pre-ordered by Duke Eska and one of the Empire's older clients. He said the deal was for 3,000 gold coins, and if they failed to deliver, they wouldn't have anything left to offer. He warned them that if they failed the deal, none of them would live to see another day. Still uneasy, the same man asked what would happen if the new lord refused them entry. The leader scoffed, eyes hard with contempt. He said that it didn't matter who was in charge, everyone had a price. If necessary, he said, they'd just pay more. He claimed that money always talked. Then he turned and gave out orders, telling them they'd camp there for the night. Tomorrow, they would disguise themselves as merchants and smuggle the women into the city. If everything went smoothly, he said, they could keep doing these runs. Just then, a fat man among them spoke up, clearly unbothered by the risk. He asked the leader if he'd let the boys have some fun that night. He reasoned that who knew if they'd live to see tomorrow. Another man chimed in, laughing crudely. He said they had already gone this far, so they might as well enjoy a taste of sweetness before walking into hell. The leader looked over his men, clearly disgusted by their lack of discipline. After a moment's pause, he sighed and spoke quietly. He gave in but warned them not to touch the red-haired girl. As for the others, he said, they could do as they please. Two of the thugs lit up with excitement, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Their eyes drifted hungrily toward the wagons, predatory gleams in their gaze. Not long after, the traffickers set up a crude camp near a hidden cave within the forest. Two of the thugs rushed to one of the wagons and pulled out a young woman. She screamed in terror, tears pouring down her cheeks, begging them to let her go. The fat man licked his lips, desire burning in his eyes, drool threatening to spill from his chin. He told her to relax, promising he'd be gentle. Ignoring her desperate cries, the two men forced her to the ground. Firelight flickered across their twisted faces as the girl thrashed and sobbed. Her screams rang out, filled with horror and helplessness. Then, slicing through the night like a blade, came a voice, sharp, cold, and unmistakable. The command was clear. Let her go. Instantly, everyone froze. From the thick mist of the forest, a lone figure stepped forward. It was Rosaline. Her hair tied back, her eyes sharp as twin arrows, locking onto the scum before her. In her hand, a gleaming spear reflected the firelight. She demanded to know who they were and what they were doing in that place. The temperature in the air dropped, and silence swallowed the camp. Seeing that the one confronting them was just a woman, the bandits didn't appear concerned. Their expressions turned mocking as they approached her slowly, eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Rosaline, however, stood firm. Her voice was steady, her gaze cutting like a blade as she repeated her demand, asking what they were doing to the girl. The fat man didn't even glance at the fury on her face. What caught his attention were her curves, not her presence. With a lewd smirk, he spoke in a greasy tone, suggesting that she must know what they were up to and that maybe she'd like to join them. He added that she'd have a good time if she did. In that instant, everything became crystal clear to Rosaline. Her expression turned to stone, her eyes igniting with silent fury. Without a word, she burst into motion. In a blur, she charged straight at the two bandits. They barely had time to react before her spear cracked into the skull of the skinny one. The sound was sickening, bones shattering, his head twisting grotesquely as he dropped, lifeless, to the ground. The fat one stumbled backward, panic on his face, clutching his head and stammering, but Rosaline didn't slow. Her spear lashed out again, this time piercing deep into his bloated torso. Blood sprayed outward, his agonized scream rising into the night before his body hit the earth with a heavy thud. He didn't even get the chance to regret his sins. The sounds of the brief but brutal fight rang through the cavern. Startled by the noise, the rest of the bandits rushed out to see what had happened. Their eyes widened in horror when they found the corpses of their comrades sprawled on the ground, blood soaking into the dirt. Rosaline stepped forward, spear in hand, her presence commanding. She moved like a warrior born, every motion pulsing with strength. A faint, almost sacred glow shimmered subtly around her, as if some divine force watched over her. The bandits glanced at each other, paralyzed by fear. Not one dared to move. Instead, they turned and bolted deeper into the cave, scrambling to alert their leader. Hearing the cries of panic, the leader emerged, irritation twisted across his face. But after only a few steps, he froze, eyes locking onto the bloodied corpses and his men fleeing in terror. One of them shouted desperately for help, claiming the woman was a demon. Behind them, the fat man's body lay motionless, drenched in blood. The leader's expression darkened. Rage sparked in his voice as he bellowed, demanding to know what she wanted from them, and what they had done to deserve such an attack. Rosaline didn't flinch. Her voice was icy, her gaze steady. She asked calmly whether the girl they had just assaulted had been kidnapped. The bandit leader stepped forward, trying to regain control of the situation. He straightened his posture and with forced seriousness, said she was mistaken. He explained that they were slave traders working under the authority of Duke Eska. He claimed they were there to deliver those slaves to legal buyers and insisted that everything was above board. As proof, he produced a permit and held it out toward her. The moment she heard the name Duke Eska, Rosaline narrowed her eyes. A memory surfaced, Rain's voice during patrol briefings, instructing her to be alert for anyone tied to Duke Eska. At the time, she had asked if there was a specific reason. He had only smiled and said that if she ever encountered people from that region causing trouble, she would know what to do. While Rosaline was still weighing her options, the bandit leader pulled out a gold coin and held it toward her. His smug smile made it clear he believed the issue could be resolved with a simple bribe. Though she didn't fully understand the details of Rain's warning, Rosaline's loyalty to him was absolute. She trusted his judgment more than any permit or explanation. Without a second thought, she slapped the coin away. Her voice rang out, sharp and fierce, demanding to know who Duke Eska even was and how they dared cause trouble on Lord Rain's territory. She declared that unless they all kneeled before her immediately, she would show them no mercy. Realizing the matter would not be settled peacefully, the leader's face twisted with fury. He snarled at her, calling her a filthy brat, and warned her not to think they were afraid. If she wanted to be stubborn, he threatened, she shouldn't expect to leave the forest alive. At that command, more bandits stepped from the shadows, surrounding her. Yet Rosaline remained unfazed. Calmly, she spun her spear in a smooth arc before slamming its base into the ground with force. Her eyes swept across the group, and she gave one final warning. She said they had one chance left, surrender or die. But the bandits were confident. Their leader raised his blade and ordered them to attack. They charged, encircling her completely. Leading the charge himself, the bandit leader aimed a deadly swing at her. Rosaline didn't blink. With a single sweep of her spear, she knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling. In the same instant, she lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick to his chest that hurled him across the cave. He hit the ground hard, groaning in pain, completely overwhelmed. She walked toward him slowly, the tip of her spear pressed against his throat. Her voice, cold and commanding, cut through the air as she warned them, if they valued their lives, they would kneel. At that moment, the patrol knights arrived. They rushed forward, concern etched across their faces. Rosaline told them she was unharmed and immediately issued orders. She instructed them to tie up the remaining bandits and lock them in the dungeon. She added that she would report directly to Lord Rain, and he would decide their punishment. Within minutes, the knights rounded up the entire group. The bandits, broken and stunned, were restrained without resistance. Night deepened, but the work continued. Meanwhile, back at the Lord's mansion, Rain remained in his study, candlelight flickering over scattered documents. Though late, he was still hard at work, eyes focused on blueprints and plans. Then came a sharp knock on the door. A voice called out, "Rosaline, reporting something important." Rain gave permission to enter. Rosaline stepped inside with firm strides, then dropped to one knee in full respect. She reported that she had just captured a group of merchants from Duke Eska's territory. Rain's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at the unexpected opportunity to confront Duke Eska. He praised her for her work and asked what they had been transporting. Rosaline's expression darkened. She said that they had been trading slaves, trafficking them, and that they even had official documents bearing Duke Eska's seal. She was about to continue when a loud crack rang out. Rain's fist slammed into the table, fury contorting his face. He exclaimed that those bastards had dared to steal his labor force and sell it as property. He shouted that those miserable worms had a death wish. After receiving confirmation that the slave trafficking group had been captured, Rain's fury boiled over. He immediately ordered Rosaline to escort him to the dungeon to confront them directly. At that moment, the ringleader was being kept in a separate cell, his demeanor calm and arrogant. Cunning by nature and hardened by years of crime, he didn't so much as flinch at the sound of approaching footsteps. Confident in the protection of Duke Eska, he was certain no one would dare harm him. Rain entered the cell with cold intensity in his eyes. He glared at the bandit, his voice sharp with anger as he demanded to know how they dared to traffic human beings on his land. The ringleader sneered in response, mocking Rain for having the guts to challenge Duke Eska. He added that he wasn't sure how Rain had managed to replace the fool Eldrick and become the new lord, but advised him to cooperate instead of resisting, otherwise, his end would be miserable. Those words made Rain pause. His expression shifted slightly as he pieced things together. The possibility that the former city lord Eldrick had been colluding with these traffickers all along began to solidify in his mind. Sensing Rain's silent revelation, the ringleader smirked with satisfaction. He then boasted that they had been delivering hundreds of women annually to the Obi's empire and that what Rain saw earlier was just a small part of the operation. Rain's eyes burned with outrage. He repeated the words with disbelief. Just a small part. That meant there were still more captives hidden somewhere. He demanded to know where the rest of the women were being kept. The ringleader's smile twisted into a snarl as he burst into cruel laughter. He said that if Rain wanted to know, he could get on his knees and beg. Even then, he added, with venom in his voice, he still wouldn't reveal anything. Rain tried to remain composed. He reminded the man that his life was now entirely in his hands, and warned that keeping silent would only bring him unbearable regret. But the ringleader showed no fear. He repeated that he was under Duke Eska's protection and claimed that if Rain laid a hand on him, he would be condemning himself as well. At those words, Rain let out a dry laugh. He found it ridiculous that someone would try to threaten him with political protection, here, in his own territory. The suggestion held no weight, not under his rule. The ringleader's confidence faltered slightly at Rain's reaction. Still, he insisted that Rain was bluffing and that such words wouldn't scare him. Unwilling to waste any more time with meaningless threats, Rain turned toward Leah, who had been standing silently behind him. With a simple signal, he gave her the order. Without hesitation, Leah flicked her hand, sending a small dagger sailing through the air. It buried itself deep into the ringleader's shoulder, eliciting a sharp cry of pain as he staggered back, blood pouring down his arm. Rain, watching calmly, spoke again. Now, would the man behave and talk? The ringleader, breath ragged and drenched in sweat, finally broke. He confessed that the rest of the slaves were being held in an abandoned hunter's cabin in the southern forest. With that information secured, Rain turned to Leah and told her to contact Rosaline at once. The cavalry was to be mobilized immediately, and they were to rescue the captives without delay. Before leaving, Rain cast a final, razor-sharp glance toward the ringleader. His voice was low and dangerous as he warned that if the man was lying, he would make him wish he had never been born. After Rain departed, the ringleader chuckled under his breath. He whispered to himself that the boy was already dead. That cabin, he thought smugly, was guarded by a squad of assassins trained under Count Eska. No matter how many troops Rain brought, they would never make it out alive. Shortly after, Rain and a unit of knights reached the cabin, hidden deep in the southern forest. As Rain waited outside, Rosaline advanced cautiously, her squad of heavily armed knights following close behind. She thoroughly inspected the area and soon returned with a report. She confirmed that the cabin did indeed show signs of suspicious activity. He hadn't been lying. Rain gave the order without hesitation. The knights quickly surrounded the perimeter, ensuring that no one could flee. With the area secure, Rain entered the house alongside Rosaline and Leah. Rosaline stepped ahead, her weapon drawn, and announced that she would open the door. The moment the wooden door creaked open, all three of them froze. Inside, cages lined the walls, each covered with rough cloth. From beneath the fabric came trembling voices filled with fear, pleading not to be hit, begging for mercy, swearing to do anything if only they'd be spared. As they stepped further into the room, the horror deepened. There weren't just a few cages, there were dozens. Each cage held multiple young women, locked inside like livestock. Rain quickly gave the command to begin rescue operations immediately. Rosaline rushed forward to unlock one of the cages, but as she did, an arrow shot out from the shadows. Reacting instantly, she drew her sword in a flash and struck the arrow down mid-flight with a powerful swing. She raised her voice in alarm, warning Rain that it was an ambush. Almost immediately, the cavalry stormed into the cabin and formed a tight protective ring around Rain, surrounding him with large shields like an impenetrable wall. From the shadows, the assassins began to emerge. Leading them was a tall, cold-eyed man with a ruthless aura. He looked over the assembled knights and asked if they were subordinates of Grand Duke Aldalion, stating that they didn't want conflict. He suggested they talk things through instead. Rosaline snapped back that there was nothing to discuss with filth like them. She was prepared to give the order to attack when Rain unexpectedly raised a hand, signaling her to hold. He turned to the assassins and asked what exactly they wanted to discuss. The leader smiled slyly, clearly pleased to have a chance to speak. He explained that over the years, they had been selling slaves to Duke Eska. A high-quality female slave, he said, could go for thousands of gold coins, sometimes more. He proposed a deal. If Rain agreed to cooperate, they would share a portion of the profits with him annually. In addition, he added with a grin, they could provide him with a few slaves tailored to his personal tastes, free of charge. Rosaline's eyes blazed with fury at his words. She looked ready to cut the man down on the spot. But what caught her off guard was Rain's unexpected reaction. He almost smiled. His expression was calm, composed, even intrigued. He said that it was an interesting offer and asked casually how much money they were planning to give him. The question stunned everyone in the room. Even Rosaline stood motionless, her anger momentarily replaced with confusion. None of them could quite understand what Rain was trying to do. After hearing Rain ask what he would gain from such cooperation, the leader of the Slavers smirked with smug confidence. He replied that if Rain agreed to work with them, they would provide 10,000 gold coins each year. Rain, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, though it was not out of amusement but disdain. He found the offer laughably small, an insult rather than a bargain, as if the man thought he was some beggar in need of scraps. He remarked that his sister gave him more pocket money than that every single month. The leader's expression faltered, flustered by the retort, yet he pressed on and asked calmly how much Rain desired. Without hesitation, Rain gave his number. He said 100,000 gold coins per month. The words struck the slaver like a blow. He stared in disbelief, stunned by what he had just heard. He thought that Rain had to be joking, for such a demand was absurd beyond measure. Even if they sold slaves for an entire year, they would never amass that kind of fortune. Rain sighed, his voice tinged with mild frustration. He said that if they were unwilling to pay, then there was no need to continue. His eyes turned cold as he issued an order to Rosaline. He told her to turn them into porcupines. At once, the knights raised their bows. Dozens of sharp, gleaming arrows were pulled back, their points aimed squarely at the Slavers, ready to rain down in an instant. The leader panicked at the sight and shouted desperately for Rain to wait. He insisted that he could not make such a decision on his own and pleaded for permission to return and report to Duke Eska. Inside, however, his thoughts were darker. He told himself that if he could just escape, he would return with troops from the Duke, and there would be no way a small group like Rain's could withstand the onslaught. To display sincerity, the leader hurriedly took out a heavy pouch of coin, claiming that it contained 10,000 gold coins. He begged Rain to accept it and let him leave. But Rain remained cold and unmoved, his expression unchanging. He rejected the plea and once again gave the order for Rosaline to attack. The firmness in his tone sent terror through the Slavers. In an instant, they abandoned the building and fled as quickly as their legs would carry them. They scrambled toward the rugged mountain behind the cabin, hoping its terrain would conceal them from pursuit. Rosaline's voice cut sharply through the night as she commanded her knights. She ordered that not a single one was to be allowed to escape. At her words, the knights loosed their arrows. Bolts of steel cut through the air at blistering speeds, streaking toward the fleeing targets. The leader, seeing his men in danger, called upon water elemental magic. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering white barrier formed, shielding his subordinates from the deadly arrows. But that momentary pause to cast the spell gave Rosaline her opening. She surged forward with incredible speed and unleashed a powerful slash. The strike nearly ended him then and there, but at the last second he narrowly twisted aside, escaping with his life. Rosaline's eyes narrowed coldly. She declared that all of his men were already under their control and told him to accept his death. The slaver leader turned, his gaze darting toward his subordinates. They were crumbling under the relentless pressure of Rain's knights, their strength failing fast. Dread filled his eyes, for he knew that if things continued like this, all of them would be slaughtered. In his desperation, his gaze locked onto Rain. A sinister thought formed. He realized the only chance of survival was to seize Rain as a hostage. With that decision, he shouted to his men, ordering them to draw the knights' attention while he made his move. The plan unfolded instantly. The Slavers lunged in a sudden, reckless assault, throwing themselves against the knights to create chaos. Seeing this, Rosaline shouted urgently for Rain to be careful. She commanded her soldiers to protect their lord at all costs and warned that not a single enemy should be allowed near him. The outer ring of knights closed in quickly, forming a protective circle with their shields, but it seemed already too late. The slaver leader had covered the distance, his eyes filled with triumph. Seeing his chance, he roared that Rain had brought this upon himself. But just as victory seemed within his grasp, a cold voice cut through the clamor. It declared that he was asking for death. The leader's eyes widened in shock, for in that instant, a massive fist appeared before him. Leah had moved like lightning, placing herself at Rain's side, and her punch slammed squarely into his face. The impact sent him flying, his body crashing against the ground with bone-jarring force. His eyes were wide with disbelief, panic etched across his features. He had never imagined interference would come so suddenly, least of all from her. Dragging himself from the rubble, he shouted angrily at her, demanding to know how a mere maid could strike him down. Humiliation burned in his chest. Being defeated by a woman only inflamed his rage further. Ignoring his injuries, he charged once more, not to capture, but to kill. But his intention would never be realized. As he closed the distance again, Leah struck once more. This time, her leg lashed out in a devastating kick. The sheer force of it reduced his fighting ability to nothing. He flipped violently through the air, his body rolling helplessly across the ground before crashing at the feet of the knights. The knights exhaled with relief, quickly moving to restrain him. To them, he was already defeated, little more than refuse waiting for disposal. Yet Leah was not finished. Fury burned in her voice as she charged at him again. She shouted that he dared to lay a hand on Lord Rain. Lying broken on the ground, the slaver leader slowly forced his eyes open. In that fleeting instant of terror, desperation took hold. He made a frantic decision. With trembling fingers, he pulled a small knife from his belt and hurled it straight at Rain. The blade sliced through the air with blinding speed, too quick for Leah to intercept. She turned her head in alarm, eyes widening, but it was already too late. The knife buried itself deep into Rain's shoulder with a sickening thud. Gasps of horror erupted around him as panic rippled through the knights. Yet Rain, despite the searing pain, remained composed. His voice was steady as he urged them not to panic, ordering the formation to hold strong. But his words did little to calm the hearts of those who cared most for him. For Rosalind and Leah, his safety eclipsed all else. Both of them rushed to his side immediately, commanding the knights to form a tight wall around him. Amid the chaos, the slaver leader seized his chance. Crawling to his feet, he slipped quietly into the shadows, retreating from the battlefield with every ounce of strength left in him. Rosalind's gaze dropped to Rain's wound, and her heart clenched. Blood was already soaking through his clothes. She quickly gave the order for the knights to abandon the chase and instead focus on escorting Lord Rain back to the city at once. She shouted for Leah to treat his wounds quickly, but when Rosalind turned her head to check on her, she was startled. Leah was no longer there. Far deeper in the forest, the slaver leader ran desperately, branches tearing at his arms as he forced his body forward. His lungs burned, but survival was all that mattered. He told himself he had to live. He had to bring word of this disaster to Duke Eska. He could already picture reinforcements crushing Rain's forces. But his frantic escape came to an abrupt halt. Standing in his path was a woman who had appeared without warning. She was tall, elegant, her presence commanding despite the serene smile on her lips. She greeted him softly, as if the night were nothing unusual. She said, "Good evening." The leader froze, heart hammering. Fear twisted in his chest, but after taking a closer look at her delicate appearance, he convinced himself she wasn't a threat. That illusion shattered the moment she spoke again. She introduced herself with calm authority. She was Priscilla Edgar, eldest daughter of Grand Duke Aldalion, ruler of the Thrand territory. The man staggered backward as the words struck him like a thunderbolt. The eldest daughter of Grand Duke Aldalion. Here, in this forsaken forest? His stomach knotted with dread. If she was here, then their schemes for Duke Eska might already have been uncovered. Priscilla's gentle smile did not fade. She told him plainly that the one he had fought earlier in the valley was none other than her younger brother, the second son of Grand Duke Aldalion. His name was Rain Edgar. At that revelation, the leader's face drained of color. His mind reeled in horror. The man he had struck down, the boy he had dared to wound, was the son of the Grand Duke. No punishment could save him from the noose that now hung over his head. Yet Priscilla's voice remained light, her composure unshaken. She declared that to her, the night's events had been a success. Through the chaos, she had witnessed her brother's growth, his resilience, his composure even under mortal threat. The slaver leader, bewildered by her words, stumbled back further, unable to understand. Why was she praising Rain's calmness in the middle of his own collapse? Her tone shifted suddenly. Her steps grew heavier, her voice sharp as ice. She said her brother had not let her down. He remained clever, controlled, even when facing filth like him. Then, with a smile once more, she told him not to worry. She said she would not lay a hand on him tonight. Confusion flooded his mind. If she meant no harm, why had she revealed so much? What did she mean by such cryptic assurances? Priscilla answered casually. She said she had only come as a spectator, but she left no doubt in her next words. He had already committed an unforgivable mistake, and what awaited him inevitably was death. At that moment, the leader's breath caught. A wave of killing intent swept over him, sharp and suffocating. He spun around, heart pounding. Leah stood there. No one had seen her approach. One moment she had vanished, the next she was behind him, eyes glowing with murderous fury. His body began trembling uncontrollably as he realized the truth. This maid was no ordinary woman. She radiated power that was both physical and magical, an aura so overwhelming it devoured all resistance. Her voice thundered with rage. She declared that he had dared to harm Lord Rain, and now he thought he could run. Her eyes glowed with a strange violet light, as though some hidden force was awakening within her. The man dropped to his knees, begging desperately for mercy, but his words dissolved into screams as his body suddenly lifted into the air. Leah had raised her hand, weaving invisible magic. He writhed and twisted helplessly above the ground, crying out, his voice breaking with fear. His mind screamed questions. What kind of magic was this? How could a servant wield such devastating power? She had already proven herself unmatched in combat, but now she revealed strength in sorcery that defied reason. With a simple flick of her finger, Leah unleashed her wrath. A glowing sigil streaked toward him, wrapping the air around his body. In an instant, space itself compressed violently, crushing him into grotesque shapes. His screams cut off abruptly as his body exploded into a horrific sphere of blood, suspended in the night sky. The droplets fell like crimson rain, painting the ground in gore. Leah, untouched by the carnage, waved her hand casually. A barrier shimmered to life around her, preventing even a single drop from soiling her garments. Her face remained cold, but inside her fury still burned. To her, his death was nothing compared to the crime he had committed. He had dared to lay a hand on Rain. For that sin, even obliteration was not enough. Once everything was finished, Leah turned respectfully toward Priscilla. She said that young Master Rain was injured and that she must return to his side immediately to tend to him. Priscilla smiled faintly and nodded, granting her leave. Having witnessed Leah's unwavering loyalty with her own eyes, she felt more than satisfied. As Leah departed, Priscilla's smile lingered. She murmured softly to herself, wondering aloud whether she should remind her brother never to make Leah truly angry. At that very moment, the air in front of her rippled, a current of violent energy gathering before condensing into a dimensional portal. From it, Gwen emerged gracefully and bowed before her lady. Gwen spoke with calm assurance, saying that Lady Priscilla need not worry. No matter how young Master Rain treated Leah, that girl would never raise her hand against him. Priscilla chuckled lightly, finding Gwen's remark suspiciously like an accusation that her brother behaved like a frivolous playboy. Gwen immediately panicked, waving her hands as she hurried to explain herself, begging for forgiveness and insisting she would never dare imply such a thing. Priscilla gave her a sly smile and teased instead, asking how she would feel if she married Gwen off to her younger brother. At those words, Gwen's face turned crimson. Flustered, she waved her hands frantically, begging her lady not to joke in such a manner. After enjoying the teasing for a brief moment, Priscilla let her expression return to its usual calm seriousness. She issued her command. Gwen was to send a message directly to Duke Eska. She was to ask him whether he had been too idle lately. Was that why he dared to grow so bold? He needed to be reminded that provoking the Edgar family was not a weight he could ever hope to bear. Gwen lowered her head and replied solemnly that she understood, promising to carry out the order at once. Priscilla added that they must return quickly, before Rain discovered she had slipped away. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Rain had already been treated and bandaged by Leah's careful use of magic. Seeing the deep worry in her eyes, Rain gave a gentle smile. He told her that it was nothing but a minor wound and that she need not worry so much. Yet, when he lifted his arm to prove he was fine, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his body, forcing a quiet groan from his lips. Startled, Leah quickly stopped him. She said firmly that he must not move, or he would make the injury worse. Her gaze softened with genuine concern as she told him that until he was fully healed, he must not leave the house. Rain smiled again, insisting he was fine, attempting to reassure her with gentle words. But Leah would not accept his dismissal of his own health. Her tone grew firm as she insisted that once she finished dressing his wound, he must rest immediately. The warm and concerned exchange between them was suddenly interrupted. The door to the room burst open with a loud crash. Priscilla strode in quickly, her face filled with worry. She rushed to her brother's side, asking anxiously how he was and whether the wound could affect his future health. Rain reassured her with a smile, saying that it was nothing serious, merely a surface injury. Leah, standing beside him, was unconvinced. Her voice was filled with worry as she explained that he should not take it lightly. She said that if the dagger had been only slightly off, Rain's life could have been lost. Priscilla's expression hardened, her eyes serious as she agreed with Leah. She told Rain that he could not treat his life so carelessly. Then her gaze grew cold as she asked what had truly happened. With a sigh, Rain explained. Rosalind had apprehended a group of bandits involved in human trafficking. Upon investigating further, he had discovered that more captives were hidden in a valley. He had personally led a patrol to rescue them, but when negotiations failed, a violent conflict erupted. It was during the chaos that he had been wounded by a dagger thrown in the darkness. Priscilla already knew these details but chose to continue her pretense. She pressed further, asking about the origin of the bandits. She asked why they would dare to traffic women when slavery was strictly forbidden within the Edgar family's domain. Leah answered in his stead, explaining that according to their interrogation, those bandits were operating under Duke Eska's command. Priscilla's eyes grew sharp though her smile remained calm. She remarked with icy disdain that the coward Eska dared to commit such acts within their territory. Rain added that it was likely due to Eldric's past cooperation with Eska. From their words, it seemed they had profited greatly in recent years. Priscilla nodded and sighed, remarking that Eldric had left behind no small amount of trouble, but, she said, he was no longer an issue. She then asked her brother what he planned to do with the rescued women. Rain replied that he would personally investigate their situations. Given the city's current shortage of manpower, if they had nowhere to return to, he would allow them to remain in the city. He would arrange for them to receive basic education and eventually assign them work within the territory. Priscilla considered this a wise plan. It not only aided the women but also provided additional labor for the city. She praised Rain, saying that his thinking had grown increasingly thorough. Rain answered modestly that it was nothing to praise, only a small effort to contribute to the family. Noticing that Rain looked fatigued from his injury, Priscilla softened her tone. She said she would not disturb him further and told him to rest. Yet she firmly reminded him that from this moment onward, he must take greater care of his safety. She said she never wished to see him hurt again. Rain felt warmth rise in his heart from her concern. He said with a faint smile that he would take good care of himself. At that moment, Priscilla turned her gaze toward Leah, her eyes carrying a meaningful weight. She said clearly that she was entrusting her brother's safety to her in every possible way. Leah froze at those words, her cheeks flushing red. She understood precisely what Priscilla meant. Embarrassed yet resolute, she lowered her head and answered softly that Lady Priscilla could rest assured she would never allow Rain to be harmed again. Satisfied, Priscilla turned and left the room with a smile of quiet contentment. Outside, Gwen was already waiting. The moment she saw her lady emerge, she rushed forward and asked about Rain's condition. Priscilla replied calmly that it was nothing serious, merely a small wound. Yet despite her words, her expression showed that she was far from pleased. At that moment, Priscilla's eyes glimmered with restrained fury. She turned her sharp gaze toward the empty hallway and commanded aloud that Nox should appear before her. The air around her rippled, space itself trembling as a portal opened with violent energy. From within, a cloaked mage stepped forward and immediately knelt. He bowed low, addressing her with respect, and asked her to give her command. Priscilla ordered him to descend to the dungeon and interrogate the captured bandit leader, demanding that every secret be wrung from him. She instructed him coldly that torture could be used if necessary, but under no circumstances was the man to be killed. Her brother would still need to question him tomorrow, and she would not allow the criminal such an easy escape. Nox accepted the order without hesitation and departed swiftly to carry it out. The next morning, Rain's office received an unexpected visitor. It was Armando. The young man bowed deeply, his posture filled with cautious humility, and declared that he admitted defeat, that he was willing to serve Rain. Hearing this, Rain smirked, his voice dripping with mockery as he quoted Armando's own words back at him. He reminded him that once he had proudly declared he would rather die than serve a noble, that he was a man of ideals and conviction, and that he would rather starve to death than submit. The mocking tone made Armando flush with embarrassment, unable to argue, for he knew those were indeed his very own words. As Rain continued his jest, a sudden movement caused his wound to sting sharply, forcing him to wince and halt mid-sentence. Watching this, Armando grew confused. He wondered silently if this noble was truly someone worth following. He acted so unlike the distant and arrogant lords he once despised. Despite the teasing, Rain's heart was genuinely pleased. He could feel Armando's loyalty swelling, reaching a solid 95 points. Inwardly, Rain smiled, knowing the young man standing before him had been completely swayed by the wonders of steam power. He said with satisfaction that from now on, Armando would become a good worker in his factory. The thought of this once fiery youth toiling in his industrial plans amused Rain so much that he burst into laughter. Seeing the strange look on Rain's face, Armando grew even more confused. In frustration, he cried out that he admitted his mistakes and begged Rain to stop teasing him. He pleaded for a clear order, asking if there was anything Rain required him to do. At this, Rain turned serious. His voice steady, he asked Armando with sincerity whether he was truly willing to become his subordinate. Armando straightened, answering solemnly that he was ready, that he would serve Rain wholeheartedly as a loyal follower. In that instant, the system updated. The number of talented individuals had increased to 2. Rain felt immense satisfaction and wasted no time in appointing Armando as the head of the city's first factory. Armando, however, was left utterly bewildered. The title meant nothing to him. He had no idea what the head of a factory even did. After all, he was trained as an alchemist, not an industrialist. Rain, unconcerned, did not bother to explain. Instead, he handed over a blueprint and instructed him to study it carefully. He added that once the dam was completed, they would begin the next stage of industrializing the city. Armando unfolded the blueprint, and his eyes immediately lit up with awe. The designs were intricate, ingenious, concepts even his teacher had never conceived. At that moment, he thought to himself that Rain's brilliance surpassed that of his own master. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Rosalind stormed in, her voice urgent, announcing that something had happened. The anxiety in her tone made Rain uneasy, and he demanded to know what it was. Rosalind reported that the bandit leader held in the dungeon had been murdered during the night. The news made Rain's eyes flash with intensity. He immediately gathered his men and hurried to the prison to investigate. The revelation stunned everyone. Such a crime occurring within the mansion itself, the most heavily guarded place in the city, was unthinkable. Inside the cell, the bandit's corpse lay sprawled on the cold ground. Rain's expression hardened with dissatisfaction as he asked when exactly the death had been discovered. Rosalind quickly reported, her face grave, that the guards had found him dead half an hour earlier when delivering his meal. Rain's eyes scanned the chamber, and soon he noticed 4 strange characters scrawled across the wall. He asked if anyone could identify them. Selena stepped forward silently, stretching out her hand. Closing her eyes, she seemed to sense the lingering energy clinging to the symbols. After a moment, her brow furrowed with concern. She explained that the writing pulsed with the residual power of a dark mage. The words struck Rosalind like lightning, her eyes widening in shock. She had never imagined a dark mage could infiltrate their castle. Rain himself knew well the reputation of such beings. He exhaled slowly, realizing that dangerous figures continued to appear in his city one after another. Leah, visibly worried, urged him to leave at once. She explained that dark mages were those who had abandoned the light, dwelling in shadows, and that the lingering magic could sicken him if he remained too long. Rain only smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively, saying that she need not worry. This prison, he remarked calmly, had no wind and was kept dry. There was little chance of contracting anything here. Yet Selena's eyes remained grave. She agreed with Leah and told Rain firmly that the danger was real. She said dark mages acted from hidden corners with terrifying precision, and their magic could bring calamities such as plagues. Hearing this, Rain thought privately that they did not sound much different from scientists experimenting with bacteria. He kept the thought to himself, however, and said nothing. Selena then warned them all to remain vigilant. The dark mage's purpose was unknown. If the assassination was merely to silence the prisoner, it was one matter. But if their true target was Rain himself, then they would need to prepare a countermeasure without delay. The following day, Rain visited the city's orphanage, where several of the kidnapped slave girls were gathered. He introduced himself with calm authority, explaining that he was the lord of the city and that he had rescued them from the bandits only yesterday. He offered them two choices. The first was to tell him where their homes were, and he would arrange for carriages to return them. The second was to remain in the city, where he would provide work with food and lodging, and eventually grant them the chance to become official residents. Rain gave them a gentle smile and asked them to share their wishes. Yet at that moment, the girls' faces fell, sorrow clouding their expressions. They lowered their heads in silence, not a single word escaping their lips. Their grief was heavy, and Rain could feel it pressing against the room. Rain's expression darkened with concern as he looked at the children. He asked them softly if none of them remembered where their homes were. Silence lingered like a weight, until Priestess, who stood nearby, finally spoke. She explained respectfully that most of the children had been kidnapped at a very young age. They had endured deception, cruelty, and endless threats, so now they dared not trust that anyone truly wished to help them. She warned Rain that gaining their trust could take a very long time. Rain, however, found such delays unnecessary. To him, coaxing children was the easiest task in the world. Without hesitation, he ordered Leah to have the kitchens prepare pastries, cookies in particular, and to ensure there were plenty of them. Not long after, trays of warm cookies arrived, their sweet aroma filling the air. Rain cheerfully carried a tray over to the girls, his smile gentle as he said they must be hungry. He told them these were the best cookies in the city and invited them to taste them. The children's eyes lit with curiosity and longing, but their fear held them still. Seeing their hesitation, Rain acted first. He picked up a cookie and gently offered it to one of the girls, telling her that she could try it, and that if she disliked it, she did not have to finish. He would never force her to do anything. Trembling, the little girl accepted the cookie. After a long inner struggle, she brought it hesitantly to her lips. The moment the sweet, crisp flavor spread across her tongue, her cheeks flushed pink, and she could not help but exclaim in delight at how delicious it was. The spell of fear broke. Realizing there was no danger, the other girls eagerly reached for the cookies and soon began eating happily, their faces brightening with joy. Watching this, Rain smiled with satisfaction, knowing his plan had succeeded. At that moment, he suggested they play a game together. The girls, curious, asked what kind of game it was. Rain explained that it was called Truth or Dare. He described it simply. Each person would draw a question card, and the one who drew it must either answer truthfully or accept a small challenge. Whoever did so would earn another cookie. Hours slipped by. Just as Rain had intended, the children's weariness dissolved completely. Laughter filled the room as they began to speak openly, their voices no longer trembling. One by one, they honestly shared where they lived and spoke of their family situations. Rain praised them for their courage and thanked them for trusting him, assuring them that they could rest easy. He would see to it they were escorted home safely. Turning to Priestess, Rain instructed that on the morrow, arrangements must be made to return those with families to their homes. Priestess bowed her head and promised the task would be completed. Rain's gaze then shifted toward the girls who had no family left. He decided that they would be placed into temporary foster homes. Yet before finalizing this, he suddenly remembered something important. He needed to check if any of them were gifted individuals. Quietly, he activated his system to assess their potential. Unfortunately, all of them proved to be ordinary children with no particular talents. Just as he was about to move on, his eyes caught sight of a red-haired girl sitting alone in a shadowed corner. Intrigued, he used the system on her. The display revealed her name, Alia, age 17. To his surprise, her statistics were extraordinary. Loyalty 50, Leadership 42, Strength 90, Strategy 30, Magic Power 88. Nearly on par with his strongest warriors. Meanwhile, inside a chamber of the Lord's mansion, Priscilla was seething with anger. Before her knelt Nox, the dark mage. Her voice was sharp as she demanded to know why the prisoner had been found dead in his cell. She reminded him sternly that she had ordered the man kept alive, no matter the torture inflicted. Nox, visibly unsettled, hurried to defend himself. He insisted he had nothing to do with the death. He admitted to using dark magic to torment the man, but swore that when he left, the prisoner was still breathing. Priscilla's expression grew grave. After sipping her tea with icy calm, she ordered him to report everything he had learned from the interrogation. His answer, however, left her deeply dissatisfied. The prisoner had revealed nothing at all. He was a mere pawn, too low in rank to know anything of value. Priscilla frowned, her thoughts clouded with doubt. If he truly was a worthless pawn, then why had someone gone to such lengths to silence him? Knox suggested that the death may not have been to keep him quiet, but rather because his body was needed to trigger a ritual. Some dark magic, he explained, required a corpse as a catalyst. This explanation darkened Priscilla's mood further. Her eyes glimmered with concern as she ordered Knox to ensure that, no matter what happened, Rain must be kept safe at all costs. Knox bowed low, promised to obey, and withdrew. Left alone, Priscilla sat in silence, her expression unreadable, before finally whispering to herself that perhaps this time, she had indeed come to the right place. Far away, within the domain of Duke Eska, the corrupt lord reclined luxuriously in his chambers, indulging in the pleasures of two beautiful women. Growing rich from years of slave trading, he always surrounded himself with the most exquisite companions. His indulgence was abruptly interrupted when a soldier rushed in, visibly anxious. Bowing deeply, the man begged forgiveness for the intrusion but reported that an honored guest awaited him. Eska's face twisted with fury at the interruption. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he demanded to know who dared disturb him. The soldier, trembling, explained that the visitor was none other than Lord Eldrick of Island, claiming he had urgent matters to discuss. At Eldrick's name, Eska's rage eased. He muttered that it was odd for that fool to visit so suddenly, but perhaps he had brought along some new merchandise. He ordered the soldier to show Eldrick into the drawing room, deciding he would join him shortly. As he rose, a greedy smile curled on his lips, remembering the stunning women Eldrick had delivered to him in the past. Surely tonight would bring the same delight. Moments later, Eska strode into the drawing room, his mood bright. He greeted Eldrick cheerfully, laughing that it had been too long, and asked why he had come at such a late hour, certain that he had brought new treasures. But Eldrick's face was grim, clouded with unease. He apologized for the disturbance, saying that this time he had brought no woman, but instead information of the utmost importance. Eska's smile faltered, though he still hoped the news might prove valuable. Eldrick then revealed bitterly that he had been driven out of Island City by the third son of Grand Duke Aldarion. From this moment on, he could no longer supply Eska with beautiful women. The words hit Eska like a thunderclap. Shock and fury twisted his face as he exclaimed that Aldarion had cast Eldrick aside despite his years of loyal service. Eldrick sighed and pressed on, saying that the new lord, Rain Edgar, was far too young and arrogant, convinced he could control everything. He explained that he himself had infiltrated Island and personally killed the bandit leader responsible for delivering slaves to Eska. This revelation made Eska reel, his eyes wide with alarm. Clearly, he had known nothing of the capture. With unease rising in his chest, he asked whether Rain had discovered their operations. Eldrick replied grimly that it was likely. That, he said, was why he had rushed here to warn Eska. Eska asked anxiously whether this meant Rain intended to attack him. Eldrick did not confirm outright but reminded him of a dangerous truth. The Empire strictly forbade cross-border slave trading, and Eska had no alliance with Aldarion. If Rain carried tales to the Emperor, Eska's death would be certain. Sweat began dripping from Eska's brow as dread consumed him. Desperate, he asked Eldrick if he had a solution. Eldrick smiled thinly and explained that he had overheard news earlier that day. The dam had been completed. This, he said, was their opportunity. He explained that the dam stored water that could be released downstream, flooding Island in devastation. If they unleashed it, the city would be drowned, its people destroyed. They could then send troops to seize it in the chaos. At this, Eska leapt to his feet in terror. He shouted that killing Grand Duke Aldarion's son was madness, that if the Grand Duke learned of it, they would both be executed. Eldrick only smiled coldly and reminded him that if Rain exposed their crimes to the Emperor, their fate would be death regardless. But if Rain died in what appeared to be an accident caused by the dam, even the Grand Duke could say nothing. And once Eska seized Island, he could indulge in all the women he desired without limit. Temptation gnawed at Eska's greed. After a moment of heavy silence, he reluctantly agreed to Eldrick's plan. Back in Island, Rain was already acting. Having discovered Aaliyah's extraordinary potential, He personally brought her into his mansion and saw to her care. Yet 3 days passed, and the red-haired girl had not spoken a single word. She now sat quietly in his study, her expression withdrawn. Rain, determined to reach her, attempted to start a conversation. He asked with a gentle smile how the cookies tasted that day. Alia glanced up at him, startled, but quickly lowered her head again, sorrow clouding her features. Rain's heart grew heavy. He wondered how deeply this child had suffered, what kind of torment had left her so silent. He assumed the bandits must have brutalized her, leaving her unable to trust or open her heart. At that moment, Lily suddenly burst into the room, her face radiant with excitement. She announced with joy that the dam had finally been completed.